Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening. Welcome to High on Politics. This is the Thursday edition. I am your host, Pep. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. Let's start the show. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys had a good day. Yeah, I think that I'm going to stick to just doing 8 o'clock on Thursdays, and I also think that we're going to be kind of doing a little bit more of a planning thing here. My schedule is going to be needing some adjustment, but this is good. This is good. Trust me. So I'm more than likely going to be locking down the 4 o'clock hour, and I'm kind of toying with possibly moving the show to start at 2 my time. We'll see. We'll see how it works. I've had a few good shows that started around then, so it's time for some experimentation. Because also, full disclosure. Somebody had mentioned, they're just like, yeah, you stream a lot. Like a lot. And they were asking like when I take my time off. Yeah, kind of been burning the candle at both ends, so now here's the real question. If the news would slow down, maybe I would. That's pretty much where I'm at. Because realistically, man, like every day has been just something new and wild. Dude, it's actually like nice and warm down here for once. Ooh. No, it's not. It says it's 63. What's going on? That's odd. That is very odd. But either way, here, let's put the link in the Discord here. Also, for you guys just popping in, I am over on Twitch as well. If you have a Twitch account and you want to pop on over there, check out the channel. You should definitely do so. Oh, I just put that in the YouTube chat. That was dumb. Oops. All right. Well, I want to smoke with y'all. We're also going to have, like I said, we're going to do more of a chill stream. It's going to be a little bit of a shorter one. Yeah, it was kind of Pep rigged the election so he would get more content. Yes, that's exactly it. Kaz, did I tell you the story about what happened the day after where Unimoogle, like we went to bed and she was really upset. And then when we woke up, we had she kind of does the thing where I'm like, it's real. It happened. Bloodstone by Stars. Thank you for becoming a member for, I think this is, you're a few months in for sure, but thank you. I really appreciate that. I really should get better at just saying like you guys can help support the stream and become a member for only $4. $4 a month, it's not even like, man, when they say that it's like, it's like a cup of coffee. They've been saying that for years. $4. Well, if I did $6, I'd be like, it's a pack of Pokemon cards, guys. Come on. No, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Also, like I have been saying, I hope you guys are prepared for some more members only content. I never get a re-up prompt. Weird. You don't? That's odd. Huh. Yeah, because I usually see the re-up prompts. I get those like when I'm off stream. Like I'll get an email saying that you guys resubbed or something. I've had a few of those where I was just like, oh, really? They resubbed off stream. Interesting. Wait, is AG still on in this space? I thought he got off. Hold on. I tried to schedule my stream to not go over. Oh, he got an extra hour tonight. Okay. That's why. Last week was 7 to 9. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Don't mean to step on his toes. Shout out AG. He was in chat yesterday. We had a good end to show. Here, you know what? My dog is barking upstairs. I will be right back. Crap. Oh, did she really? Hold on, I gotta check this because I got a camera up there. Is she just barking at water? No, she knocked her water dish over. That's why. Damn it. Well, that'll be a whole thing. You know what? I guess it's an auto pay. Oh, is it? Oh, well then. Well, hey, Legend, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate all my members. You guys know that you guys keep me doing this. Realistically, man, that's why I'm ready. Like I was already committed to this, but at this point it is kind of like no, I got to do this. I want to do this for a living. Right now, if I were to do that, then let's cut some meals out, shall we? Now thank God for dual income situation. You know what I'm saying? Alrighty. Well, speaking of the AG, he was talking about something really interesting. I was listening on my way home, and I can say that he's nailing so much of what needs to happen over with the Democrats and seriously welcoming the Democratic Socialists in from the Democratic side. Like this isn't a referendum on the left at all. It's mostly a referendum on the center. And I also really, really enjoy how he has like a pretty practical approach to saying or like looking at the Democrats' low approval numbers, because he was saying how that's good. Like, and if I was like, say we were Republicans, right? How if we were Republicans, we should be shitting our pants because theoretically, that means that everybody is super angry. The approvals aren't with the GOP or MAGA, so they've already seen the extreme from the right with MAGA. So now they're giving socialism a chance. Like socialism, I guess as like a term, has lost its like the whole fear part to it, which I got to say, I was waiting for that to happen. We can thank Bernie for that. I really do think that Bernie had a big part in undemonizing undemonizing is actually a good term or word for that. But yeah, he has made it less scary to even look at socialism as, the next logical step in this experiment, because he had made a point about how our new Tea Party is already kind of forming, and it's coming from the working class, which I know is going to kind of turn off some people because they think that it's, the DSA or like PSL or like they think it's community organizing outside of just, again, the organic fuel or like the organic fuel coming from the constituents of just being pissed off at all of them. So this kind of plays into my rant yesterday, which, looking back on it, I tried to, this is one of those times where I tried to listen to myself and I was like, oh no. It was a little embarrassing, I'll admit, because yes, it did kind of come across like I was, that whole fifth grade dig didn't hurt as much when I looked at it, from a practical standpoint. Class consciousness started with Luigi for some, I bet. Yeah, no, it did. You know what? Actually, speaking of the Luigi thing, can I just talk about this for a second? With everything that happened with that shooting in New York, I really didn't cover much of it because the first wave of news that I was getting was so mixed because on the mainstream media side, I couldn't find anything about this Blackstone CEO where it seemed like that was who was targeted. And I was getting a bunch of stuff fed to me that was telling, like, that was saying that, you know, she was Luigi'd or blah, blah, like that whole thing. And then one day later, we start getting all the pieces where it turns out that that was a complete accident. He ended up on the wrong floor. So this one really bothered me because this was not a virtuous person. This wasn't for anything like even close to what Luigi was doing. He literally had CTE and he was blaming the NFL. Like I said, ended up on the wrong floor. What I have seen is kind of scary because I brought this up with the Hulk Hogan thing too, where I started really analyzing it. Like, okay, memes are memes. Yes, they're funny, but losing our fucking humanity is not. And I don't want to play into that whole, well, I thought the left was like the welcoming left. Like, we don't have to be nice to everybody like that. But like, the fact is, to just quickly lose our humanity and go right to the fucking memes, I have to say that bothers me. And to see how many times I've gotten the news about the CEO and then like literally like say like the stamp of Luigi, or it kind of makes me like, I don't know, man. I gotta say it's gross. It's fucking gross. Because again, this one was a complete accident. And they're trying to say like, oh, this guy is, you know, he's we should probably look into, you know, if the official story is like, I've seen that too, where they're like, oh no, this is this conspiracy spin because they wanted to get ahead of that because they don't want to do what they did with Luigi before. I'm like, vigilantism is kind of a slippery slope. It is. And this is the slippery slope. Like, this is it. This is like, they put on the skis and they're literally fucking, you know, barreling down. But here comes Yeti. You know, I'm not sure if you guys have ever played Ski Free. Pretty sure we've all played Ski Free. Yeti, yum, nom, 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 nom. You know, sorry. Had to take it. So, what is up with me? I try to take like a serious approach to something. It always comes back to the jokes. God, I really am the opposite of like that. Like, you gotta take things too seriously. It's like you don't take things seriously enough. You might have a point there. Wee, Matt, how you doing? Welcome. Oh, hey, look at that. My multi-chat just started working again. Woohoo! Yeah, this whole doing all right. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I had a rough day. And a really rough day. So, kind of rebounding, and I'll be real with y'all. I was not 100% on streaming tonight. I got home and I kind of just had that moment where I'm like, you know, I probably should. I want to come hang with you guys. You guys make me a little bit happier, so it definitely is a you know, boost to the mood. If this guy only hit Roger Goodell, it would be Jesus Christ. It would be though. It would be. That's kind of the thing though, like, because also they don't see how this is already making it to where they're going back to Luigi and they're just going like, see, you guys are sick. You guys are sick in the head. I've already experienced this where they tried to put that on me because that should not be a thing. That should never be a thing where I'm just talking to somebody and they assume that I'm going to take that position. Especially, I mean, I get it with the candle and everything, but I didn't even talk about this like on stream, off. Fuck, I didn't even talk about it off stream. It was just, I was kind of waiting for more information to come out before I even tackled the subject. And I'm glad I did. I really am, because had I tackled it right after it happened, I would have had so much misinformation. And I don't want to contribute to that atmosphere. I really don't. LMAO left. Yep, facts. Oh, God. Speaking of facts here, oh, damn it, I lost my poll. I pulled up a poll that had, oh, it cleared. Oh, Son of a bitch. I just realized that I cleared my cache. Damn it. I had this pulled up last night. Here, let me go back and get it. Because there is a new poll out about people's favorability ratings with democratic socialism. Because people are starting to figure out that democratic socialists are not part of the Democratic Party. And Zoran Mamdani is one of the mainstays there that's really helping with that. Shit. Okay, seriously, where the hell is it? 62% of Americans aged 18 to 29 now have a favorable opinion of socialism. This has increased to 67%. However, Rasmussen says that 71% of voters, again, Rasmussen. Why is it always Rasmussen that's the one that's like, hold on. Don't get too excited yet. 71% of voters reject socialism. Solid majorities have never... Yeah, whatever. Party can grow within the needs of America if we take the party back. It's almost like... This is what I was saying, and this was from AG. Like, Angry Ginger was cooking today, so I gotta give him a lot of credit here. Because he was talking specifically about how this isn't just like, you know, an opportunity for us to placate to the working, you know, class. This is us to literally represent the fucking working class. He's just like, yes, we take our party and we do that. He's like, this is the problem. We have been so stuck in this system of looking to these, you know, leaders, quote unquote, who are no better than just, you know, glorified fucking lawyers who are good at making you feel a little bit like special. You know, somebody, this was a point, I think, on Majority Report. Oh, it was. They were talking about how in politics, you need to have the power to make people feel like they're the most special one in the room, which it's a sales tactic. Like, yes. And it's also a genuine thing. That's what sucks is people who genuinely are just nice people that like listen to you and make you feel important. You know, they're the ones that really get shit on in this, is because then it makes you skeptical about how everybody's, you know, ambitions, and it sucks. It really does. I think he means Dem socks. Dem socks will go against the party while in the party. Yeah, Dem socks. Yeah. Guys, this whole Dem sock Dem thing, I understand why we do it, but yeah, like I can tell you right now, I have tried to have this conversation with somebody that doesn't follow the politics, and immediately they're just like, stop using online language. I was like, okay. And then I just have to take that extra step to be like, okay, so there are socialists who are within the Democratic Party. Then you have people like me who are Democratic Socialists, where technically we're trying to form a new party. But if we have to, we will work within the party that's already established. Is that not a proper answer? If it's not, honestly, you know, I'm willing to update my script. See, he admits it. Fucking admits it. Talking Points McGee over here. How about Demsock? Pretty comfy. Oh, man. Okay, so I just want to be real with y'all. I've been doing really good with my grief. But today it hit me, and it hit me in the way that it's the shittiest way. I was grabbing socks, and I realized that my mom's never going to buy me socks anymore, like again, and that it sent me into a spiral. It sucked. I miss my mom, guys. But I'm not gonna stonlock on it. I just wanted to let you guys know that it sucked. It really sucked. It's these random, and it sucks because it's the random things where you never know. Again, socks. Just going and getting socks on. I was like, oh, fuck. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's rough. And I have a feeling it's gonna be this way for a while, so but I also did have a really nice conversation where somebody had said to me that, with everything that is going on to me or with me, that they're glad that I have you guys and that they're glad that I have this outlet and they've really made me appreciate this on a different level, like an almost damn near spiritual level, because it did make me realize like how much I love this and how much I love doing this and how much I love hanging with you guys. We're glad you decided to stream and chill, Pep. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I really do. Cause yeah, it's there's moments, and I'm gonna be completely real with y'all. I have those where I'm just like, maybe I shouldn't stream. Maybe I should just lay in bed and just kind of let the wave of emotion hit me, and then I it just it's rough. It really is. Um, it also sucks too because like, and this is like a little more of a fun part of this. I can't talk about like the political goings on because like there was a story today that also it was the economy. I used to call my mom when the economy when the stock market started doing its thing because her husband is really into that shit. Um, so I'd call and kind of give her pointers on how to piss him off and just be like, well, actually, here it is. And yeah, also kind of realizing that I couldn't do that today. Although I did text him to piss him off just, as an aside, because what's he going to do? So that's kind of fun. Um, yeah, if you guys didn't see the stock market today, the stock market was kind of funny. I have to be real. Um, it started off with like high expectations because we're coming in or at the last day of the tariff thing, and they were just like, Trump's gonna come in at the 11th hour and he's going to do something spectacular because it started trading really high, and all of a sudden he's just like, nope, I'm pushing it back another 90 days. Boom! Like literally just fucking just skydive. Ugh, it was so funny. I was high and got busy reading an article. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. What article? Is it a good one? Is it one that maybe we could have some fun with here on stream? Because I have some stuff pulled up. I actually, because I ended stream the way that I did yesterday, I have two Epstein stories still in the pipeline here. I also have a Kat Abagazale uh, video that I want to watch. She was on, is it Abby Martin? I keep forgetting her name. Not Abby Martin. That's the other one. What's her name? Fuck. She's the the Abby on CNN. How about that? um, yeah. Then we have what's the fun stuff that we got? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, we already covered the Slotkin beatdown. Hmm. There's the Piers Morgan thing I didn't watch yesterday, too. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Either way. Don't care. All I know is I want to smoke with y'all. AG was going over some analysis of Epstein prison footage. That was good. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was watching his, was that today or yesterday? Because I was watching on my way home. I heard his, I damn near want to call it a lecture. Like, the start of his show today was really, really good. He was cooking. Like, he was on fire, and I'm also, I'm inspired, but I'm also just like, God, I'm definitely not at that, like, the whole, here, let me do a long, in-depth breakdown on everything. Wait, Jake on Jubilee. Did that come out? I'm assuming it did. If that's the case, I should have gone live on Twitch instead. Here. Oh, wow. Cenk confronted on Jubilee. About his union busting on TYT. I wonder if I can get the audio from this. Here, let's see. It's a 9-minute clip.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You can say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up.
Fine. So since you
Boom.
let's explain. Claim
That
number
guy
one.
watched-
Huh. Wow. That's wow. Yeah, the Vanguard. That's actually what I'm watching is the Vanguard clips here. Trumpstein is a mess. It really is. Corpseman kind. Welcome, welcome. It is a hilarious mess, dude. Because they did it to themselves. No matter what happens here, when he goes, it's a hoax. Wait. Hold on. I got to get the hair right this time. It's a Democratic hoax. You guys don't understand. It's just the Democrats and Obama and Hillary Clinton and Biden, Hunter Biden, his laptop from hell, all of it. I used all of the words. Are we done talking about Epstein yet? Did any of that work? I don't know. Made another T-bone steak today. Different seasoning compared. Oh, nice. You're cooking a T-bone? Dude, salt, pepper. Depends if you're using a, I hope that you're using a pan. But yeah, dude, put some oil up that pan, oil up the steak, put, just, nothing but like a little bit of sea salt and just a dash of pepper, and then, get a, like a little stalk of rosemary and rosemary. I've always said that word. And then get a stick of butter. Put that stick of butter in the pan. 3 minutes one side, 5 minutes other side. Put that rosemary on, and you got yourself a delicious fucking steak. This has been Pep Cooks. I should do that one day. I should actually do like a cooking video for you guys just for fun. A Cheeto dust crust. No. I'm very, very less is more when it comes to meat, because especially if you have a good cut of meat, you actually don't want to ruin it with too much seasoning. Too many people do this. So many people do this. They think that they need to over season stuff just because, I don't know. And this is coming from a guy that has a diminished sense of taste. So just saying. Palpa Trump. I never had the privilege of going to Rizal. Fake news. Yesterday I did salt and ground black pepper, sear on both sides, and then put butter in a frying pan, put a oh yeah, garlic. I forgot the garlic. That's my bad. I did forget garlic. Pep makes a mean smoked dry rub chicken wing. That I do. That I do. I do know how to cook. I'm very lucky in that regard that I did learn how to cook, and that I'm good at it. Seasoning is good, but food is also... it has taste on its own. You have to complement flavors and not overwhelm. Exactly. I learned that, thank God, again, very early into cooking, where I was just like, oh, so I'm murdering... Like, I remember I was doing some burgers, and I did some, like, pre-salting. They're like, no. I'm like, what? They're like, don't. They're like, do the salt literally as you, like, once you slap that thing, like, before you slap it on, then you put the salt on. He's like, you don't want to dry out the meat. I'm like, really? I didn't think ground beef, that was a thing. He's just like, no, and they're right. Gotta say. I'm planning on buying an indoor smoker soon. Nice. An indoor smoker. I don't know what an indoor smoker is. Every smoker I've ever had is an outdoor smoker, whether it's anything that smokes. Unless you have a stack that is leading outside of your place that you're using it, then that's, yeah, they're all outdoor. I have a electric smoker that's like the cabinet. Yeah, it's got wheels on it. I just roll it out. You have to have it like 10 feet away from a structure, man. You don't want to fuck with that stuff. I've watched too many people either burn holes in their decks. My favorite one is my friend completely warped his siding. It's all fucked up. I love it. Every time I'm over there, I was like, there it is. You remember that? He's like, how can I not? If she smokes, she pokes. This is true. This is true. Although, have you heard the have you heard the whole like, if she smokes, sometime you gotta make sure that she can hang, because then, yeah, she may poke, but it's gonna be later. Not now. I'm tired. God, dude, I forgot to go. Like, there's so much shit that I just haven't been able to do. Today, I wanted to go see Fantastic Four, and then had a little bit of an emergency. My dog is still here, just so you guys know. My dog is still kicking. She is unfortunately probably not going to be around too much longer, though. It's rough. Had to wake up with her at like 5 a.m., go outside with her, and then she had this, I don't know, I think that she might have been constipated or something, because she constantly, like, she had to go back out, try and poop again, go back out, try and poop again. So, keeping an eye on her. Actually, I'm gonna have to hop up there and take a, just check on her real quick here in a minute. Dan, when I was a kid, I was a pyro and left a burn mark on my garage. Got a beating. Yeah, that'll do it. I remember when I was bringing my bike in, and my dad had just brought home a classic 1969 Corvette jet black, and the edge of my handlebar like scratched it from the tail all the way up, so it looked like a key mark. And I didn't even really know that I did it, but when he saw it, he was just like, "Did you do this?" And like, I was dumb. I didn't really think that. I was like, "Yeah, it was an accident." And he was like, "Yeah." I got to learn how to buff a car. That sucked. Yeah, that sucked. I also remember he had a Cadillac Eldorado, and I put quarters in all the seatbelt buckles. I was pretty pissed about that one too. uh, you know, when I thought about having kids, I was just like, what was I like as a kid? And then immediately I was like, no, no, thank you. Yeah, some of my favorite stuff to cook though, like I have a pretty mean like pulled pork recipe, especially if you have an Instant Pot. It's a 45-minute, you know, leave it alone and it's done and it's perfect. I get a pork shoulder, usually about, 2 to 3 pounds. Put some apple juice in there. Season, I do like a sweet and savory type, like a half sweet, half savory kind of rub. And yeah, then just put that in the Instant Pot for 45 minutes, cook it, and yeah, you guys got some delicious pulled pork. It works the same for chicken too. It's funny, actually. Recently we just had like a little thing. I didn't make enough chicken for everybody, so I was just like, "Hold on, I got this." The thing is, that chicken turned out really fucking good. So, 420. Is it? Yo, but Fred, what up, dude? How you doing? Hope you enjoyed the show yesterday. I know I had a lot of fun yesterday. Gotta say, I also know that it got a little contentious there in, the middle of the show, but we're all good, right? We hang. We're good. No, I think that honestly what I need to do is I need to sit down, find because there was like that little hit piece thing on PSL that I should probably stop referencing and maybe use like their actual, mission statement and kind of like go point by point with Anna. I think that'd be a good idea. Instant Pot chicken comes out really tender. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you're using like the chicken breasts. It's yeah. I love making that stuff. All right. Here. What? I don't have All right. Yeah, I gotta let my dog out. Give me 1 second too. I'm gonna smoke this. Here. Give me 1 second. Here, I'm gonna put this clip on that came from my show on this space. I have to go let her out, which means I actually have to like take her out on a leash. So this is gonna take me about 3 or 4 minutes. So, Yosef, how's it going? Here is a clip of my show from Tuesday. If you didn't catch it, I will be right
In the
back.
days since it became clear that Zoran Mamdani would be the Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City, the response from Republicans has been about as unhinged as you might expect. Donald Trump
They're calling him a communist right out the
is
gate.
practically frothing at the mouth, threatening to arrest Mamdani, who, of course, has not broken any laws. There's talk on the right that they're going to like denaturalize him and deport him. At least one Republican congressman has called for the 33-year-old state assemblyman, a naturalized U.S. citizen, to be deported.
By the way, just another aside, have you guys been getting this from, I'm not like the older people in your life, like the boomers, if you will, where they talk about a 33-year-old like they're 17. Like I'm 38 years old, full disclosure. So it is one of the more annoying things in my life where people condescend to me like I'm a child.
And it hasn't just been that. Even some establishment Democrats have refused to back their party's choice or said really vile things about him, despite the overwhelming enthusiasm for his candidacy here in New York. But if there's one thing Mamdani has demonstrated over the course of this campaign so far, is he's pretty good at just kind of sticking to his principles and message discipline. He doesn't bow down in the face of pressure, but then he keeps pivoting back to the center of what he campaigned on, which is affordability. And that is exactly what a lot of Democrats, again, across the ideological spectrum, have been.
Hey, you whippersnappers in chat, you better watch
both talking about and are looking for right now.
I can see you.
Lydia Polgreen had a good piece in the New York Times this week, writing, quote, Mamdani's win is a rebuke of the strategy such as it is that many leading Democrats have advocated in the face of Trump's shock and awe attempt to remake the presidency and the country in his dark image.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I'm not trying to be this guy, but it almost does kind of feel like, the Democratic leadership, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, it's like they sat down with the Trump team, just like, all right, guys, we have our differences, but we need to handle this.
Haplessly veering between not getting distracted by Trump's lawless actions and signaling their moderation in the face of Trumpian antics as their base marches in the streets. Democrats are missing the core political reality of our time. Emma Vigilant co-hosts The Majority Report with my buddy Sam Cedar. Here's a senior advisor to Senator Bernie.
How in the hell she looked? Oh my God! Now I'm actually kind of mad at The Majority Report's lighting.
Sanders and the executive.
She looks great there.
Director of More Perfect Union.
Okay.
And they join me now. Emma,
something to be said about this. Redo the MR lighting.
I want to start with.
Also, apparently, I need to hire her as an interior decorator. Dude.
The response to Mamdani. And what you make of it. In some ways, he's sort of created in a lab to make Republican and conservative politicians absolutely lose their mind, and they have not disappointed. But there's also been broadly a lot of pretty insane reactions.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, just
and there's the compromise, the audio.
Think about this for a second. The fact that so many people see Zoran Mamdani, a man who is born in Uganda and of Indian heritage, and they immediately go to anti-Semitism or Hamas. What else can you call that? And as you just said, Chris, this is not.
I mean, the thing is, I'm not sure if she dealt with this as much in high school, but like after post 9/11, I was in high school and I can tell you right now, the anti-Islam sentiment in the country was intense.
Not just Republicans.
So I dare I say this isn't like anything new,
Republicans,
at least not to me.
of course, we expect that. So many of the arguments that I'm hearing against Mamdani now.
I mean, you guys remember, like they used to literally conflate Sikhs and like Hindus as being Arabs, and they would do the thing where they're like, "I'm not getting on a plane. You see, he has a
I
turban."
feel like I could have heard them against Obama
It was a gross time, guys. It really sucked.
in 2008 when he won the nomination, where it's just this constant stream of racist attacks. And unfortunately,
have.
though, we saw from politicians like Kirsten Gillibrand and others some really unfortunate Islamophobic racism directed
You know how I said that she was backed up? I don't think so anymore.
at Mamdani.
Oh,
And
man.
it's just incredible to me to see
That poor dog.
how, despite the fact that Democratic voters, now CNN showed this the other day, that they sympathize with Palestinians by more than 43 points.
Randomly
at
checking
this
Twitch
point,
streamers. So
that
how you doing?
You
Oh,
still
hey, I just realized that you're a first timer. How are you? I'm Pep Talks. Nice to meet you.
see this reflexive reaction
I'm doing
because of
well. I just got a dog upstairs that has a little bit of a constipation problem, so we're working through
his
it.
faith from members of this of the party here, trying to
I'm not going to go through the whole clip, obviously. I'm going to let her make her point.
to shut him down and trying to negate his message, especially when
Actually,
Democrats are talking about, oh
Should be
gosh,
smart
we
about
have
this.
to
There we
bring
go.
young people and young men back into the fold. The
By placating to their like baser, like literally, it was one of those things where they were treating all these dudes like they were, the South Park edgelords.
the youth vote in this race was
Yeah, that worked out.
absolutely overwhelming. Pollsters, I think, estimated prior to the race that 18 to 44-year-olds would be around 30% of the electorate. They were nearly half.
All right.
So if we want to bring young
There is the original video. If you guys want to check out my clip from Tuesday, as I said, that is my clip from this space. I am on this space on every Tuesday at noon, Central Standard Time. Standard for me. And Eastern Time for you folks would be 1 p.m. You on the West Coast, I'm sorry, you can do the thing where you figure it out. I'm pretty sure that you guys all have to do that anyway. Thank God for that. Double pepper. Yeah, that was a little weird. Little stream. I mean, that was literal streamception. You know what? I will also keep this handy just in case I do need to go and let my dog out again. Yeah, she's still laying down. Here, let me, there we go. Give her some Taco Bell. I gave her like, it was like a little pup. What the fuck is it called? It's not Puplax. It's like a little vitamin. It's a very, very, very small dose. Trust me, man. No, having a dog that has, I would rather have her have what's going on now than the other side of that. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you at all. Here, let's see. The Cenk Uyghur confronted on Jubilee about his, man, I want to play this whole thing. I'm not monetized right now, am I? Did I monetize stream? Hold on. No, I didn't. Here, I might not actually take a hit from this one. Oh! I'm sorry I'm late. This guy over here was doing something. You know what? This is the one time I'm going to give him a little credit. It was the dog. It's an older dog. This is where we will all be at peace. Is wishing that dog well. Hope you're well, doggy. Anyway, this guy still sucks. Did you guys see the clip of me freaking out on South Park? Or, I mean, Tim, my Lord and Savior, Mr. Poole? He was freaking out, rightfully so, about South Park. It's like they're not even with it. They need to talk to Tim. He has his finger on the pulse of everything that is cool and hit flip. If you don't understand what just happened there, that is my Tim Pepper. Well, that's Tim Pepper. He's the biggest Tim Pool fan. He is my sidekick who I was stuck with. You know. You guys can redeem your own Tim Pepper puppet moment over on Twitch if you guys enjoyed that. Talking about Pepper. We were talking about Pepper. I mean, let's see. Because that's the other thing. Sometimes I like to put a little spice on my steak. Bald pepper. Did you see the Matan? I think that's his name. I couldn't believe that he got him to do it. I don't like that guy, by the way. That Matan guy. Oh, fuck. That guy, his whole style of comedy is just ugh. Hate it. Can you make more channel point rewards? I got a few thousand. Only thing I can redeem is Tim Pepper. Yeah. You can also redeem the emotes if you're not a oh, you are a member. So yeah, here I can yeah, I gotta get on that. You know what? What's today? Thursday? Maybe I can do that tomorrow before stream. Let's see. I have to meet. Help if I actually looked at my schedule. Give me 1 second. Oh no, I'm good tomorrow. Okay, I should be able to put some more stuff together tomorrow. Let's see. I gotta come up with some ideas. Do a macho. Yeah, there we go. Redeem impressions. There we go. Impression redeems. It was staring me right in the face. There it is. Now I'm gonna play this in the background to see if I get flagged. If this goes orange, then I'm just gonna can the segment, but let's take a look.
The Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues.
Yeah, this is good to react to real quick.
We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. You say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats.
I think I might be able to get away with the audio of this, which that could be okay.
Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political.
Damn it, no. Nope, went orange. Hold on. Shit. Wait, is it because of the Vanguard?
Weapon you have to the very
It went back to the Vanguard. Hold on.
establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely
Put a chipmunk
not true.
filter
You can
on
say
it.
that if you like.
That is true.
Let's see. Hold on. Maybe I could just do it like this.
True, look it up.
Fine. So since you
Boom.
let's explain. Claim
That
number
guy
one
watches
is
the
the
Vanguard.
Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars. Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission. The Republicans only care about the rich, and everything else is a mirage. Media and money control all of politics. Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm host of the Young Turks. I'm also founder of Just Democrats Wolfpack and
Shit. No. Now I'm gonna have to do this on Twitch. Damn it. All right. Well, yeah. Wait a minute. They're still monetized too. They must have paid for it. All right. It's clear now. Let's
Rebellion
see.
Pact, where we're trying to bring the country together. And here I am surrounded by 20 Democrats and Republicans, and I'm going to try to bring them together.
LOL. It doesn't seem nearly as unhinged as the Mehdi Hassan Jubilee. I didn't see anyone be like, go back to fucking Turkey, you fucking.
So we'll go ahead and link to this in the chat. You guys already know if you're listening to this show, but apparently that guy does too. And that's the contribution we've made to the internet, everybody.
Okay, so this is all about the union busting stuff. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna just watch this on Twitch as its own thing. I think that we might be doing a... I could do an hour on Saturday with it. Because how long is it? Let's see. Oh. Eight days ago? Wait. Cenk responds to criticism and announces Jubilee on TYT. That was 8 days ago. So his Jubilee still hasn't come out yet.
We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures.
Oh, they're reacting to a short. Hold on, guys. Hold on, you guys. Oh, hold on. If there's no news there, then I might be okay. Hold on. I actually might have done myself a disservice by not showing it, because if I show it as a short, I think I'll be okay. Here.
We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing.
Wait. You could have a YouTube stream at the same time with a link to your Twitch stream when you watch it. Oh, do it like a react thing so they can only really hear or like see me like reacting to it, but they can't actually see. I don't. Oh, actually, that could work, because I could technically do that through my phone. So yeah, it would be like more of like a React stream, and I could just have the chat from YouTube that way. Or just have it like literally just one big link across the screen. I wonder if that would work. Anyway.
Populism, and you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is
Okay, I almost just... I just saw it switch.
True,
and I was like, oh boy, oh boy.
So since
Are they
you
flagging
smeared
me
me,
for this?
let's explain. Claim number one is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars. Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission. The Republicans only care about the rich, and everything else is a mirage. Media and money control all of politics.
Again, not necessarily like disagreeable points from him.
Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm host of the Young Turks. I'm also founder of Just Democrats Wolfpack and Rebellion Pack, where we're trying to bring the country together. And here I am surrounded by 20 Democrats and Republicans, and I'm going to try to bring them together. We've tried establishment Democrats.
Okay. The new Shin Godzilla. Well, it's literally just Shin Godzilla re-released, but still, Shin Godzilla is good. Sorry. Still luck. Oh, man. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. This is the Jubilee one that we are gonna watch. We're gonna... Shit. Because what was the one that I missed? There's another Jubilee video that just came out that I was not able to watch. Maybe we'll just do that again. Just do a Jubilee watch along. God damn it. You know what? Hold on. I need to drink some. A soda. Non-caffeine. A caffeine-free soda. I do at least do the no caffeine. I ain't crazy. I ain't doing that tonight. Ugh. Did I get like skinnier or did the sweater get bigger? I might go with the first. Jesus. It's huge on me all of a sudden. Gold can. Which one? The gold Canada Dry? It's not gold, is it? Oh. What are you talking about? The gold can. Oh, the gold can. Diet Coke. Is that what you're talking about? We also have a. Oh, the cafe. Yeah, the I'm sorry, I can't stand that shit. My mom drank that. She'd just be like, "Go have a caffeine-free Diet Coke." I just realized that I have like a mini thing, like it's not like trauma or anything, but it is like, just, I have a long-term repulsion to the idea of even touching that stuff. No, they have a cranberry. It's like a cran raspberry Canada Dry. That's what I'm drinking right now. It tastes just like, I'm not sure if you guys have ever had like the kitty cocktails. They used, at least that's what they called them at like, there's a little Chinese place that used to make them for me. Fake sugar is the worst. I know, shut up. Listen, I actually got some Mexican sodas upstairs. I gotta restock my fridge down here. Because yeah, I've come around. I've realized that I do like me a good Fanta every once in a while, or a nice Sprite, but it's got to be from the glass bottles, the Mexican production line. Oh, so tasty. Like I said, it takes me right back to where it's just like, can I have a kitty cocktail, please? Then I just see him with the 7-Up or the Sprite. Is either 7-Up or Sprite, whichever one they had, and then they put the the little grenadine, the grenadine, and then put a little cherry in there. I like this theory that when you actually drink less soda, if you drink the one with sugar, you will try to only have one or two. I mean, I already don't drink a lot of soda. I barely drink soda as it is. Like, I used to not even drink, like, fuck, when did I restart? I think it was around the last year of COVID that I finally was kind of like, fuck it. I started small. Like, I started drinking, like, Barks root beers and the stuff that was, like, in the soda dispensers, because I used to have a rule where I would only drink root beers from glass bottles. I don't know, man. I was trying to get out of the cane sugar, or I was trying to move to cane sugar, away from high fructose corn syrup way before, Maha or any, Michelle Obama, any of them. I just remember kind of being like in fucking fly. I'm gonna get him. Come here, you little son of a bitch. Sorry. Your body just processes cane sugar better. It does. Well, I mean, it's also yeah, it's worth it. Well, it's also I don't have like diabetes or anything like that. It's just I noticed that when I was drinking like Mountain Dews, I remember that there was this one time somebody had like the glass Mountain Dews, and they were like, "Yeah, this is produced with real cane sugar," and I was like, "Holy shit. It's so much better." And I felt like I didn't have this weird, like, I don't know. I used to get the after soda blues, where is what I would call it, where it's just like you would get tired, you would like crash out. I stopped crashing out on those, so I was like, I see the difference here. We used to have something, well, still do. It's kind of hard to find now, but Green River, it's tasty. Oh yeah. That's why I say everything in moderation. Except if you can try to get the bullshit corn sugar. God. It's so depressing when you find out how that happened. Where it's just like, oh my God. They subsidized this whole industry to the point where they were like, we don't know what to do with this. And then they're like, oh, hey, look, we can do this with it. And it was just like, yeah. Oh, I think I almost just fainted. Uh-oh. That's not good. Are you okay? or are you like just laughing that hard? I hope it's the latter, but I didn't really say anything that funny. So. Yeah. Okay. Man, I'm trying to rebound here, but all of a sudden, like, it just hit me like a brick to the face where it was just like, man, you're kind of tired. World span a ton. I feel shaky and numb. Oh. Yeah, definitely lay down. Get a rag and try and focus on your breathing. Yeah, if you can get a rag and put it on your forehead, or like even an ice cube, just put something really cold like on the center of your forehead. That'll help. Drink some water then. Yeah. I've had fainting spells. I hate to admit that, but I have. One of the most embarrassing ones I ever had. I think that I might have been sitting like on like one of my arteries, like on my knee, because I was like sitting in a chair really weird, and I got up and I just went face down. Boom. Right in front of my dad. It was that sucked. Because I came to and I was just like, I remember seeing the carpet, so nobody even bothered to roll me over. Awesome. I've had that happen to me though, like where somebody did that in front of me. My old roommate was getting his hair cut by my wife, and he did the same thing where he like stood up, but when he went down like face first, but he went down like this. So like he clacked his jaw. So I know that he bit his tongue, but he also like he punctured his lip. That was bad, man. That was really bad. But yeah. That shit's scary. There's nothing scarier than when you have somebody just faint right in front of you. Have a shot of sugar. Is your blood sugar like really low? Blood sugar is something I have been talking about a little too much. Cause yeah, I got my little niece that it sucks, man. Just got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and it sucks. It sucks to watch your loved ones go through some stuff, especially, when they are just little kids, and they don't have like oh God, the worst thing was where she was like blaming herself. And then she did the thing where she's like, I'm not normal. I'm like, oh God. Oh God. It's like, no, you're perfect. Fuck. She's better now, but yeah, it was a rough like 2-3 days. I was getting phone calls from her pops, and yeah. That's gotta suck, man. That's gotta suck as a kid, having your whole world just kind of thrown upside down like that. Anyway, sorry. I did stun lock just on basic bullshit in my life. Because you guys are here for politics, right? You guys are here for the hot takes on the politics. Although there should be no hot takes. I was starting to see the merit in that. Before, I remember I was challenging Anna on that pretty hard, and now I'm kind of like, all right, maybe I can kind of tone it down a little bit with the hot takeage. But here, we are going to get to Kat Abou-Ghazaleh was on CNN. Also, I wasn't aware that she was actually like a pretty successful YouTuber. I thought she just made other social media stuff. Yeah, she's got 115K subscribers, so she is a legitimate tour de force as far as leftist content creation. So no matter what, even if she does not win the seat, which I will do everything in my power to have her win, because I want to discuss some of the more nuanced points that I have as far as disagreements, but when it really comes down to it, it's just the carpetbagging accusations, and I know that I've said this a lot here, so but I also hope you guys understand that even with that being a thing, and even with it being disagreeable, even if she has a bad answer, if it's between her and a Republican, I'm voting for her.
Joining us at our table in the fifth seat is Peter Beinart, author of Being Jewish After the Destruction of Gaza. Peter, you have written about this, obviously. You've been critical of Israel's conduct in this war, but I wonder if you feel like this moment, these images that are coming out about the humanitarian situation is, in fact, an inflection point.
Why did it take this long? I mean, in November of last year, the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu for the war crime of starvation 8 months ago.
No wonder I can't fucking breathe.
Before
I just realized that we have an air quality alert right now that's telling everybody to get to stay inside and to get somewhere, either put on a mask. Dude, we haven't gotten a mask warning in a long time.
Cut off all food, all water, all electricity into the Gaza Strip for 3 months. And to say the United States is silent, it's much, much worse than that. We are profoundly complicit and deeply responsible. It is our weapons that enforce this starvation. It is our diplomatic efforts that prevent international justice from being done. The blood is on our hands as Americans because it is our weapons that is responsible for those children starving to death.
No blood for the hands of Hamas?
Hamas has lots of...
No,
why don't you let me finish? How about that? Okay?
I'm just asking.
Yes,
You
of
blame
course.
Israel,
I want to ask her about sitting across from Scott Jennings and how she didn't vomit.
Sorry, I actually have one of my closest friends in college was blown up by Hamas. I have probably a lot more experience with suffering from Hamas, with all due respect, than you do. Let's say this. If we want to see who is more to blame for the starvation of children in Gaza, Hamas or Israel, let CNN in. Israel has not allowed Western journalists in since October 7th. Let them go in. Let CNN go in and decide for themselves. How about that?
How about
Her bangs look a lot better.
How about Hamas releases the hostages? And
and let me think. What do you think would happen if Hamas
Peter,
released
just give me
the
1
hostages?
second. Scott, let me ask you a question, because Hamas is responsible for October 7th. Hamas is responsible for a lot of terrible things. But the question is, who can alleviate the starvation at this moment in Gaza? And does Israel have a responsibility to do much more than it is doing right now? And what do you say to that?
Well, my view is Hamas started the war. The suffering of the people in Gaza is their direct responsibility of what Hamas has done. Hamas took money for years. Instead of
They're still on this, man. This is wild. This is wild. When Piers Morgan has moved so far off this that you kind of have to start, I don't know, making a little pivot yourself, or I don't know, don't go full fucking Zionist, but holy shit, these guys are very consistent in that regard.
Israel's role in controlling the flow of food.
Yeah. Diet soda is just fine, and corn syrup soda is insane and evil.
I just wanted to set the table here, because I understand that there's a lot of political talking points around this, but this is a conversation about human beings.
I actually might need some caffeine, though, because this isn't doing it for me.
And about the things that they need in order to survive, which is food and water. And the question I have for you is there a moment for you where you sit here and you think, yeah, maybe more can be done? And at what point should the United States government say that?
Well, we are saying that. Number one, Hamas has weaponized aid. They've stolen it from the United Nations to resell it to finance their war. Some people think they've made $1 billion stealing and weaponizing this aid. That's not the United States doing. That's Hamas doing. That's number one.
I gotta
Number
sleep.
two,
my sleep schedule has been so messed up, and honestly, man, I gotta buckle down here. I gotta be more professional. I gotta get myself on a schedule. I gotta get my mind right, guys.
Made unreasonable demands in these hostage negotiations. We're on the brink of a hostage deal and a ceasefire. They've blown that up today.
Scott James must believe that starving kids in Africa is some African chief's fault for colonialism.
With Israel.
The thing is, dude, he probably does.
Israel and now the United States having to walk away from.
Oh my God! When you're trying to joke about somebody where you're so dead on, where you're like, oh wait, I feel like I'm stating facts at this point.
Situation. It is blatantly obvious that Israel and the United States wants the hostages home.
You know what? I got some green tea upstairs. I could do that.
They want a ceasefire and they want to feed the people in Gaza.
Can I just chat? The Israeli government's stated position is to support the Trump plan for the full expulsion.
When does Cat get to talk?
of all Palestinians from Gaza. And I would remind you, there's no Hamas leadership in the West Bank. How are Palestinians being treated in the West Bank where Hamas is not in control, where there are no Hamas fighters? Palestinians are being expelled from their homes, living under conditions that even Israel's own...
I love the body language of people that just absolutely hate each other. Crystal was doing this with Slacken.
Human rights organizations call apartheid in the West Bank where there is no Hamas. So yes, Hamas...
Crystal had the same body language as Scott Jennings did every time that Slacken was talking.
Hamas does despicable things, but these talking points, with all respect, people don't believe them anymore. People don't believe them anymore.
All they have to do is release
I just want to play, hold on a second, Scott. I want to play Cindy McCain. She's the executive director of the World Food Program, and she talked about what is happening right now in terms of the actual administration of aid and what it could be. And she knows that because she's done it before. Watch.
When we had full access, we had 400 distribution sites. We were getting in 600 trucks a day. So the capability that we have is unmatched by any other organization or any other foundation. And we know where our food goes because we have a system on the ground that is tested and works. We need full sustained access. We need at scale so we can set up the kinds of aid stations that can actually help people and do it where it's not a panic situation.
Cindy's right. Let me just say from the outset, Hamas is responsible for what happened in Gaza. They don't negotiate in good faith. They are a terrorist organization.
I was about to say, is that Jeff Flake?
Having said that,
holy shit.
Israel needs...
How does he look the same but look so different? Huh?
Needs to be doing far more than they're doing to allow food to come in. Or to...
What? Is this his hair? It's got to be his hair.
Provide themselves. And I mean, having spent much of the last 3 years in the Muslim world, you got to see how the U.S. is being portrayed there for standing by and being silent, at least on this. You know, Hamas, they are a terrorist organization. I don't speak for them, but Israel needs to do more, and America needs to do more to force them to allow food in. It's heartbreaking to see what's going on. I served meals in southern Turkey after the earthquake with somebody from World Central Kitchen who later went to Gaza and was killed by a strike. They're serving meals there. It's a horrible situation. Anybody who can watch what we just watched and say, no, Israel's doing enough, the U.S. is doing enough, we're not.
Yeah, I mean, she said 400 distribution sites is what they typically would have to feed a population of that size. We're talking about 4 now. And then at those sites, I can show you the headlines. I mean, dozens killed in separate incidents over the course of the last several weeks, just trying to get aid at those sites, creating incredibly dangerous conditions. It just seems, Abel, at this moment, it's not actually asking all that much for there to be more than what is happening right now, because what's happening right now is clearly not even close to being enough.
Abby, to look at the images, obviously it's painful, especially I'm a father. There's a lot of us here who are fathers to see these kids. But then Hamas is just, they portray as a political party. They're a syndicate. They're a gang. They are a terrorist organization. I've been to Sderot. I've been to Ashdod, little cities right next to Gaza. These kids wake up in the morning, there's a kazan coming over their head. They're going into these culverts that they paint them as snails so these kids can play in culverts to protect themselves. This is bad. President Donald J. Trump wants a couple of things. Scott mentioned it. He wants a ceasefire. He wants this to end. This guy does not want war. President Trump wants this to end.
For mass expulsion.
Hamas
He
is
wants
the
to build
one.
a hotel.
Hamas is the one that's
expelling the entire population. Did you not hear that?
I mean, come on.
Come
on what?
He's got his envoy over there right now.
That's the official Israeli position to facilitate the Trump. Why are 3 of those 4 aid centers all in the extreme south of Gaza on the border of Egypt? Because Israel's own defense minister has said, we are implementing the Trump plan. Gazans can only live on 12% of Gaza now, which is already one of the most overcrowded places on earth, because Israel is facilitating the Trump plan, moving the population into a tiny area, making life so hellish and so miserable that they hope that as many people who don't die will leave. That's official Israeli policy.
Release the hostages, create a ceasefire, end the war, get back to normal. That's the plan.
What is normal here, though? Donald Trump just
listen, one kazam here in New York, I can tell you what the people in New York would do. They get kazams every day in those little towns.
Gaza was under Israeli
He won't even look at her.
occupation. It has been on.
I mean, this is disrespectful as fuck. Like, wow.
Israeli occupation since 1967. Most of the people in Gaza.
Jesus, what happened? Like, I know that chivalry is dead and all, like, obviously, but fucking A, man. Like, at what point do you just go, I'm so sorry. You know what? We've taken the, I'm sorry. Like, just, and let her speak. What the fuck? That you totally monopolized this entire panel, and that was uncomfortable. She was trying to, like, speak, and the guy would not even acknowledge that she was there.
are not from Gaza. They're from families of refugees that were expelled from Israel in 1948. That's
Like I said, man, the way that these gray-haired assholes that have fucked up the planet and then somehow simultaneously blame us for it, you know.
Let me let Kat have a word in. Go ahead.
I am from one of those families. My father's parents were Nakba survivors. I do not want Israeli children to live in fear, and I don't want Gazan children to starve to death. And there is no enemy of either state that could want me to wish that or excuse the starvation of children. It is that simple. Food is being blocked. It is being blocked. This is a man-made humanitarian disaster. It could stop at any point. We could be putting pressure on this.
They launch missiles from hospitals. They launch missiles from preschools.
Okay, there is nothing. There is nothing.
Hold on a
No
second.
agency that could excuse this.
Let me ask you to respond exactly to what she said. What is the rationale for blocking food?
I don't
He wants to rile her up so they can call her out on being emotional and interrupt them.
There's 950 trucks
Glad
sitting
someone
there with
just let her
food
speak.
right now that the UN won't.
Well, Abby had to finally step in because it's like, you know, it's bad. It is almost bad form to like have this panel and then have, I don't know, the other young woman on the panel not getting a word in edgewise when you got, you know, 3 freaking old douchebags.
Distribute.
Why
is the UN hold on. I don't understand.
What are you?
I don't understand.
Scott, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
There's
I'm not-
950 trucks
Scott, I'm
with
not
food
sure what you're
sitting at
referring
this
to.
moment.
Israel and the United States have put together a
Dude, go host Wheel of Fortune or something. Seriously. I mean, you got that look. I'll give them
program
that.
to distribute food.
Yes.
Because they don't want the UN to be a part of it. They want to do it themselves. But that program is what is
Who is hosting Wheel of Fortune now? Pat Sajak's not doing it anymore. Oh wait, I think it's Seacrest.
what everyone is saying is failing. In fact,
The starving children are.
There is a statement here from 100 human rights groups that says, as the Israeli government's siege starves the people of Gaza, aid workers are now joining the same food lines, risking being shot to feed their families. With supply now totally depleted, humanitarian organizations, they're witnessing their own colleagues and partners waste away before their eyes. The government of Israel's restrictions, delays, and fragmentation under its total siege have created chaos, starvation, and death. Again, this is within the power of to alleviate this. And even if the idea is that Hamas is stealing some of the aid, the quantity of aid, Scott, that is coming into Gaza right now is not even close to what is necessary to feed the population. So it would be one thing if they were giving as much food as was necessary and Hamas was stealing all of it, but that's not what's happening.
Look, regarding the United States, to Senator Flake's point, regarding our position in this, I think the administration's support of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation effort, I think they're the only people right now that are actually successfully delivering aid in a way that it is not being stolen. I think one of the main problems is the aid that's going in. It's being looted and stolen by the terrorists.
I think, Scott, based on
GHF has done a good job.
Just one second, because based on, I just played the Cindy McCain sound, and I almost feel like we might need to play it again because she's being very clear. She runs an organization that knows how to distribute food, and she is saying there are other ways to
Tupperware salesman. Good poll. He totally looks like a door-to-door Tupperware salesman.
do this that are better and more effective, and they are not being allowed to do.
And if you see here, this set of Pyrex, you will never have spaghetti stains again.
Why are they not being allowed to do it?
For only $5.99.
I don't think
It can be yours today. Ching.
Children.
You know, he's got the little the glean, and it makes the little ching.
In Gaza to starve.
Why
I
did
don't
he
think
just
wants-
literally
he does
incinerate
not.
$800 million worth of emergency food? Why did he do that
I'm
then?
simply saying that the U.S. could do more to put pressure on Israel to allow the food in and to be distributed. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
I don't
today
think
the
the
U.S.
U.S.
walking away from
She looks.
negotiations is just a negotiation tactic
Well,
because we got to be back at the
I was
table.
gonna say, we are
I will
debating
also
basic
say
human
that
dignity here.
I also will say that obviously the negotiations around the end to the war
He's selling Kirby vacuums, Cutco knives.
are important, but they are actually
Like how we're just going through, we're running through everything that like somebody shows up and it's just like, if you ever had a Cutco knife,
because
oh my God, I had to watch my brother do the sales pitch, and he was sad when I wouldn't buy a fucking Cutco knife.
The humanitarian
Or a set, by the way.
You know, there are rules.
I will admit that they're good knives, but I've also used, Hanzo knives. If you've ever used a Hanzo knife and you're going to spend money, get a Hanzo.
The road about how you conduct wars. And the starvation of populations is not part of the rules of the road.
Yeah, why won't Hamas follow the rules?
regardless, hold on, Scott.
Shakes hands with a Cutco knife handle.
Regardless of whether or not they come to the negotiating table and negotiate a peace deal, the question will remain: Who is going to feed the population in Gaza?
Because when you're delivering aid and Hamas is looting it and shooting people trying to get it, that means the war is still going and it's hard to deliver it, I would think.
Every single thing that you said is an Israeli government
The brother from Napoleon Dynamite, yeah.
talking point. The question is, if you're so confident, yes, no. With all due respect, I've suffered a lot more from Hamas people I know than you have.
Did these guys get in a fight like before this? Like these guys seem like they got history. I'm just
With all due respect, if you want to test these things, why don't you call for Israel to allow Western journalists in to go and check for themselves to see whether you're right?
You want me to call on?
Why don't you ask Israel to allow Western journalists to go in, not to micromanage, to go on the ground and do reporting, which is what organizations like CNN do, and look for themselves.
Peter, it's war. They invaded Israel.
Yes, there is a war, and you still Israel. What Hamas did on October 7th were war crimes. They were utterly despicable and immoral. It is also the case that Palestinians have been under occupation under a condition that even Israel's own human rights organizations call apartheid. Israel's own human rights organizations since 1967. That is the
Newsnight, bro.
reality that existed on October 6th. And if you want to keep everybody safer, just as you were saying, if you want to keep Israeli Jews safer, many Israeli Jews are very, very close to me, including my own family. If you want to keep them safe, you have to also keep Palestinians safe. And Palestinians will not be safe if they're under conditions of bondage and apartheid. They have to be free.
Our fates are intertwined. There is no other way about it. And if you want a safe...
Why do they always look shocked when she talks? Like, oh God, she's there.
Israelis, if you want safe...
What the fuck? He almost jumped right there.
Palestinians, you have to recognize that those are tied together. We can't be debating basic human dignity here. If people deserve to be starved...
Do you think the people who were murdered and raped and taken...
There's not... What...
hostage on.
I understand why she wears her bangs the way that she does when she streams. Because yeah, who wants to have your bangs constantly getting caught up in your freaking eyelashes?
October 7th, we're given basic human dignity.
Of course,
because I don't.
Those are
Dude, okay. Full disclosure, like, I had a moment. I think it was last night where my fan kept hitting like these little baby hairs that I have coming in, and like they kept fucking. I was like. I just fucking lost it. I took a headband and like wrapped my hair in it.
Obviously, she
like,
that's it.
And I heard the firsthand stories of the people.
Laid back down, it happened again, and I was just like, oh, and I just buried my head underneath the blanket.
Who had family members murdered and taken hostage, who had sexual atrocities.
Scott, do you think they want children to starve to death?
Scott,
they were treated like animals.
Obviously, the perpetrators of October 7th.
Hold on, I gotta rewind that. Sorry.
Hold on, the perpetrators of October 7th are despicable.
Too busy talking about my annoying hair.
Obviously, the perpetrators of October 7th are despicable.
And they're still in charge.
Hold on, the perpetrators of October 7th are despicable. But the question is, are you holding a 3-month-old baby who is starving to death accountable for things that baby did not do?
No, I'm holding Hamas accountable.
Okay, so that's why.
But you know what?
That's why.
So that makes you feel better. How? Because like the way that you guys have been using Hamas, you're almost like you're doing the thing where you're making them like these fucking these shadow people that like honestly.
The question is so important here at this table. Look, I want to have this conversation with respect for everybody involved, but it's so important to remember that we are not talking about talking points. We are talking about human
beings.
And there are people who are starving, children.
Oh shit. She just she made it a human thing.
Had absolutely nothing to do with what happened on October 7th. And I hope that there's a part in our minds.
Does this idiot know that Palestinians were raped and tortured all the time?
That can hold those
I'm sure he does. That there was a riot in Israel because the people wanted the guards to be
ideas together at the same time. Because if there is not, then I think that there's something being lost in terms of our collective humanity.
I believe everybody here at this table feels more pain for those kids than Hamas of their own kids.
Of course they do. Of course they do. But we are in the wealthiest country of the world. Israel is our ally and our partner. We have leverage here. The question is, why aren't we using it? Peter, last word.
The irony is that although Israel has destroyed most of the hospitals and most of the schools and most of the universities and most of the bakeries and most of the agriculture, you know what it is not destroyed? It has not destroyed Hamas. The outgoing head of the Shin Bet, Israel's domestic security service, said just last week that Israel cannot destroy Hamas. Hamas now is using weapons that are from Israel's own ordinance that it has dropped. This war has destroyed so many Palestinian lives, and it has not destroyed Hamas. That is the irony. You guys are talking about how much you hate Hamas. I hate Hamas just as much as you. Hamas is still there. The Palestinian people are starving to death.
They're severely degraded.
They're not severely degraded. They have so many new fighters because of people taking revenge for what Israel has done to their families.
Peter Beinhardt, thank you very much for joining us.
That kind of sucks. They did not. That was her first CNN appearance, and that that she didn't get to say a damn thing. What the
President Trump calling Putin's latest deadly strikes on Ukraine, quote, disgusting, threatening now to punish Vladimir Putin finally with sanctions that Trump had not wanted to do. Now he's talking about them more, but he is admitting that they may not matter.
I don't know that sanctions bother him. You know, they know about sanctions. I know better than anybody about sanctions and tariffs and everything else. I don't know if that has any effect, but we're going to do it.
Well, first of all, we'll see if he does do it, right? Senate had a bill, bipartisan. They wanted to go ahead with it. Trump didn't want to. They had it. They wanted to go with it. He didn't want to. So if he does go ahead with it, that will matter. But the context here, of course, is Putin moving forward.
Oh, shit.
Russia
Yes, thank you for following. I appreciate
a key
that.
eastern Ukrainian town. And this town had been really, I mean, look at it, it's completely destroyed. The whole tragedy of this fighting over land so utterly destroyed. But this town had been Ukraine fighting to hold it for 18 months. Okay, so 18 months of intense fighting. That's why there's nothing left. But now a Russian flag is flying on top of a ruined building there. And in Kyiv, Russian missiles and drones killing at least 16 people, including a 6-year-old boy and his mother over the past day.
Yes, that was Triple H.
Out front now.
Yes.
Retired Army Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. And General Hodges, so do you think that these sanctions, if Trump moves forward with them, and that's why I was
I am not pleased.
Explaining, right? He's flirted with the idea before.
I will just say, yes, he was there for like some sports conference, or like it was to, he's committing something to where, like, I don't know, something for sports, which is hilarious because, you know, WWE and all.
But these additional sanctions, which would require basically sanctioning other countries that are buying Russian oil, they're kind of complex to do them. Would they make a difference to Putin?
I think the only thing that will really change his thinking, Aaron, is serious economic pressure that would degrade or limit Russia's ability to generate finances to pay for their war effort. So these sanctions, if the president does move forward and put really what are secondary sanctions on countries that would be buying Russia's oil, and we're talking about China and India mainly, that could be significant. But I think the Russians are showing with their attack last night that they don't respect these threats from the president. They seem skeptical, and I think most of us are skeptical until the president really does follow.
What she did say was 100% accurate, though. Oh, yeah.
Through on this.
Right, sort of believe it when we see it. Okay, let me just ask you about this. You know, Trump gave Putin 10 days about a ceasefire, right? I'm trying to remember how many days ago, 10 or 12 or 14 or whatever it was 52 days, right? So now if you take the new deadline of 10, it's now 8 days away, right? Again, we'll see what we see. But Julia Davis, who does this amazing job tracking Russian media, points out the reaction on Russian state television to this latest ultimatum. Let me play it.
Yeah, this is what I was.
We aren't going to be extras in Trump's show. We won't be doing that. We respond to any ultimatums with profanities. Using the language of ultimatums with us is futile and useless.
Is that essentially true?
Well, yes, because he's completely feckless when it comes to Russia. So, yes, you have to just say yes.
First, let me say Julia Davis is terrific. I follow her very closely, what she does. She's very good. I think that what we're seeing, not only people like the gentleman you just heard there, a Russian lawmaker, but also the attacks that have happened every night since President Trump's ultimatum back about 17 days ago, when he said 50 days that Russia had to move to the negotiating table. Everything coming from the Russian side indicates that they have no respect for the United States or for this administration. They don't believe that we're actually going to follow through on any of this.
Hey, Jeff, so they just put out the Rotten Tomatoes scores, which I don't usually follow, but for Naked Gun, it's a certified fresh.
And they also were pretty confident that the
people are saying that it is one of the funniest movies in a long time. So I hope you go and see that this weekend.
Sanctions regime, even if there was a decision to actually do this, the enforcement, it's very hard.
Whereas I'm going to go see Fantastic Four when I actually get the chance, because
do. And you know, the EU's sanctions commissioner has said that they've got nothing from the United States since January in terms of cooperation on sanctions.
Distracting. What up, brother?
So I think this is why the Russians feel, let's say, cocky about their situation.
General Hodges, I appreciate your time and thank you so much.
Movie theaters still exist. Wow.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity.
All right.
Yeah, they're quite awesome. I go visit a movie theater once a month. I try.
And now tonight.
All right. Yep, Aaron, that's how I feel about it too. All right. I saved this from yesterday. We got the Legal Eagle breakdown of what's going on with Trump and Epstein pleading the fifth about Trump. So I want to watch that here in a minute. Just about to drive home. Had to hang out with some friends. We played some N64. Had a fire. Nice. Hell yeah. I've been in the middle of nowhere for a long time. Well, I am not in the middle of nowhere. I am in the middle of somewhere quite bustling and sporadic. And yes, we got a few movie theaters around us. Playing N64, hell yeah. Last time I did that, we played GoldenEye and Super Smash Brothers. It's fun. Playing GoldenEye with the original controllers is, dude, it's a totally different experience. Because, yeah, you can play it on Switch now, but it's not the same. Gotta say. That's one game that... Spit? Excuse me. Big head mode? Big head mode's great. Yeah, big head mode's fun. Oh, God. All the stipulations. There's playing only knives. Dude. The fun times. Excuse me. All right, here we go. Video loaded up, and we're good. Let me go up the corner here. No odd job. We have a no odd job rule for actually like playing competitively. Unless we have like somebody's, girlfriend, wife, brother, somebody who has never touched an N64 controller, they can play odd job.
You're gonna say no, but if someone asked you if you ever partied with Donald Trump in the presence of underage girls, you're gonna say no. But you are not Jeffrey Epstein, who was asked that exact same question and answered this.
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
He'd like to answer that question. Well, I don't exactly know what that means, but I do know why people plead the Fifth during depositions. So today we're going to unpack what it actually means to invoke the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments during a civil proceeding, why this clip is going viral, and what you can...
Hey, an actual lawyer.
And can...
Not like Legal Mindset, who, he's kinda a lawyer. Like, he's a lawyer, but, like, not a good one.
Cannot conclude from...
He doesn't do any act... Like, he's not a partner. Like, he's a fucking loser.
Very disturbing video. Now, I'm not going to belabor the point about who Jeffrey Epstein is. I'm sure you already know if you're watching this video. But here is a quick recap that we need to know to understand everything about this clip. Jeffrey Epstein was a wealthy financier and sex offender who had ties to several prominent politicians and celebrities. Epstein's estate was valued at over $550 million at the time of his death. And in 2007, Epstein faced federal charges for sexually abusing dozens of underage girls. But instead of prosecuting him in federal court, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta approved a secret non-prosecution agreement that allowed Epstein to plead guilty in state court to 2 lesser charges: solicitation of prostitution and solicitation from a minor. Under this deal, Epstein served just 13 months in county jail, and federal prosecutors agreed not to charge him or any of his co-conspirators. And that sweetheart plea deal is the subject of Ghislaine Maxwell's current appeal to the Supreme Court. Now, this deal was kept secret from his victims, which arguably violated federal law, and one court said Epstein's victims, quote, suffered unspeakable horror at Epstein's hands, only to be left in the dark, and so it seems...
dude, if that already, like, violated federal law and it was a sweetheart deal from Acosta, I don't think that her whole, like, but they said that they weren't gonna do it because we were part of his cohort.
It's led by government lawyers. In 2017, President Donald Trump appointed Acosta as his Secretary of Labor. Acosta's role in the Epstein case went largely unnoticed until the FBI arrested Epstein for sex trafficking. The backlash forced Acosta to resign in 2019. And a few months later, Epstein died by suicide while he was in jail. Though by that point, Epstein's victims had sought justice for many years.
Wow, when you really, like, when you hear all of these facts just, like, laid out for you, you're just like, oh, Jesus. This is, like... Wow.
2010s, dozens of
A lot
women
more
sued
obvious than
Epstein
I
for
kind of
sexually
remember.
abusing and trafficking them when they were minors. And the lawsuits allege that Epstein lured them with promises of money, modeling opportunities, or help with education, only to coerce them into giving massages that quickly turned sexual. Some women said they were abused repeatedly over months or years, and that Epstein trafficked them to other powerful men. And accusers say Epstein continued to run his sex ring out of the U.S. Virgin Islands, where he owned property. The Attorney General for the U.S. Virgin Islands described it as, quote, the perfect hideaway and haven for trafficking young women and underage girls for sexual servitude, child abuse, and sexual assault. And separately, the U.S. Virgin Islands also filed a lawsuit seeking $190 million in penalties and disgorgement from J.P. Morgan Chase, alleging it benefited financially from Epstein's sex trafficking operation and failed to report suspicious financial activity. Now, the first publicly recorded lawsuits against Epstein were in 2008, when Jane Does sued him in Virginia and Florida. In 2010, Epstein settled a spate of lawsuits from victims who alleged he abused them in Florida when they were underage. And in 2014, more Jane Does came forward. They alleged Epstein ran a sex abuse ring and lent underage girls to, quote, prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign presidents, a well-known prime minister, and other world leaders. And the lawsuit identified Prince Andrew and lawyer Alan Dershowitz as Epstein alleged clients. Then in 2019, 3 women sued Epstein in New York. 2 of the plaintiffs were young aspiring dancers. Epstein lured them to his
Ellen, I kept my underwear on, Dershowitz. Just remember.
orbit by promising to introduce them to prominent people in the dance industry, and they alleged that he assaulted them repeatedly during massages. Another woman said Epstein promised to pay for her medical care, only to coerce her into providing sexually explicit photographs of her while he was actually in the work release program. And after Epstein's death, more than 150 women sought settlements, according to records of payout.
He was still under the terms of his work release?
By his estate
Holy
to the Jeffrey
shit.
Epstein victims.
And he was still... What? That means that the government was directly complicit.
Fund, which is set up in the Virgin Islands.
Wild.
The estate has paid out over $121 million to these victims between 2020 and 2021, and 92% of the claimants accepted offers from the estate, but as a condition of settlement, their names and allegations remain anonymous. So the actual number of victims and settlements is likely much higher. Many of Epstein's civil cases were settled quietly with non-disclosure agreements before his 2019 arrest, and one of the most high-profile cases was brought by Virginia Giuffre, who accused Epstein and his longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, of recruiting her as a teenager and forcing her to have sex with Epstein and his powerful friends, including allegedly Britain's Prince Andrew. Now, in 2010, the prince famously flew to New York City to meet with Epstein shortly after Epstein got out of jail. And in 2021, Giuffre sued Andrew for battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Giuffre died in April of 2025, and her death was ruled a suicide. However, Giuffre's case, along with others, helped expose the scope of Epstein's abuse and was a driving force behind the release of sealed court documents, including flight logs and depositions. Now, a deposition is part of the discovery process where one party is allowed to depose one or more witnesses under oath. Basically, the attorney is questioning that witness and they're under oath as if they were testifying in court. And historically, those depositions have been recorded using a stenographer who takes contemporaneous notes. But in addition to that, in modern day, usually in a large enough case, you're going to videotape those depositions as well. But what's important here is that in the relevant depositions in the discovery proceedings of these cases, Epstein was deposed and invoked his Fifth Amendment rights thousands of times. And that brings us to the moment, a 2010 deposition where Epstein is under oath, being questioned about his connections to Donald Trump. So as you might have seen earlier this week, the channel Midas Touch resurfaced a clip from a 2010 deposition where Epstein is being grilled by a lawyer for one of his victims. Now, it's not clear which lawsuit this deposition resulted from, but the New York Times first reported on the video back in 2019. But as we talked about, around this time period, there were a ton of lawsuits against Epstein. So if you have discovery from any of these lawsuits...
The power of just being able to go back into like some of the logs and find these stories and almost re-report on them, there's something to that.
Let me know. But this clip starts with a relatively benign question that Epstein does choose to answer.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
So at this point, Epstein does not invoke his Fifth Amendment rights, but then he's asked this question.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
So what Epstein did there is known as pleading the Fifth Amendment. This is a legal maneuver that allows a person to refuse to answer questions in legal proceeding if the answers could potentially expose them to criminal or other prosecution. Now, rightly or wrongly, pleading the Fifth is frequently misunderstood by lay people to mean that a person is guilty of a crime.
The mob takes the Fifth. If you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment?
Yes, that Donald Trump has often equated silence with guilt. He even tweeted during the Bill Cosby scandal, quote, "I'm no fan of Bill Cosby, but nevertheless, here's some free advice. If you are innocent, do not remain silent. You look guilty as hell." Of course, he changed his tune when he...
Oh my God, like I just said, the fact that we have records of all this shit. We have records of him doing that.
He was being criminally prosecuted, and
Well
he
done.
personally took the Fifth hundreds and hundreds of times. But the right against self-incrimination isn't about optics. It's about constitutional protections. And in criminal proceedings, juries are not allowed to assume that silence equals guilt. So why did Epstein suddenly clam up when asked about Trump?
Yep.
Well, perhaps we can gain some insight by looking at why their friendship ended. In 2019, after Epstein's very public arrest, Trump claimed that he was not a fan of Epstein and ceased all contact with him about 15 years ago when a Florida real estate deal went sour. Trump repeated this story while distancing himself from Epstein's criminal behavior, all the while denying rumors that Epstein was banned from Mar-a-Lago for sexually harassing a teenage daughter of a club member. But a few days ago, Trump changed his story. Yes, Epstein was banned from Mar-a-Lago, but according to Trump, this was because he was trying to poach the staff.
I plead
Other people
all
would
the
come and
amendments.
complain, this guy is taking people from the spot. I didn't know that. And then
Could you imagine? Sir, did you in fact do this, and were you in fact in the room at this time? I plead all the amendments.
when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen.
Excuse me?
We don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people.
And according to Trump, he definitely, positively never ever visited Epstein's island. It was, quote, "one of my very good moments. I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island." And one way to investigate whether these claims have any validity is to examine headlines across the political spectrum and examine the history of factual accuracy, as you often miss important details and facts if you only get your news from a few sources. And Trump's revised history with Epstein was covered by 211 outlets, with 23% of the coverage coming from the left, 62% coming from the center, and only 15% coming from the right. And from the left, sources were most likely to frame Trump's statements as quasi-admissions of guilt, focusing heavily on the phrase, "I never had the privilege to visit the island." Center outlets provide factual, straightforward retelling without emotive or partisan language. And on the right, headlines typically frame Trump's statements as an explanation or revelation and go on to argue that they should be considered credible. Now, headlines and coverage vary greatly depending on the source, which is why I love today's sponsor, Ground News. The Nobel
I like Ground News too. I use Ground News. I also happen to be
Peace Center
sponsored
called
by Ground News.
An excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. And I couldn't agree more. They've been a longtime supporter of this channel and independent journalism at large. So please consider checking them out. Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and...
Yeah, okay, the script is great, and I can just say that I use it because it really does cut through the algorithm. I've noticed that it is significantly better than any of, like, the aggregation that they do, like on MSN or any of like your normal feeds from like Apple or any of that shit. So definitely check it out. Here's the link and
compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the
that link helps my channel a whole lot more than theirs.
sources reporting. All
I'll just say that much.
Backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are unreported by either side of the political spectrum. And with a topic like Jeffrey Epstein, there's plenty of blind spots.
Make sure you follow Legal Eagle if you are enjoying this video,
we just talked about, as it was unreported by both the left and right-leaning media. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a Legal Eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. The subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and blind spot feed. But even though the details about Trump and Epstein's relationship are muddy at best, it would be incorrect to assume that this is what motivated Epstein to plead the Fifth. To understand why, we need to break down the constitutional rights that he invoked and what they actually mean in the legal setting. But let's talk about the Fifth Amendment and why it's a cornerstone of our justice system. Now, the privilege against self-incrimination has its roots in 17th century England, where Puritans often refused to cooperate with religious interrogations. Many were pressured or tortured into confessing their faith, while others were presumed guilty simply for staying silent. Now, English law didn't formally recognize a right against self-incrimination until much later. But when the Puritans fled to America to escape religious persecution, they brought this principle with them. The Founding Fathers later enshrined it in the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution as part of the Bill of Rights. And over time, American courts have expanded this protection to cover situations where a person's words could
So was that in the Magna Carta then?
be used against them in a criminal case. And the relevant text says, quote, "No person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law." And you've definitely heard this right articulated in Miranda warnings on TV and in movies.
You have the right to remain silent. If you give up the right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be...
Clancy Brown.
Be held against you on a court of law.
And that's because in a criminal case, the Fifth Amendment gives a defendant the right to remain silent and refuse to testify. No one can force a defendant to testify against their will. However, if a defendant chooses to testify, they typically waive their
green tea with lemon lime liquid IV is my new early evening go-to. That sounds awesome.
Fifth Amendment privilege.
I didn't know there was a green tea with yeah, obviously it's a cold one, right?
Trial. That means they can't selectively answer some questions while refusing to answer others.
If you haven't tried the orange creamsicle one, holy shit. It's one of the best ones yet.
And when someone pleads the Fifth in a criminal setting, prosecutors may not comment on a defendant's refusal to testify as evidence of guilt because it would unfairly punish someone for simply exercising their constitutional right under the Fifth Amendment. And one of the core purposes of the Fifth Amendment is to protect innocent people who would be caught up in criminal proceedings through no fault of their own. That's why the privilege against self-incrimination extends not just to defendants, but to any witness in a criminal trial. And unlike defendants, witnesses can assert the Fifth Amendment selectively. They can choose to answer some questions and invoke the Fifth on others, depending on whether a particular question might incriminate them. And unlike criminal defendants, witnesses can be legally compelled to appear and testify. But the eagle-eyed among you might have noticed that this was not a criminal proceeding.
Oh, you made green tea and then added IV to it.
This was a civil trial. Now, Fifth Amendment protections aren't limited to criminal trials, but they're also not the same in civil trials. In civil lawsuits like the one against Epstein, a witness can invoke the Fifth if their testimony would expose them to criminal liability in a future criminal proceeding. But this right is not absolute. In civil actions, the judge or jury can draw an adverse inference to support liability when the defendant invokes the Fifth Amendment. So in a civil setting, if someone takes the Fifth and refuses to answer, you can assume that the answer would be pretty bad for them. However, the adverse inference can only amplify other evidence. The Supreme Court has ruled that a person—
Orange cream, firecracker, bomb pop, that's one of my favorites. And cotton candy is also, that one's also really good.
Cannot lose a case if the only evidence is that person's silence. But invoking your Fifth Amendment right—
Watermelon. The watermelon one's really good.
It's in a civil deposition is not necessarily a signal that you're guilty. It could be a way to avoid giving answers that could be twisted or used later in a criminal trial, or that you just don't want to answer. And lawyers often advise clients to invoke the Fifth because even truthful answers can be risky when a parallel criminal investigation is in play. The Bill Cosby prosecution illustrates the complicated strategic dynamics between civil and criminal cases. In that case, more than 24 women accused Cosby of assault. And in 2005, Cosby gave a deposition in a civil sexual assault case brought by Andrea Constand. He answered the questions about drugging women and his sexual conduct only after a public assurance from the district attorney that he would not be criminally prosecuted. Cosby relied on that promise and waived his Fifth Amendment rights. So during his deposition, Cosby admitted drugging women with Quaaludes in order to have sex with them. Now that answer clearly incriminated him in criminal conduct. And over a decade later, a new prosecutor used that very testimony to charge and convict Cosby in a criminal trial.
You know why I don't think that there's a God? Because Ozzy just died and Bill Cosby is still alive at 88.
But in 2021, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned that conviction, ruling that prosecutors—
Oh, the Bill Cosby with the jello pudding, then the pudding pop.
Violated Cosby's Fifth Amendment rights. The court had held that Cosby had relied on the government's non-prosecution promise when testifying, and using that testimony against him later was a clear violation of due process and the Constitution. Now, while the legal failures in the Cosby and Epstein cases were different, they both show how missteps in handling immunity and testimony can derail justice. Cosby's conviction was overturned because prosecutors violated an earlier promise not to criminally prosecute him, which induced him to waive his Fifth Amendment rights in a civil case. And in Epstein's case, the issue wasn't a Fifth Amendment violation, but rather a secret non-prosecution deal that protected him and his associates while denying victims their legal rights. But an additional complication is that all these rules only apply to the courts themselves. You, as a layperson viewing this testimony, can come to whatever conclusions you want to. As long as you're not a member of a jury, you can see someone invoke the—
Yeah, that's the court of public opinion.
Fifth and come to the conclusion that it's an admission of guilt, especially in a context like this where Epstein answered the question, does he know Donald Trump, but refused to answer the question, did he engage in any kind of incriminating activity with Donald Trump. But that being said, whatever conclusion you come to, you should understand that sometimes invoking the Fifth has nothing to do with being guilty or not. And there are a ton of reasons why you—
that little—
might take the Fifth.
And like he did this, the little like bit his lip.
That have nothing to do.
God.
with being guilty of any crime at all. But additionally, Epstein also cited the 6th and 14th Amendments as well. And here's why. The 6th Amendment guarantees rights specifically related to criminal trials. These include the right to a speedy and public trial, the right to legal counsel, and the right to confront witnesses. While these protections are essential once a criminal case moves into the courtroom, they don't generally apply to a civil deposition, which is what Epstein was involved in here. Still, some lawyers have their clients invoke the 6th Amendment during depositions out of caution, especially if they believe criminal charges could follow. Especially where there are doe plaintiffs where they might not actually know the identity of the plaintiffs. And originally the amendments only limited the federal government, but the 14th Amendment, which was ratified after the Civil War, includes a due process clause that requires the states to honor most of the rights in the Bill of Rights, including the 5th Amendment and
versus Hogan.
Parts of the 6th Amendment. So when a defendant
Yeah, it's not going to work for me, brother.
is in state court or in a proceeding involving state action, they often invoke the 5th Amendment and the 14th Amendment at the same time. So in Epstein's case, invoking the 5th and 14th Amendments made sense legally. Citing the 6th Amendment probably wasn't strictly necessary. It may have been just a way to signal that he believed the
Doing just a little, a shorter stream tonight. Just gonna chill for a couple hours.
questioning could.
I started stream by kind of telling everybody, like, yeah, kind of had a rougher day and was kind of toying with not streaming, but I'm glad I did.
Lead to unfair treatment or criminal exposure. In practice, though, the
I
5th
needed
Amendment was
this.
the
I
one
feel
that
a
was
lot
doing the
better.
heavy lifting. But there's one more interesting detail about pleading the 5th. Now, contrary to how it's often portrayed in movies or TV, the law does not allow a person to simply say, I plead the 5th one time and then remain silent for the rest of the proceeding. Instead, the privilege has to
it literally has to be applied each question.
Be asserted in response to each specific question that could potentially elicit incriminating information. This legal rule ensures that the court can evaluate whether the 5th Amendment truly applies to each individual inquiry. In fact, Epstein once pleaded the 5th over 1,200 times.
Wow.
in a 2010 deposition. Epstein frustrated the plaintiff's lawyers
1,200
by refusing to answer even the most basic questions like identifying a window in his mansion. When the lawyer asked him, quote, and in this photograph, do you see a room depicted in the back? Epstein replied, 5th. The lawyer asked him to clarify the quote, you're taking the 5th about what is shown in this photograph. Epstein then said, quote,
I can't see anything.
Can't see anything, I'm sorry. The frustrated lawyer reiterated his question, quote, do you see a window depicted in this photograph? And Epstein said, I don't know what it is, I'm sorry. And as frustrated as this is for the lawyers, Epstein had a right to refuse to answer all the questions, though at the risk of imperiling the judgment in the civil case. But the high number
I don't know what you're talking about. I can't see. I can't see nothing.
Is due to the legal rules requiring the witness to assert the 5th in response to each individual question rather than issuing a blanket refusal. And by the way, we don't know if this deposition excerpt is the same 2010 deposition in which he was questioned about Trump. But I would not be surprised if the whole deposition eventually surfaces. And President Trump is no stranger to this tactic as well. In August of 2022, he appeared for a court-ordered deposition as part of New York Attorney General Letitia James's civil investigation into the Trump Organization. Trump invoked his 5th Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 440 times, answering only one question, his name. Though he did get that question right. And we know how that case turned out. After a months-long trial in 2024, Justice Arthur Engoron found Trump and his entities liable for fraud under New York law. He ordered them to disgorge over $364 million in ill-gotten gains plus interest, though the case is on appeal. But all this is a good reminder that if you have a legal issue, whether it's a criminal matter or a personal injury, you really need a great lawyer. And for more, here's my partner.
Trust the Eagle team. The legal Eagle team. Yeah. Whoa. Excuse me. Don't just get a legal team. Get the Eagle team. As I said, these little baby hairs, like, I'm glad that they're here. Like, all this is like, I gotta say, this thing that I have been doing is working very well, very, very well. I'll be able to talk about it a little bit more coming up. How was the Village People song? MAGA. I know. It's hilarious. It's been hilarious since he started using it during the first campaign, where I was like, does he know what that song's about? I don't think he does. Here we got Too Lazy to Try, that is covering more of the Joe Rogan fallout, so yeah, fuck it. Don't really need his fucking George Costanza bullshit.
The Epstein stuff is so crazy because when Kash Patel was on here and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
The guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't make any sense. He's like, well, we have a film. We're going to release that film. And the film has a minute missing from it.
Yeah.
Like, do you think we're babies? Like,
Plus,
what is this?
Also, you got people, including Dan Bongino, right?
Again, Mike Baker. This guy was a former CIA analyst, but his judgment includes decisions like naming 2 of his children, Muggsy and Scooter.
Bank for a couple of years talking about how.
And that was within the last 10 years, folks. There are kids at bullying age named Muggsy and Scooter.
How awful it is. And
now, whether or not I'm being the asshole here, because I'm just going based off of my school experience where I'm sorry. As somebody who was almost named Peter Pepper.
You got to get this shit, and this is a huge conspiracy, and then you release a 2-page memo that says, yeah, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, because you're walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser, red laser moving across your chest.
All right, so the Epstein saga continues and just keeps getting more insane. I mean, it's really hard to trust anything the government has to say at this point. You know, they've lied about almost every aspect of this Epstein case. And while they're lying to our faces, they also tell us that they've been completely transparent about everything. So the gaslighting is just off the charts.
Yep.
I mean, also now it's been reported.
Dude, okay, so this is the funniest part. Like, MAGA has been coming out and using the term gaslighting when it comes to this, so that's telling me that they're losing control of the narrative.
That the FBI and DOJ do have access to the full unedited footage of that jail cell, including
picked a peck of pickled peppers, yeah.
The missing minute that Pam Bondi said was missing because the tape resets every night, so it's always missing and they don't have it, but it turns out they do. So once again, there's another example of Pam Bondi lying to us, which is just expected. I mean, I'd be shocked if she told us the truth about anything. But I think she's just taking orders from Trump, and he's probably trying to use her as a scapegoat. But I do have a little more faith in Dan Bongino, because he seems to be struggling to keep it together and is starting to crack under the pressure.
I mean, he does love him some musicals, but I try not to generalize like that.
Because this has got to be taking a toll on him. It seemed like
but honestly, he likes... Again, I'm not trying to be mean, but he really likes the gayest musicals.
The interview he did before that DOJ memo, it looked like he had seen some seriously sinister shit, and he's still trying to grapple with it. Then, just the other day on Twitter, he made this cryptic post where he confirmed that. He said, "I'm committed to stamping out public corruption and the political weaponization of both law enforcement and intelligence operations. It is a priority for us. But what I've learned in the course of our properly predicated and necessary investigations into these aforementioned matters has shocked me down to my core. We cannot run a republic like this. I'll never be the same after learning what I've learned." So for the deputy director of the FBI to say this is wild, especially after him, the DOJ, already concluded there's nothing in the files. They just keep going back and forth. You know, first they claim there's a ton of evidence, it's horrific. Then
blaming everyone but Trump and still siding with him is #cringe and the saddest part of the
they said
timeline.
there's nothing at all. And now
It really
he admits
is.
he saw some stuff that shocked him down to his core. But he also went on to say, "We are going to get answers we all deserve. As with any investigation, I can promise you an honest and dignified effort at truth." But, I mean, they already concluded the investigation. So is he saying they were lying about that? Like, these people just cannot keep their story straight. I mean, obviously, we know they were lying about that. But to just make it this obvious, it's hard to believe. You know, it's pretty much their job to lie to us, so you'd think they'd be a little better at it. I mean, Dan knows he's losing credibility every day now. So that's why I think if he left, that'd be our best bet to get more answers, because while he's there, you know, he's in too deep. But it seems like he wants to reveal more, even though he also just might be too scared, even if he did leave. I mean, in these interviews, he looks like he just saw a ghost. And
Yeah.
of course, also before that DOJ
No, for real.
investigation concluded.
I'm glad that, like, normal media folks are saying this, because again, Too Lazy to Try is by no means a political channel, and they've gone and done their best to not like comment on even like the these comedians turning political. Like, he only did a few videos about that.
He's like, wait,
recently he can't ignore it anymore
until you see the stuff.
Yeah, right there, that's the encapsulation of what Bongino saw and what he's going through. Just
Coming out, you're going to be stunned. but nothing came out, which I guess did leave people stunned.
Once you read the stuff that's coming out, does he still have loyalists in
Somehow the fate of the modern world pivots on a single minute of missed
the
video.
building? Because when I hear the FBI director saying, you guys are finding boxes that are hidden, okay, how does that happen in the Bureau?
Well, we were there a couple of weeks, and luckily there were a lot of people up there who grabbed us by the arm the minute we came in and said, thank you for being here. You know, we need to talk. There are people there who are really horrified at what happened. And there was a room, and we found stuff, a lot of stuff.
A hidden room?
I wouldn't call it hidden, but hidden from us at least, and not mentioned to us. And then we found stuff in there, and a lot of it's from the Comey era, and we are working our damnedest right now to declassify. And just so you know, because I get the public.
Oh, by the way,
totally
guys, I'm going to be
understand
getting
people
back
saying, "Well, do it
into Rivals. I'm going to be playing that on stream for a little bit coming up because I'm not sure if you guys saw the new Blade reveal. I have a new main.
The process is not all the information is ours to declassify. Some is other intelligence agencies. It's not. We literally can't do it. Once that gets done and that gets out there and you read some of the stuff we found that, by the way, was not processed through the normal procedure, digitizing it, putting in FBI records. We found it in bags hiding under Jim Comey's FBI. You're going to be stunned.
So after Pam, Cash, and Dan told us, just wait, you know, we have evidence, videos, files, lists, names, and then they just released an official DOJ memo saying there's none of that. How do they still claim that they're all about transparency and they have nothing to hide? I mean, you got to be soulless to try to gaslight the American people like that. You know, that's so insulting. And obviously they're hiding something and protecting people. Why else wouldn't they release the list? And now because they want to protect people on the list, they're also going to protect Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, because apparently the best option now is to listen to her, which is probably going to come with a pardon or some kind of deal. Like, she's trying to get her sentence overturned, and her lawyer made a post where he said, we are appealing not only to the Supreme Court, but to the president himself to recognize how profoundly unjust it is to scapegoat Maxwell for Epstein's crimes, especially when the government promised she would not be prosecuted. And now whenever Trump is asked about this, he just says, well, you know, I'm able to pardon her if I want to, which doesn't sound good. I mean, if that happens, it's going to be such a bad look. Like, if they pardon her just because they don't want to release the list, I don't know how anybody could support that. I mean, obviously people will, but it's going to be really embarrassing to defend pardoning a child sex trafficker who the victims say is worse than Epstein and deserves a life in prison. I mean, this will be so disrespectful to the victims, and it's all because they don't want to release the files. Of course, people act like that option is off the table now for some reason. I guess people would rather see a child sex trafficker walk free over exposing everyone complicit in Epstein's operation by releasing the list. Like, I just don't see how having Maxwell talk is a better option here. And it's so insulting to the victims who want Ghislaine Maxwell in jail and also want full transparency, which the best way to go about that would obviously be to release the files, not to release Maxwell.
But she herself participated in their abuse. I think that's an important thing for people to understand. And then she also, you know, made threats. She made threats to my sister, to our family, when it was clear that my sister had reported her. And so I think that to be told that suddenly she's being brought to the table as a potential source of information when she's previously been charged with perjury by the government is very confusing and unsettling.
Forced into Jeffrey's room to be raped by Ghislaine. Ghislaine is as responsible, if not more, than Jeffrey.
What would justice look like for you as you sit here today?
Jeffrey's dead, Ghislaine's here. I want Ghislaine behind bars for the rest of her life, purely because she is that sick. The public are not safe with her on the street.
Why not interview the victims?
She's worse than Epstein.
We're at that part.
Even worse.
I have to say, this is the devastating part because they are going out and interviewing the victims.
She was vicious, she was evil, and she was a woman.
Her lawyers have said Ghislaine Maxwell is not a Jeffrey Epstein, that she has been a victim of media spin.
They're doing their job, but I know that woman. I've known her really well. Put it this way. Epstein was Pinocchio, and she was Geppetto. She was the guy controlling
the strings.
Jeffrey. Yep. Just pulling the strings.
I love the fact that she had the
his
worst sideburns.
money. He had her contacts.
It's kind of
but
funny.
Ghislaine was much
I mean, she is just evil and she's a demon, but with bad sideburns.
more conniving and smart than Epstein ever was.
And the last victim shown there, she recently allegedly committed suicide. So to let Maxwell off the hook after everything she caused them would be terrible. Also, she was recruited by Epstein at Mar-a-Lago, which was brought up on Rogan's podcast like a month ago by his guest, and Rogan told him to be careful.
Definitely did not kill myself. It's one of them deals.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Conveniently died.
Yeah, didn't one of the Epstein witnesses just kill herself?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoopsies. Things happen.
Yeah. Do you know where they recruited her?
Where?
She got recruited at Mar-a-Lago. She was a locker room attendant at Mar-a-Lago when she got recruited. I'm pretty sure. Can we look that up? I think Virginia Guffrey. I do want to. That's a crazy thing to say. Where like I think I'm right about that.
I mean, just say allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah. At Mar-a-Lago.
Ah.
Damn, she was a spa attendant at Donald Trump's private Mar-a-Lago club.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Joe having these little hints at him, and he's just like, oh. I hope he doesn't bring up the fact that I was just glazing this dude's nuts, but all right.
So, like, how can you not believe in conspiracies?
Yeah.
I don't know, Joe. I don't know. When it's facing you right in, like, the fucking... Dude, you had the guy on your podcast when Elon dropped the thing, and you were just like, what do I do with this? And he's just like, I'm not answering questions.
And then, of course, right after that, Joe changes the topic. And also, just the other day, Trump, he actually talked about this and how Epstein recruited multiple young girls at Mar-a-Lago. And he said Epstein...
Joe looking more and more like a Ninja Turtle.
...stole her from him, stole Virginia from him, which is a weird way to put it.
Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women? Were some of them young women? Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were. Yes, they were. Yeah. What did they do? In the spa. In the spa. Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again. And I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, does that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa.
I think she worked at the spa.
I think so.
I think so. I don't know. I mean, dude, he looks more and more guilty in every one of these videos. His body language, like the way he just shifted right there. Look at how comfortable he was before that question hit. And then all of a sudden just, oh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe she worked at the spa. I don't know.
He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us.
She had no complaints. She worked at the spa. I don't know.
So much worse for himself and gives people these wild sound bites. Like he had a crazy Freudian slip recently where he said he never had the privilege. Going to Epstein's Island. Because he was talking about how.
I love how everybody's catching on to this. Again, this dude's a normie. Like he's as normie as you get. He's not a political guy.
Bill Clinton went there.
I have to reiterate that.
Focused on him. But everyone knows he's a creep already, and a lot of people want him locked up. Like I think there are very few people who would complain if he got prosecuted. So if Trump knows he's a pedo, then prosecute him. I'm sick of hearing like, oh, this person went to the island, this person did this, the news is coming out. It's all talk, it's all distractions. Trump's been saying this for over a decade, and he says Clinton went to the island, but he says the Epstein files are a hoax, and he wants people to stop talking about it. And he used to be good friends with Clinton and Epstein. So Trump's followers will be like, oh, he's exposing Clinton. But
bro, that's an AI photo, bro. He would never do that, bro.
Until he releases the files or does something about it, I'd say he's really just protecting him.
And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times.
28 times.
I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there.
I don't know.
He was the head of
I think that
and many
I need to incorporate that into the impression more.
other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island.
Jesus Christ. The way he said it too. That is definitely a Freudian slip and a half. Holy fuck.
And I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his
I turned it down.
in one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go.
One of my very good moments, you know, one where I wasn't all horned up. I had jerked off the morning before because they always say don't go to work with, you know, a full sack, and I decided, you know, take care of the little Cheeto, you know, and then I came out and they asked me if I wanted to go, and I was kind of feeling a little sleepy deepy.
Go to his island.
So this whole thing just seems so ridiculous. It's hard to believe. I mean, you can write something like this, and the more Trump talks about it, the worse he looks, the more guilty people think he is. And now he's pretty much getting the same treatment as Bill Clinton. You know, people are calling him all kinds of stuff.
He never turned it down.
So whatever is in those files, he really doesn't.
You know, I can't help, out of all this picture right here, the most curious thing that I have is, do you think that little vegetable dish behind them just sat there uneaten? Because there's a nice little dip and garnish, and they got some pepper, and they got some, you know, they got the plates. You think that they were grabbing themselves some, you know, nice veggies and dip, or do you think that just was left untouched, and then they went and did some nasty stuff?
Not one out, but let me know what you guys think. And I just put.
I mean, Bubba looks like he's, I don't know, man. This looks wife swappy shit. Like, Melania must have known, because this was literally one of his, like, this was literally one of the main, like, the other ones that was brought up in the Stormy Daniels stuff.
Post a new video to Patreon. It was a good one. People are listening to enjoy about how Rogan and his
Food wasted on these people. I know.
posse are now the laughing stock of the comedy scene. More and more comedians are starting to mock them. It's hilarious. And also a couple months ago, I talked about Joey Diaz was on there, and he's going off about how people need to shut up about Epstein and mind their own business, which is really sus. It was crazy. And there are over 140 other exclusive videos on there. So if you want more content from me, it's definitely worth it. They'll be linked in the description.
And people are worried about the fucking Epstein list. Like, how is it going to change your life? Who fucking Tom Hanks was in the ass? Who doesn't matter? And do you really care? At the end of the day, do you really care about that 16-year-old girl? No, you don't. So shut the up.
Young people back.
Wow. I have a video that I did about Mr. Joey Diaz about being a fucking creep. It's one of my earliest videos. Joey Diaz has always been a problem, and I've never liked him. I haven't liked him since he was early on Rogan. He used to go on Opie and Anthony and talk about, you know, oh, I'm just, you know, my mother, we're Cuban immigrants, you know, and it's always been tough. It's always been tough. I always, you know, I allegedly ran some, you know, illicit, and I ran some things. I did some illicit activities, and I may have fucked a couple, you know, girls of a questionable age. God damn, the dip looked untouched. Yes, it did. That's why I was like, no one touched that fucking dip. Joey Diaz is actual garbage. Yeah, no, he really is. Sorry, I got these stupid hairs I gotta fix. It's right here. There we go. All right. Yeah, Joey Diaz is legitimate garbage. I will agree to that.
A school teacher under arrest accused of murdering a couple nearly a week ago in an Arkansas state park. The motive, though, is a mystery. Clinton and Kristen Brink were on a popular hiking trail with their two young daughters when they were stabbed to death. Police arrested the suspected killer, 28-year-old Andrew McGann, inside a Springdale barber shop where he was getting a haircut yesterday. The former fifth-grade teacher from Oklahoma had recently moved to Arkansas.
He still had the cape on.
For a new teaching job. Police believe the murders were random.
The barber's just like,
the couple's friends are baffled.
Can I have my cape back?
I'm really struggling to understand why or how this could happen to such sweet people.
During an interview with investigators, the suspect indicated that he did commit these murders.
I don't know. Here's a question. Was it part of God's plan? I wonder if they're very Christian.
McGann is due in court tomorrow. The couple's daughters, aged 7 and 9, were not harmed.
Pretty sure Elephant Graveyard. Actually, I did commentary on the Elephant Graveyard Joey Diaz video, and I offered up my 2 cents as an Opie and Anthony fan.
Now living with relatives.
As I said, early content.
This tactic of trying to,
You know, I've kind of evolved a little past that. Not saying that I don't still do my commentary. You know, it's half my show. But give me 1 second. Let me load this up.
Trump clearly feels
There we go. We're gonna do our daily, I guess, fucking Piers Morgan bit here. Wait, Mehdi Hassan was on the Daily Show? Oh no, the weekly show with Jon Stewart? I think I can actually watch that, can't I?
the idea that, for example, basic conflict of interest laws don't apply to the president when you have a president like Trump. Like, the founding fathers did not anticipate the guy from Home Alone 2.
What struck me about Ailes was he meant all of it. He meant every word of it.
Yes.
But the strategy was cynical. So the good faith wasn't what he believed. It was the methodology that he would employ. And his methodology was, I am going to discredit all of the institutions or any of the voices that may in any way harm my movement. I'm going to make sure that editorial authority is seen as elitism.
Yes.
And yet I am going to exercise.
I'm going to go to Fox News versus
so
MSNBC.
Here's the question. We know it's going to be corporate media. There is nothing right now that has the power of those cable channels to amplify and continue to spin sort of the circadian rhythms of social media. So social media is the thing that first, it's incentivized for these really hateful, really difficult conspiracy theories, right? That's how those things, the algorithm is to that. But cable news is the thing that infuses it into the mainstream of American society.
Yes. And the clips.
How do you battle that? And maybe it's not a right-left issue. Maybe it's the thing you talked about earlier, good faith, bad faith.
Oh, 100%. And I think, well, not just good faith, bad faith, but, reality versus non-reality, decency versus indecency. This is not about kind of left versus right. There is a sense of, my critique of Trump, MAGA, Fox is not about conservatism. I mean, I have my issues with conservatism, but like when I object to what Trump and Fox are doing, it's not because I'm arguing about what is the best marginal rate of taxation. It's not about what is the best crime reduction policy in major cities. Those are old debates that are still legitimate.
Conservatism abandoned that a few years ago.
Yeah,
all
like
those arguments.
like when I turned up at Jubilee, I didn't think I was going to be having like a debate about the Laffer curve. Like, I'm not that naive. But it is now fundamentally about, do you want a strong man or not? Do you believe in equality or not? Do you think the media should be free or not? Like, that is the essential questions which we're tackling. And that's why it's not just about right-wing propaganda. It's about who here actually believes in the same stuff that we all used to believe in or tried to believe in. And I think that's what's so dangerous in this moment. I'm not expecting a left-wing Fox. For many reasons, I don't think...
It does look comfortable as hell. As a hoodie aficionado, that does look like it has like almost like a little bit of down in it.
Such a thing could exist or should exist.
I have a hoodie that has like down in the hood. It's one of my favorite hoodies I have.
What I do hope for is a media that still has some kind of independence, some kind of diversity of thought, some kind of adherence to basic journalistic principles of independence, of holding power to account. That's what we're losing right now. I'm not some huge defender of CBS News, right? I have my criticisms of CBS like I do of all corporate media. But do I want to see CBS News become another Fox? No, I don't. And that's where it's heading to right now with the recent FCC deal, with the merger deal, with the Trump settlement. Like when I see what's happening to ABC and CBS and maybe soon NBC, CNN, that is worrying because, as I say, India, we've seen this show before, John. This is a global playbook that Trump is borrowing from. India, Turkey, Hungary. What have all these countries done?
What is this mac sauce on the side? You can get mac sauce on the side. I can't get mac sauce on side. What? This is a Canadian thing? You guys have Big Mac sauce on side?
Orban, Erdogan, Modi, they've all taken over the media in their respective countries. And they didn't take over the media by sending tanks and armed men into newsrooms. They took over the media the exact same way that Trump is doing right now, through lawsuits, through economic harassment, through defaming
but it's like $2.
and smearing journalists.
I didn't know that.
Through violently attacking journalists who are covering protests. Through all of these methods, through hollowing out public media, NPR, PBS, defunding. This is the playbook in India, in Hungary, in Turkey, in Russia, in Israel, and here in the United States now. This is a very, very clear global playbook, and I think we need to wake up to that fast.
I think you're absolutely right, Maddie. And I think part of it is what Trump understands, and you have to give, and I have to give credit to him, and I don't know if you've ever interviewed him or anything, Steve Bannon, who I think is in many ways, they always used to call Karl Rove the architect. I think he's the architect.
Right.
He understood this melding of populist rhetoric with kind of the more authoritarian, anti-woke Christian.
No, it was no. You could get them in like the actual sauce packets from like 2023.
Nationalist.
I need to check my fridge.
Melding those movements
I might have some
together strategically.
I need to throw out
to gain the political,
or not throw out, but I don't know, sell on eBay.
Advantage there was the way that they went. People always thought, oh, Russia must have something on Trump. He doesn't have anything on Trump because they agree with each other on how to govern and what you would want to do. You want less gay, you want more Jesus, even if you don't believe in Jesus at all.
My mom would have loved that room.
Which I don't think Trump is a religious person, but he understands it as a really wonderful force amplifier of power. And it's almost as though those discussions, you were just saying the Laffer curve and all that, all those discussions I think are out the window. It's no longer capitalism versus socialism or communism or any of this.
It's do you agree with Daddy or not?
That's right. And the framework of it is woke versus unwoke.
That's how they framed it, yes.
That's right.
And more than Steve Bannon, of course, who's now kind of on the outside, is the guy on the inside, is our de facto vice president, Stephen Miller.
Boy, that dude.
By the way, everybody, welcome to the show. If you are new here, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Hope you're enjoying the show. Hit that like button if you are, and sub to the channel.
That's
really helps me out as a smaller creator.
He's dark.
He's got his hand in
Appreciate
every
you
pot.
stopping by, though.
Be national security advisor now too. Once Rubio stops acting as national security advisor, he's obviously the guy pushing the deportation agenda. He's pushing the attacks on the media. The irony of being Jewish and being part of a Christian nationalist white supremacist administration. Stephen Miller's been kind of cozying up to white supremacists for years. That is very much the agenda. And again, they didn't hide this stuff. They said it very plainly. Donald Trump said, I want to be a dictator for day one because dictators are only ever for 24 hours.
He did that so early in the campaign, too.
His first time, he did an interview with Steve Doocy on the White House lawn. And he said, I just came back from North Korea. And the way they stand up straight for Kim, why can't my people do that?
You
know what they say about Donald Trump?
it.
He's a liar, but occasionally he tells the truth. And that was a very truthful statement. He does wish for his people to stand up straight and salute him. He got his crappy military parade this summer. It was deeply disappointing that he was desperate for.
He was angry about his military parade in that he didn't realize that the tanks were all going to be lined up with like safe stopping distance in case it was rainy. Like he wanted I want all my weapons within 2 feet of each other. I was like, I want bumper to bumper.
Yeah, and he wanted the goose stepping,
military authoritarian displays and all that. And it turned out to be kind of a nice, maybe grade 8 to grade 10 little military history parade.
Yep.
And you had soldiers.
No, it felt like we have this military, God, it's like a reenactment site called Antietam that we used to go to for like little field trips and stuff like that. I've gone as an adult, And it really did kind of seem like that because they'll do like little mock parades and they'll bring out like, the tanks that they got and they'll just do like a little circle.
Feet and not goose stepping. Thankfully, some of them showing their own acts of resistance.
They were waving.
Yes.
The funniest, seriously, the funniest bit of that was that tank to just utter silence, just squeaking down the road.
When was the last time you saw a North Korea parade where the guys would pop out of the tanks and be like, hey, everybody? I mean, it looked like Disney.
So the good news is we're not there yet. The bad news is, as the Jubilee debate showed, there's an aspiration to be there very soon. And the authoritarianism on the right is off the charts. This desperation for a strong leader, for canceling the Constitution, for getting rid of judges. You look at the polling now amongst Republicans, the number of Republicans who say there should be no checks on the president. Congress should not be able to block the president. The judiciary should not be able to block the president. That is a very worrying sign. And again, there was this complacency in the United States of America. I came here 10 years ago. I became a citizen 5 years ago. I have a little bit of an outsider perspective, and I have to remind my fellow Americans, it can happen here. This idea that the United States of America is immune to global authoritarian trends, especially when you have a tribune like Trump, who is Teflon when it comes to scandal and controversy.
Teflon Don. I always like that one. It rhymes.
Doubly worse for the U.S.
He has understood that some of the guardrails that were, people always think like, oh, well, the businesses will save us because they don't want the trouble. They don't want the volatility. What Trump understands is people don't want friction. And if I can create enough friction in their world, it's the same way he ran his businesses, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Like what he would do to contractors, he would pay them about 75% to 80% of what he owed them.
Yep. And then he would fuck you on the rest. Yep.
The hassle and the friction that they would need to go
through. And then he would
through.
say, they would do this tactic where it's like, what are you going to do? Sue me? You already got paid. Go ahead, sue me. It was one of the dirtiest fucking tactics, and it was widely applied.
To get that last bit. So he got himself a savings. And that's the way he's approaching this entire country.
Look, he's calling for a settlement with Fox. You've seen
what up, Charlie?
That this week, right?
Yes.
He said this week.
He said Fox wants to settle with him,
which is planting the idea that is out there. He's very good at kind of testing.
Oh, wait. Hey, Mr. Martini. I'm not sure if you caught it, but I kind of went public with my name. We share a name there, brother.
The waters. Rupert Murdoch is an old pal of his, so he's obviously put him on the spot. We saw what happened in the Dominion case where they settled immediately when they realized Tucker Carlson's texts were going to come out in droves. And look, this is what corporate America. This idea that corporate America is going to save us is the most insane one of all. Fascism is indeed an alliance between the strong man and big business. Always has been.
No question.
Going back to Italy, Germany, etc. And that's what's so depressing about.
My name is Martini. Yep.
Some of these corporations bending the knee. This idea that they're all being bullied into
Martini Pepper
isn't actually true. A lot of them are happy to go along.
Oh, actually, that would not, dude. That would be badass because then my logo could be a martini glass and instead of an olive, a pepper on the toothpick. Come on!
With the
That's
anti-diversity
awesome.
stuff, they're happy to go along with the crackdowns on campuses if you're a university leader.
Actually, Mr. Martini, I think we need to start a podcast.
They're happy to go along with kind of ending any kind of initiatives to fight racism. And of course, he rewards them with massive tax cuts, right? We just passed this big, beautiful or ugly bill. And who's going to benefit from that? The owners of the big tech companies and the social media giants, the owners of the corporate media outlets and the boards of those major networks. So he knows how to reward them and also how to bully them. It's a mixture of fear and greed on their part.
As we look at this and we think like, okay, this is a function of Donald Trump, but it's not. There's this ethno-nationalism that is arising. You mentioned Modi and you mentioned Orban and Putin. It really feels like we moved from and it was never particularly stable. There was always conflagration wherever you went. But it's a new world order that goes back to the idea of, and to quote Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders, big fuck small. That this is about what you can get away with
Peaky Blinders, all right.
Through your coercion and power and what limits. And now you're seeing him apply it mostly to former allies. The EU, he is much more willing to, as you said, lionize North Korea and Russia and these other authoritarian governments.
Next, we'll have a Charlie Burger in here.
Less, to him, the EU is just too gay. It's too gay for Trump. He likes those
I just appreciate that he spells it the right way.
heterosexual countries.
Those EY, the folks that do the CHARLEY, yeah, they're wrong.
Like North Korea.
The
spelling your
classic
name wrong,
example of that was,
dudes.
of course, Ukraine and Zelensky in the Oval Office, where he and Vance ganged up to berate Zelensky, but they would never dare to behave in that way in Putin's presence or speak about Putin when he's not in the room. Trump has said more vicious things about Justin Trudeau than he's ever said about Xi Jinping. That's just a fact, right? It's a demonstrable fact. And you have to ask the question, why? Why is this US president? I'm not saying previous US presidents were great defenders of liberal democracy. All US presidents have cozied up to authoritarians and tyrants. But I don't remember one that's done so as enthusiastically, as gleefully as Donald Trump, in the belief that he too should have those authoritarian powers at home. Why can't I have what they have? And I think Netanyahu's cut from the same cloth. I think Orban is cut from all of these illiberal democracies, people who are notionally elected, but would love to be dictators like
Oh, I'm sure he went through the Charlie bit me phase.
Xi Jinping's and your Kim.
Well, sure. And you see in the different ways that they go about it. I mean, Netanyahu, they try and get it so that there's no Supreme Court now. And, they try and maneuver any of those. It reminds me of the real triumph of this is Trump has shown us where the cracks are in our democratic system. And I think that one of the things that's difficult, and I wonder your opinion about this, for us constitutionally is to realize a lot of these excesses and abuses are built into the
that's Charlie the Unicorn
system.
Yes.
Charlie.
100%.
He's going.
Oh, no, not again.
Going out.
Come with us, Charlie. Come with us to Candy Mountain.
And he's got a couple of
I don't want to, you guys.
historians that sit in the back and go, hey, man, I
Yeah, Charlie. Come with us to Candy Mountain.
just wanted to let you know, like in 1803, there was an emergency power we used on immigration. You might as well just declare that because you get to do whatever you want. I mean, look, the most progressive president.
Oh, dude, I'm of a certain age. Newgrounds was my jam.
Supposedly we'd ever had in this country is FDR. And he basically suspended habeas corpus on, anybody of Asian descent and
Step away
interned
for
them.
1 second. I come back to Charlie Unicorn.
Camps.
You come back to Candy Mountain, Brian.
Like this darkness has always been in the
Don't listen to these guys. We got to get the fuck out of here.
system.
Yes, and the second most progressive president, LBJ, just did a mass genocide in Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam.
Right.
So there's precedent for all this shit at home and abroad. Look, I 100% agree with you, John. I've been ranting and raving about constitutional reform, political.
Oh, it's like old internet shorts. Look up Charlie the Unicorn. You'll go down a rabbit hole. Each video is about maybe 2 to 3 minutes long. They're very funny.
Reform in this country for a long.
It wasn't YouTube short. No, Underhill. This was pre-YouTube. This was Newgrounds. Charlie the Unicorn was a Newgrounds creation that was brought to YouTube.
Long time. Again, as an outsider, you come in and you think this shit doesn't work, and no one else does it like this. Electoral college, what the fuck is that? Like no one else
doesn't be so good.
uses this stuff. The whole gerrymandering right now that Texas is doing, and now Gavin Newsom says he'll do for the Democrats. No other Western democracy.
And now the cheat is grounded.
Allows politicians to draw their own boundaries.
Oh, dude, Strong Bad. Bring Strong Bad back.
None.
Bring back old internet stuff. Homestar Runner, let's go.
Only the U.S. allows politicians to pick their voters rather than voters picking their politicians.
The system is down. The system is down.
There are so many issues. And the problem is the Democrats left this space open.
The cheat is grounded.
Right? And I say this about both wings of the Democratic Party are guilty of this. The liberal centrist wing, whatever you want to call it, the Biden wing, and the Bernie wing, right? The Bernie Sanders.
We had a light switch installed so you could turn on light. You could turn the lights on and off. Not so you could throw light switch rates.
On universal health care, I agree with them on taxing the rich and minimum wage. But I've never heard from that wing of the party about constitutional reform, political reform.
The way that
because they're also institutionalists. Bernie.
I hope those are copyright. Jib Jab.
He loves the Senate. The Senate's got to go.
Unfortunately, my mom was really big into the Jib Jab stuff.
Problem. The Senate's a huge problem. We've got to.
Man, I wonder. I gotta find those. I wonder if I have a few of the ones that she sent me.
Reform. We've got to reform the Senate. You cannot have a state situation going forward where Wyoming has 2 senators for 12 people.
Yeah. Well, if you want to get rid of DEI, the Senate.
Yeah, the Senate's the first place to look.
Is affirmative action for old white rural.
I made this.
dudes.
I
Affirmative
literally
action
made this
for
point on
Wyoming.
this show a
Like, there's no
long
question.
time ago.
Yeah, like 12 people get 2 senators,
Yep.
and like 50 million people in California get 2 senators. Like the whole thing is insane.
Well, that's why they're talking
and
about
I
the
think there's so many
gerrymandering
things
thing
at
in
the Supreme
California.
Court. Right, what we've seen this week
California.
is another reminder
Is
to
jib
Republicans
jab still a thing? I'm sure it is for your aunt
game the system, rig the judiciary, pack the
or
courts after
whoever.
accusing
Like
the Democrats of what
specifically the person that like every year they're just like, I'm going to send a funny jib jab to my family. Hey, look. It's my face on an animated body doing something wacky.
every accusation is a confession. And meanwhile, Joe Biden, he did a report in his first year. He commissioned an independent report from the great and the good on what
Excuse me while I go download the latest DBZ music video on
about the
Napster. No, not DBZ music video. It was an AMV,
Supreme Court.
an anime music video.
They came up with a bunch of milquetoast recommendations.
Yes.
He ignored them all and kicked it into the.
And yes, oh my God, one of my favorite ones was it wasn't even
grass.
DBZ. It was the end of Crisis Core, and it was until the day I die.
And here we are with a 6-3
God
Supreme
damn it.
Court, maybe 7-2, God forbid, if Trump gets another
Oh,
one. Is lucky
fuck.
enough to get 4, which would be insane. So that complete vacating of the field,
God, the early 2000s.
the pitch on constitutional.
And these kids are sitting out. They're out here dressing like ish. It was funny. I saw like these 2 kids, right? I was at Costco and I was with my buddy, and I look over and I'm like, hey, look, they dress like we did. And he's like, nah, there's something different about it. I'm like, yeah, you're right. You know, like we still had like, even though we wore the stupid baggy jeans, we still had we didn't have the stupid haircut that went with it. And like, I don't know. I just got to say our
political,
for how dumb I thought we looked, these kids are actually outdoing us.
reform is a huge problem.
Don't go back to Europe on us now.
Got to go to the pitch.
I think that I might have just like popped like at least 10 gray hairs in that very sentence that I dropped there.
The pitch.
Holy shit, am I?
My pitch is that on the pitch of reform,
These kids.
we need to
Although I will say this, I'm glad that they brought back the skater shoes.
fix that. And the next Democratic president cannot simply say, oh, I will be, remember Harris, we're not going back was her thing, right? You cannot just be, we're going to move beyond Trump and go back to business as usual. It has to be, we're going to prevent future authoritarians from trying to destroy the system from within. Like the idea that, for example, basic conflict of interest laws don't apply to the president when you have a president like
That's fucking
Trump.
crazy.
Like the founding fathers did not anticipate the guy from Home Alone 2 becoming president of the United States. They just didn't. It's a fact. You want to talk about intent? Their intent was not to build a system for Donald Trump.
I have to take a second. If you look at federal,
He had the talk boy. Have you ever used a talk boy? It's pretty cool. He booked a hotel room. I gotta say, the little guy's got some ingenuity.
Federalist Paper 37.
Plus, I never gave his dad a refund.
Hamilton said there will be a sequel of a very famous. It really speaks to, think about when we
Dude, I own 3 pairs of adult Heelys. Nobody can stop me.
when we talk about sort of representative democracy. And again, this gets us back to the spirit of
I may or may not be ordering a new pair of Etnies because Etnies are back. And that was my brand, but they disappeared for a while. But not only did they bring back the brand, but they brought back the exact style. I was like, you sons of bitches.
of the revolution.
They were the best. Like, seriously, if they're made the same way, they're the best damn skating shoes I have ever owned.
The people, taxation without representation. So we live in a country that is, by all measures, very closely divided politically. But there is one side that has 78 million voters.
Trump punishment ideas seem to all come from Home Alone movies. Just have him walk up the stairs and hit him in the face with a paint can.
A lot of people that
They'll learn a quick lesson. They might lose a tooth or two.
do it, and zero power. And I'm talking.
Hold him down and put a tarantula on his face and then give him a golf club.
Talking about can't
That's like,
call
sir, you're talking about Home Alone 2. Or you're talking about Home Alone 2, the one that I was in?
As can't
No, Home Alone 1. I've never seen it.
hold
It
a
doesn't
committee
exist. There's
meeting.
only Home Alone 2.
Can't do. There is zero power invested right
Skater shoes, new metal is baby, is back, baby. I mean, yeah.
in the 70s.
Although, I mean, the new metal thing is
Some million people that vote.
It's just one of those days
for Democrats. They have, and I'm talking on the federal level, obviously within state systems, it's slightly different.
Break stuff.
I don't recall that power sharing agreement. We really are in a joint custody agreement right now. And right now the country is living with dad. And it really does.
But the problem is the country is living with dad, John.
Yeah.
But dad is offering the kids all sorts of fake gifts. Maybe
Yeah.
he'll never give them those gifts, but he's
Yeah.
offering them.
Oh,
he's
sure.
pretending to be.
Yeah, he's going like it's your deadbeat dad that goes, and he's still married to mom, but he's fucking, he's fucking around and he's going to the casino and he just wasted all the money.
The greatest dad of all.
No, they like living with dad. They like.
Oh no, we'll go with it's divorced dad.
They like living.
No, we think we love living with dad until we realize that there's no structure and that honestly we have absolutely no nutrition.
He may beat them a little, but they like being beaten by dad.
Right.
And I think the problem is
I'm gonna
mom,
go over here
to
for
use
a minute.
British phrase, or mom,
Nice.
gonna offer. What is she going to offer to get the kids back? And I think the problem is the Democrats have had power, John. They may not have power right now, but they had power. They controlled all three branches of government.
They had it during the Obama administration. They had
the House, the Senate, not the Supreme Court, but the House, the Senate, and the White House. And they had it
I grew up
during Obama.
I live with my dad in a divorced household, man.
They had it to an extent under Biden.
Sorry, Brian. We'll
And
get through it.
they just didn't use it in the way they should have used it. And the question
Just don't call your kid numbnuts.
is, can they
Even if you want
promise
to.
the American people that next time we get those gavels, next time we're in the Oval Office, we are going to fight, A, on your behalf, but also B, against those corrupt fools. And I think that is a fundamental problem. The person I blame most for Donald Trump's existence in the White House right now is not Stephen Miller, is not Steve Bannon, is not the fascist on Jubilee. It is a man named Merrick Garland who sat on his ass for 3
Oh,
years.
thank God. I thought you were going to say me.
No, I don't blame you.
Maddie, I'm so pleased that you did.
I don't
So
blame
really, Merrick Garland, by his timidity.
Yes, 110%.
Don't you think it's deeper
Yeah, I
than
mean,
doesn't
yeah,
that
he didn't
let
do
too
shit.
many Democrats off the hook?
Look, of course it's deeper than that.
Yeah.
It was a rhetorical flourish. But my point is, like, if I'm going to identify, a symbol of a human symbol of the
Yes.
wider fecklessness,
There you
caution,
go.
cowardice
Thank
of
you.
the
That's all I
Democratic Party,
needed.
then it is Merrick Garland.
I needed wider fecklessness. That's all I needed.
Yes, Merrick Garland is the tribune and symbol of that. He's the guy who,
Yes.
don't forget, they didn't just make him Attorney General when he was manifestly not the right person in that moment, but they cheered him. They were like, wow, this is a FU to MAGA. They wouldn't put him on the Supreme Court. We put him in the DOJ. Well, maybe he wasn't appropriate for the DOJ, right? They should have put in someone, an Elizabeth Warren figure, someone who would go into the DOJ and prosecute all these authoritarian. January 6th happened and he dragged his feet. Donald Trump never saw the inside of a courtroom for January the 6th. That is, I will never get over that. I will never, to my dying days, I'll be on the deathbed. I'll say, damn you, Merrick Garland. Donald Trump never saw the inside of a courtroom. That is a scandal.
For that, they tried to Capone him. We can't get you on sedition and overthrowing the government. But
By the way, that wasn't Merrick Garland, right? Even New York wasn't Merrick Garland. It was local. It wasn't the federal government.
Exactly. No, that's Letitia James and it's, everybody else.
Federal government had to be dragged kicking and screaming. The funny thing is, I heard Republicans for 4 years say they're weaponizing the government against us. I wish they had weaponized the government against you. They did the exact opposite. Joe Biden said, I've got to stay above the fray and not say anything about these cases. Merrick Garland wouldn't say anything. His deputy wouldn't say anything. And the federal case.
Guys. I know you can't hear him. He is snoring right now.
Cases came from Jack Smith.
He was dreaming.
He outsourced that to a special counsel. It was just insanity to see the past. The next Democratic administration has to run on a platform of we are going to prosecute the people who did these crimes. You know all those masked ICE agents?
Hey, look, he's actually sleeping on it like a normal dog.
Committing crimes on our streets.
Although he does kind of look like a diver doing, his best pose.
They need to be prosecuted by the next Democratic administration, the next Democratic Congress.
But that's letting the leaders of it off the hook. That's going after the rank and file.
Of course, and the leaders. I'm taking for granted the leaders. I'm saying top to bottom. We can't have a Barack Obama coming in 2008 and saying, hey, we tortured some folks, but I want to look forward, not back.
That's a great point. But the other issue with that era of Democratic politics was they ran on the audacity of what was possible, and they governed on the timidity of what they think they might be able to get through with the checks and balances. And you can't have that dichotomy. But isn't there an opportunity then, Mehdi, in the way that Donald Trump showed the cracks in the democratic system, and that he weaponized our own excesses against us in terms of emergency powers and all the things that were possible? Hasn't he also shown the Democrats, and here are the levers of power that you can use for coercion?
Yes.
That you can actually say, oh, do you really think Democrats are the only people that have tax exemptions that can be threatened? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you really think there are no education, that you can't bend the will of corporations who don't want friction to do your bidding?
So I'll just give you a couple of quick examples.
Please.
Number one, Elon Musk, right? Donald Trump and Elon Musk went to war, most richest man in the world. Donald Trump says, I'm going to cancel his contracts. And immediately Musk deleted his tweet saying he was in the Epstein files and has gone pretty quiet by Musk standards.
That's right.
Why didn't Joe Biden do that? In fact, the opposite. Chuck Schumer hosted Elon Musk in his office in the Senate a couple of years ago.
Right.
This guy declared war on the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party said, would you like some more contracts, sir? Right. That was an insane approach to Elon Musk. Trump showed that you can actually take on the richest man in the world if you're president of the United States.
Oh, I love when you can tell they were running. He was just doing that. He's stuck in the pose, but that's why I was trying to show you guys, because he was doing the thing where he's just like.
He did it. There is a template.
It's very cute.
Another example for Senate Democrats, when they were trying to get the minimum wage rise through, the parliamentarian said you can't put it in the bill. I was on MSNBC at the time. We had multiple segments about the
He's so cute right now.
freaking parliamentarian. No one knows who she is. She wasn't elected by anyone. Chuck Schumer said, can't do it. Parliamentarian said no. This time round, the parliamentarian said, well, you can't do some stuff in this big, beautiful bill. The Republicans said, get lost. They wouldn't even meet with the parliamentarian. Right. So the template is there. If you want to get shit done, you can. The problem is Democrats don't want to get shit done, and they hide behind.
No, they just want to blame Trump and then just be like, whoa, isn't Trump so fucked up? But yeah, it's not the system. The system's fine.
Institutional excuses. They say we can't do it because of parliamentarian, but really they don't want to.
No,
the parliamentarian one, like, then you could have fired the parliamentarian like the Republicans did. It's just you had no balls and you're just like, we have to quorum.
It's interesting though, because that says something different. In your mind, they don't actually want it, because my feeling is,
let's not make sweeping statements. Some do,
right,
and some are beholden to their donors.
But this is where we get into the, like, Merrick Garland is at fault, or the way that Democrats govern. I still, as much as the ACA got some more people some health insurance, it never addressed the rot at the basis of our healthcare system that allowed, these insurance companies to make. So basically what the Democrats said was, we understand that one of the greatest threats to liberty and freedom in this country is poverty and not having healthcare, and it limits your choices and you can't leave jobs and all these other things. But instead of dealing with that, here's what we think we can do. Convince insurance companies that if we guarantee you billions of dollars in a fire hose of money, that you'll pretend to offer people a good alternative.
Not just insurance companies. The plan was to win over Republicans, right? Barack Obama was bent on winning over Republicans.
Right.
And that's why he borrowed a
He
Mitt
said the
Romney
word
plan.
poverty.
Obamacare was fundamentally a version of Romney Care in Massachusetts.
Right.
And he thought this will win over moderate Republicans. Instead, they spent the next 10 years obsessing over Obamacare. It became a dirty word for Republicans. They never gave him any credit for doing a very moderate, conservative style proposal for healthcare reform. And this is the problem. They will never give you credit. Stop trying to appease them. I think that any Democrat who in this current moment says the word bipartisanship should be immediately primary. Right? It just shows you're not prepared for this moment we're in. This current modern Republican Party will never credit you for anything. Joe Biden bent over backwards to his old friends in the Senate who he hung out in the gym with for decades. They all went against him. No one gave him any credit. All of them voted against his major legislation, which was bipartisan legislation, apart from the infrastructure one. So it was a fool's mission to do that. By the way, you said something earlier about exposing the cracks. The fundamental thing Donald Trump has shown us is that the rules of American politics don't have to apply if you don't want them to apply.
That's right.
And therefore, you can be ambitious, over-ambitious. Ro Khanna, who I know you know, who is probably going to run for president as a lefty in 2028, he gave a speech recently. He said, look, our ambitions, Democrats will always limit our ambitions, as you just pointed out, ACA. We can't go there. We'll go here.
They negotiate against themselves.
Meanwhile, Republicans are like, well, we're just going to annex Greenland. Like, huh? Did you poll test that? Did you focus group it?
Right.
Democrats are sitting there getting every focus group, every policy consultant to check every policy for like.
Well, this is also part of the problem is like the whole Trump speaks from his mind, or like he just speaks like us kind of bullshit. And that's why people love AOC, is because she is also good at just talking to the regular person. You know, it's not always this fucking corporatist bullshit where you can tell that there's a lobby right in between you, and you gotta, you know, kind of skate around it. You don't want to piss off the wrong person.
Costings and how is it going to be received? And Donald Trump's like, I'm going to invade Greenland. And like that is the difference right now. And I think the next Democratic presidential candidate, and I say this only half seriously or only half jokingly, depending on how you want to view it, the next Democratic candidate has to be able to stand up and say, I'm going to give you a $30 minimum wage.
Yeah.
When the press say, well, how are you going to pay for that? Oh, I fucking will. Believe me, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, right there. Right there. Trust me, I fucking will. We'll figure it out. We always figure out how to fund all this other shit. How come we can fund everybody else, like the billionaires, but we can't fund our fucking working class? Somebody that speaks like that will move so much farther than even like a Bernie Sanders, I have to say.
Amazing. I'll do it in day one.
Yep.
24 hours.
Yes, I've been saying this. I've been saying this since MAGA 1.0 and since Trump's first term, is that honestly, like, they need their own Trump. It's the way that they talk about how, oh, we need a leftist Joe Rogan. Well, how about we have a leftist Trump that, like, and I'm not talking about, you know, the policies. I'm talking specifically about the way that they perceive how he talks, how he's an outsider. Like, they totally devalued that and also tried to conflate it in the way where they're like, well, we don't want a Trump. It's like, I'm not talking about him as the person. I'm talking about what the people value about him. But fuck me for even bringing up the fact that people like the fact that he speaks like a real person and, you know, uses a naughty word occasionally. Jesus.
You will have a $30 minimum wage, right? You have to be able to say this stuff.
Right. Just you got to take that same rhetoric and flip it on its head. Yeah, I think there's no question now. And I think because one of the things that it exposed is that sort of the pace of democracy is not keeping up with the pace of technology, and it's not keeping up with the pace of modern life. And whatever we want to say about Donald Trump, even when he's going off the rails, the people believe he's doing shit.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they want shit to be done, and almost to the point where, and now we're stuck with the remnants of these sort of sclerotic institutions that the Democrats have built, not on principle, but on sort of what they thought might be possible.
And the inability to run on your record, which of course Joe Biden was a very poor messenger for his own record. I thought his domestic record was pretty good, relatively speaking. I thought his foreign policy was horrific. Although even on foreign
policy sucked, but you have to say that like what he was trying to do with college debt was admirable. You have to say what he did with the UAW was great.
In 2021,
he actually did some really good things, and I'm not trying to glaze him. God, I just admit where there was good policy that benefited the working class, but everybody ignored it because they listened to Trump and they listened to the Republicans.
Joe Biden ended America's longest war, the war in Afghanistan. It was a hugely popular move. You wouldn't have believed it from the media coverage where it was only sold as a disastrous departure and everything in the departure, and the departure was not non-chaotic, I agree. But he ended the war in Afghanistan, something that Bush, Obama, Trump could not do. It was a hugely popular move. Isn't it interesting the Democrats went into the last year's election looking at like the warmongering party while the Republicans sold themselves as the anti-war party? Donald Trump went to Michigan and said, I'm the peace candidate. I am peace. I didn't hear any Democrats say we ended America's longest war.
None of these wars would have started if I were here. But the interesting thing is when that gets exposed, again, nothing damages nothing permeates it. I've always said, the Democrats are Wile E. Coyote and Donald Trump is Roadrunner, and they keep thinking we got him now.
So I want to push back, John. Can I push back, Mal?
Sweet baby Jesus. Thank you for the subscription. Free Palestine. Yes, indeed.
I agree with you I agree with you to a certain extent, and we'll see how this Epstein thing pans out. But I don't think we should fall.
I mean,
into the trap.
I hate to ask, but can you tell?
Of just giving him the inevitability of immunity, right?
Right. No, he's not an X-Man. I don't mean that like he's Magneto.
So one example I often give is immigration, right? That's the issue he's
be a lot cooler if he was
supposed to be strong on. He came in, I'm going to cut the border, and Americans apparently anti.
Also, by the way, thank you for subscribing again. Thank you, sweet baby Jesus. I appreciate it.
Look at the polls. He's cratered on immigration.
Right.
New York Times Siena poll a couple of months ago found that his most unpopular issue, the single most unpopular issue for Trump in his first 100 days, was his handling of Kilmer Abrego Garcia and the deep.
Not just no. Okay, yes, that one was per the section that was being polled, but like I can say this from like an anecdotal piece where I know some of the Trumpers in my life, they've actually seen it where they know somebody at their work or they know somebody from their church that has gotten detained by ICE now, and they're like,
deportation.
Oh no.
To El Salvador. We were told by Republicans that's an 80-20 issue. Democrats are on the wrong side of it. Nobody wants to be on the side of MS-13. In fact, no, the American public said, no, we don't want people being deported.
Not appropriate, but that damn Sweet Caroline song stuck in my head now.
To do haven't
ba, ba, ba.
committed any crimes. We don't want judges being ignored. We don't want people being sent to a gulag in El Salvador. We don't want our American Latino citizens being picked up outside of Home Depot just because they're brown. He's huge.
Damn it, now it's going to be stuck in my head too. That's karma.
Hugely unpopular on the immigration issue. And Hakeem Jeffries, allegedly, he denies this, allegedly told Democrats, stop talking about this, stop going to El Salvador. Actually, Senator Chris Van Hollen and Congressman Maxwell Frost and Democrats who went to El Salvador, they were on the right side of that issue, and they did politically hurt Trump.
Yeah, I guess my point with that is you can politically hurt him. You can drive down his numbers, but nothing changes. You can, like you say, he can poll at 35% on immigration, but he doesn't give a fuck. He just goes out there and he continues to raid Home Depots. He's never been a particularly popular president. Probably the peak of his popularity was during that second inauguration, where there was even some level of like he might be a
free Palestine. Pa, pa, pa. That actually works.
Above 50 or 51% in terms of he's always been a low 40s, sometimes dips into 30s guy. My point is, even with all that, there's nothing he hasn't been able to do that he wants to ultimately do. And the Democrats have not figured out a way how to effectively manage that. And that, I guess that was...
Or replicate it, John.
Or replicate it. That's
like,
right.
Democrats remain scared of their own shadows.
Right.
And in hock to their consultants. Well, Trump just does what he's got to do. And sometimes it works out for him, sometimes it doesn't. I mean...
Did you know that the dab emote is called elbow cough? I did not know this.
Kamala Harris, we know now from all the reporting of the election. She started off...
Thank you, TTS.
Strong. She had a lead. She said some populist stuff. She had a great convention.
And then thought, what if I hold hands with Liz Cheney and we walk across the country?
What if I hold hands with Liz Cheney? What if I go on The View and say nothing will change? There'll be no difference between me and Joe Biden. What if I listen to my brother-in-law from Uber and stop talking about big corporations and greedflation? Yeah, that worked out well.
Yeah. And I wonder too now, all the talk of I'm the peace candidate and I'm doing this. And as we watch the bombings in the Ukraine, the horrific tragedy that
I have to say, this is like one of the better interviews that I've seen in a while.
It's happening in Gaza.
What a nice break from Piers Morgan. I think we're going to ignore the Piers Morgan one tonight.
All that stuff clearly was nonsensical. But what institutions do we have now that have any viability to try and stop these terrible, like the Israel?
Oh yeah, no. We were just talking about this earlier. How like the consciousness is catching up. It's not just class consciousness either. Like it's just everybody is starting to see through the bullshit. The Epstein stuff is starting to like push a lot of like conservatives to like see that they're just as bad. Like, because think about it. For everyone that thinks that the Democrats are evil and like elitist, blah, 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 you have Trump doing the Epstein stuff. And then on top of it, like the insider trading thing, like he goes out and says, yeah, you know what? Nancy Pelosi, she was making some money. She was trading and she was doing all these things. But I want to make sure that I can do it.
Real Gaza situation.
People heard that and were like, what?
To me, to have that go on and the world seemingly shrug. I mean, now you're seeing a little bit of like, hey, are those people starving? Like starvation doesn't happen in a week. This is months and years of a siege. Like what mechanisms do we have in the world now?
Not many. And the few that we had have been undermined by Netanyahu, Trump, Biden, Starmer, Sunak. I mean, for me, what's so astonishing is we spent decades building a post-war, quote unquote, rules-based order, which as a lefty, I was far from happy with. a deeply flawed system, but we had some kind of system.
Welcome to the channel. I feel like you're a good fit.
The UN Security Council.
I mostly stream a little earlier, just so you know this.
Geneva Conventions, International Court of Justice,
This
an
is
International Criminal Court, which
little
America
bit
didn't
later
sign
than
up
my
to, but
normal
most of
times.
the world did. And all of that has been burned down in the interest of protecting one nation, one government, one prime minister. And I think historians will look back and think, what an astonishing sight to see all of it burned down. All of those institutions, anytime they've spoken out, they have been accused of being Hamas, accused of being anti-Semitic, accused of being anti-American. The United States government has sanctioned the International Criminal Court judges and prosecutor. They have threatened foreign governments for doing anything to help the Palestinians. They've gone after South Africa for bringing that case to the International Court of Justice. It is really, really problematic. This is much wider than Gaza. Gaza is a tragedy and a horror show, perhaps the worst of our lifetime. But going forward, this is going to have ripple effects that will affect conflicts and peoples all across the world. Good luck to any Western government ever lecturing another government about human rights. Or it's just insane.
Oh, it sets a permission structure for any other bad.
He's doing it.
Actors to basically, that's what I said earlier about sort of this, big fuck small. But
I have to record his little snores. They're so damn cute.
Law of the jungle.
The law of the jungle. That's right. And a permission structure. I guess my question, even in that part of the world, is, why hasn't there been, Erdogan will say Israel can't do this, I'm going to attack, and then like nothing.
Yeah.
And there's never any sense that there is a coalition of the willing for the world to step in and at least separate the combatants.
Yeah, do you remember? You're old enough, John, like I am, to remember kind of the late 90s when we all talked about the responsibility to protect, liberal interventionism, Kosovo, Clinton, Blair.
It was all about
of that.
peacekeeping forces. It was all about the United Nations peacekeeping forces.
Yeah, and that was going into national sovereign countries. This is going into an occupied territory. No, the inability. Remember the first couple of years of Ukraine? I spent arguing on my show at MSNBC with people like, should we have a no-fly zone? That was the big debate. Like, should the U.S. impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine to protect the people of Ukraine? I mean, the people in Gaza have never had the benefits of a no-fly zone. The people in Gaza have never had the benefits of peacekeepers.
And the people in America don't know what's going on. I mean, that's the other thing you have to remember is we're seeing a very different. We don't see the images in the same way that the rest of the world is watching a very different show than we're watching.
I think a lot of Americans, thankfully, are watching it on social media.
Yes.
And as much as I loathe Mark Zuckerberg, Instagram has been invaluable
Right.
for Palestinians getting their voices out.
It is.
And I think people who have seen stuff on social media differ from people who haven't. And I think that's very clear. I think people aren't seeing the scenes, obviously, that you see on Al Jazeera or anywhere else. But most people by now do recognize what's going on. And I think the real problem, John, is not ignorance. It is the inability to do anything about the knowledge that we have. And I think the real democratic, I just talked earlier about the international repercussions of Gaza and what it's done to international law and the Geneva Convention and human rights groups, all of whom have been discredited. Every dictator in the world will say, I can bomb hospitals, Israel did. I can ignore human rights groups, Israel did. I can keep foreign journalists out, Israel did. All those precedents. But worse than that, at home, democratically, it has exposed the United States democratic.
Viger.
That you have.
That's a Star Trek reference, number one. Politics aside, decent. New here is the channel left or right leaning. I am left leaning, but I welcome right leaners if you're cool. I mean, I like having discourse, dude.
Huge numbers, majorities of Americans.
I don't like being in a bubble.
Big majorities of Democrats saying ceasefire now, restrict arms to Israel. And that is not reflected in Congress at all. That is not, there's polling out this week about how unpopular the war.
I'm also very honest about my biases.
In Gaza is. I think it's only got a 32% approval rate amongst the American public. In Congress, it's got a 90% approval rate. So how do you explain that disconnect? That 90% of legislators support something that only 30% of Americans do. At what point does that become intolerable? At what point do people wake up and say, we're just not
Let's catch on the name reference.
represented here by the people in power? There's such a massitive disconnect.
Right. It's a consent to the governed.
And that's on the Republican.
Listen, Star Trek the Motion Picture is actually underrated. It's a little boring.
Republicans side too, by the way, John. You're seeing
God damn, it has one of the best stories.
Republicans under the age of 50
Right.
rapidly turning on Israel.
But the dynamic.
You do know that was actually supposed to be just a episode of Star Trek, by the way.
that you're
Stuff
talking
little,
about the
aside.
consent of the governed is also, though, what drove these right-wing populist movements. The only difference is it's not Gaza, it's immigration or migration. And as you're seeing that take over in the world, these are the competing things. We keep thinking about, well, like I think all the time about 90% of the people in this country believe sensible gun restrictions are a necessity to keep us from, every time you hear a pop, running out of malls.
Not reflected in Congress.
All of those things that people want, but it
Not technically. She just embodied, because
doesn't
oh God, what was her name?
seem to hold the power that
She was the voice of V'ger.
loss of national identity seems to be holding around the world. There's no matter what issue you want to pick on and where the public sentiment is and where the polling is, it all pales into the comparison to the feeling of we're going to lose our Americanness. We're going to lose our.
Yeah, it is a very powerful trend.
And you saw it, not to wrap it back around to Jubilee, but that's what you faced down that day.
Well, I'm glad you brought it back to Jubilee, because I was about to bring it back to Jubilee. What was interesting
Yeah,
was
Lieutenant
not
Ilya.
just the
That was-
power
yeah,
of that
yeah, that was
identity
her
and
name.
obsession. They didn't want to debate anything but immigration. They didn't care about any of my other claims. They only came to talk about immigration. But what was interesting is I had a claim on Gaza. I said Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. A lot of those white supremacists refused to come up and debate me on that. Why? Because they're anti-Israel. And they're not anti-Israel because they care about the Palestinian people. They're anti-Israel because of the people in Israel. Right? There's a massive anti-Semitic streak on the right.
Sure. I have Twitter. I'm aware of the massive
Yeah. But what's interesting is how it's being mainstreamed through Gaza. And this is why I say to Jewish friends of mine who are supporters of Israel, be careful of the alliances you make. The folks on the right, a lot of them.
Been a lifelong Dem up until this last election. I didn't vote for Trump either. I'm in much and went for RFK as he's still bet on the ticket, or when he was still on the ticket. I listened to Destiny.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm. Well, Destiny's got his things, but I cover some Destiny stuff. I cover a lot of the guys here. I'm very much my own in this leftist space. I also am on this space with the Angry Ginger and Letterhack and a lot of the MR crew. But yeah, no, hey, hit that subscribe button and definitely join the community here, V'ger. I think that you're in a good spot.
Using the same
I am a democratic socialist, and I am very open about that.
America first, national identity argument to actually try and disconnect from Israel. And a lot of people on the left are like, great, isn't it great that Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and
You're
all
in
these
Michigan. I am in Chicago, so at least we share the Great Lake.
folks are on our side now? And I'm like, I'm
Thank you.
not sure
Appreciate
I
that.
want them on our side, because they're not on our side for the
Talk some Star Trek too.
same reasons. Like,
That's right.
We're on our side because we care about Palestinian human rights and dignity and self-determination, not because we're anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic. Unfortunately, a lot of these younger MAGA supporters are driven by this idea of national identity, Christian national, and therefore Muslims and Jews have no role in America. And I would say this, when the pro-Israel lobby is canceling people, getting people fired, pressuring members of Congress, supporting people like Randy Fine from Florida, who says, yeah, let them starve. Let's nuke Gaza. You know what?
But by the way,
You're gonna be in town for ARC Festival. You do visuals at 8. That's crazy. I got a friend that's going to that.
Randy Fine actually went too
That's cool, man.
far.
Yes, for APAC.
Even for APAC. APAC was like, hey,
Actually,
You can't say that out loud. You can
Actually,
say
that
quietly.
part I think we may have to. Yeah.
That part you shouldn't say
That's
on Twitter.
awesome.
That's right.
But my point being is a lot of these, Trump MAGA folks are like, well, we don't want Israel controlling our politics. We don't want these Jews.
Lala's this week, isn't it? Ugh. Oh no. Oh my fucking God. Traveling this weekend's gonna suck.
Telling us what to do. There's a dangerous trend there.
Fuck.
Which, I mean, there's
Think
so
about
many
this.
different fallouts
Damn
and
it.
threads from Gaza. And I think that is one of them that a lot of people aren't paying enough attention to.
Mehdi, where do you see the energy, what
Oh
is
my
going
God, it
to
totally
be the
is.
way that this sort of idea that you're talking about on the left, how is that going to coalesce? Do you think it's a function of, if you look at the Democratic autopsy, they're all like, oh, I think the way, the Democrats can do this is that you go on Theo Vaughn and that should take care of everything,
Which Pete Buttigieg is doing.
Buttigieg is doing, and you see them all sort of positioning now strategically for all this, the variety of things. What I love about what you do is there's a tenacious moral principle to everything that you put out there, and you do it in a way that is, when you argue with people, there has to be a relentlessness to it. I don't think that the Democrats have the foundational right now moral and principled stand to be able to be relentless in a very directional way, because the only way to battle these is you have to match their, the one thing that I always gave Ailes was like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like that dude was the great white shark of making his political identity the ruling identity of this country.
I think first of all, thank you for your kind words. Second of all, I 100% agree with you on the 24/7 nature of this. The problem we have, and I mentioned Buttigieg a moment ago, is Buttigieg went on a podcast recently. I saw a clip on my social media where he was asked about Mamdani, Zoran Mamdani, who's doing a fantastic job of actually doing everything Democrats need to be doing in New York right now, in terms of energy, in terms of messaging, in terms of authenticity, in terms of winning over young men and all these groups that Democrats struggle with. And he said, oh, well, we need to borrow, I'm paraphrasing, but Buttigieg said something along the lines of we need to borrow his style. I don't necessarily agree with all his policies, which is kind of missing the wood from the trees or the forest from the trees. I'm getting my British Americanisms mixed up.
You go back to the pitch, you'll find it.
The pitch. I'll find it on the pitch.
Yeah.
And I think the key point there is, no, you need the substance and the style. You can't just pick and choose. Mamdani is not just doing well because he has slick, savvy social videos, which he does. It's because he's also pushing authentic messages about affordability, about standing up for the little guy. He's the guy who went and screamed at Tom Homan. People forget this. Like, he was there as an activist screaming at Tom Homan, the border chief, a few months ago. Like, that authentic rage and anger and moral outrage has to be there on the part of the Democratic Party. And you can't switch it on and off cynically, depending on where and when you are. Cory Booker being a classic example from your great state of New Jersey. This is a guy who stands for 24 hours, gives this amazing speech, gets us all pumped up, and then he's like, next day he's voting for arms to Israel. Day after that, he's voting to confirm Jared Kushner's dad as ambassador to France. It cannot be on-off switch when it comes to, it's not authentic by definition if there's an on-off switch.
That's right. And it has to also, I think, be smartly litigated. And that maybe gets us to and I'm cognizant of your time, and I really appreciate the conversation. But I think what's been lost here is, the Fox News and the
I have to get better about that part.
Republicans, this is a 60-year plan that they have had.
I just talk forever, and then they're like, hey, well, we're going to wrap this up. It's like, oh, right.
To basically roll back the New Deal and the Naturalization Acts and everything that they felt changed the tenor of this country into something that they don't want anymore. It's sort of a nostalgia for an America that never actually was. And they're trying to rebuild that into an America that they think, and I've always said, make America great again is a demotion. We're supposed to be exceptional. So if you just make us great, you're actually, giving us a demotion. But what the Democrats have been unable to do is to prosecute their case, is to litigate it. And in some ways, I think the news media has to take a lesson. Where is the one place MAGA really usually falls apart, forgetting about the Supreme Court? It's in court, where there are evidentiary standards, where there is a process by which you have to litigate the bonds of our shared reality. The Democrat, that's, I think, what they don't understand, that this is about prosecuting and litigating a vision for the future that has evidentiary standards and that people can find something to hold on to. And are there people that you've seen out there that you think, and it can't be fiefdoms. There has to be a unity to it, and it has to work together with your think tanks. And you have to have a Federalist Society. You have to have groups that understand that once you get into a position where you can actualize that vision, you have to do it competently and you have to do it quickly.
I agree with this.
I agree. I sign off on all of that, and especially kind of the Federalist Society and the long-term vision of the Republican Party. Democrats are not playing the same game. They're not in the same league when it comes to kind of long-term planning, what they did to the judiciary, et cetera, over decades to get the 6-3 majority.
Anna, your opinion on Pathfinder?
I would say, though, the problem with, again, it goes back to the whole, is the MSNBC the left-wing Fox? It's the same issue. The same reason why MSNBC can't be a left-wing Fox.
Ooh,
and the same reason why the Democrats can't behave like the Republicans is money. Fundamentally, it comes back to money. MSNBC and all these CNN and all of these outlets are corporate owned, and therefore they will always have a corporate agenda in terms of profit maximization,
Right.
in terms of returns.
But Fox is corporate owned.
Corporate owned, but also,
but purposeful.
Has a particular ideological bent.
Really? You never played the Pathfinder? Oh,
that is on steroids.
And it turns out their purpose is actually a moneymaker.
It's a moneymaker. Yeah, they get fascism
I'm wondering how the combat system is.
with the side benefit of actually making money off of it.
Profitable fascism. Yes.
Profitable white supremacy.
That's right.
And the same applies to the Democrats.
Yeah.
I could come up with a
Pretty
wonderful...
much, it's pretty much the same here. I've played Vampire, but this one threw me for a loop because it's like a lot of D10s. I'm just like,
plan of action, a project 2029, all sorts of things. But the problem is that as long as they are beholden to corporate donors, they're not going to take that step forward. You can get rid of the Senate parliamentarian tomorrow. You can get rid of the filibuster. You can give Democrats a open playing field / pitch to do what they want to do, and they still won't do it because they don't want to piss off their donors. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. And until we deal with money in politics, we're simply not going to have a proper opposition. We are going to have, Coke and Diet Coke. We are going to have kind of fascists, and dare I say, in some Democrat fascists light. And I think that is a fundamental problem in our system right now. It does all go back to money in politics. It does go back to Citizens United. It does go back to the ability of Rupert Murdoch and Roger Ailes and Elon Musk and Bill Ackman.
BTS was not a really good system, honestly. Okay, thank you. I need to know that. I was kind of toying with playing in a game. I guess Starfinder is like the Pathfinder in space just came out, and he was just like, "You want to play?" I'm like, I don't know.
Culture.
I don't want to learn a whole new system.
And that fundamentally,
I want to go I want to create a character, roll up, and just show up for a fucking game. Like honestly, I'm getting old.
Sorry to sound all biblical, but money is the root of all American evil right now.
And it is, and it has empowered this hostile takeover of we the people. And again, rolling back around to that idea of fetishizing the little guy and we the people, when in fact the opposite has occurred and the Supreme Court has empowered real.
Vampire does have problems, but I just played Werewolf, the updated version of it. It was a lot of fun.
Really, this kind of much more authoritative processing of all the.
I kind of broke the game though because we were trying to clear out a building, and it was one of these things where he didn't say that I couldn't just bust a gas line in the basement and ignite it.
Those avenues, and in some respects, then it comes down to, is the answer the Democratic Party's right?
I love those moments where you throw your DM. He's just like, you just ruined the game.
Right for a takeover, and they just need to find the right reality host that can get in there and start lining up all of those interests.
Please, no reality host. I beg of you.
Jeff Probst, maybe Jeff Probst, Survivor.
Unless John, you're thinking of throwing your hat in the ring, which I know.
Ah, there it is.
Which I know many people want you to throw your hat in the ring. If that's what you're suggesting, we can talk about that. but please, otherwise, no TV show hosts.
None of those. Things. Well.
But look, I think New York in November will be a very, very interesting result. If Zoran Mamdani wins, it will be earth-shattering on so many levels, on multiple levels.
I think he's got the energy is there. What I would say that Zoran has that's really remarkable in this moment, he has an opportunity to credit the entire sort of progressive agenda. But I think the way that it has to be done is he's got to do the boring shit well.
Agreed.
If he can make
Agreed.
His vision, I think, is really smart, focusing on affordability and
I agree.
A much more equality of economic opportunity, all those things. If he can make the city competent, if that can be his focus, if he can bring that feeling of, and I think progressives actually forget this sometimes. Everybody deserves the kind of safety and security that the rich Manhattan neighborhoods get. Everybody deserves that. If that's his focus, holy shit, could this be a rebirth of a much more, I think, fair-minded society that people feel confident will not. The big fear in New York is chaos, always. If he can do both, holy shit, does that guy have an opportunity?
I agree. And I think it's much bigger than New York. I think it's going to be
Absolutely.
national and global. I think the impact of that election.
Anna, this is why the Democrats having a worse approval rating than Trump is a good thing.
November, if he wins, will be national and international. It will be the biggest boost.
No, it's going to be the biggest boost to like the DSA contingent that we've seen in a long time. I mean, here's the sad part. Jake is already lining up to take credit for this. That should tell you something.
I'm trying to think in my lifetime. I'm trying to think of when was the last time something this earth-shattering occurred. I mean, AOC winning that primary was big.
I think people thought Obama. I think people thought Obama was the boost. I think
wrongly thought that, but yes, 2008.
Well, I think what they didn't realize is what an institutionalist teacher.
No, but this is the thing. Like when you talk about the encapsulation of the energy behind a new person in the party and like getting people excited to be part of politics, that was it.
Turned out to be.
Yes. You know, at that point, no, I'll say this. That wasn't the time to have the more left contingent, at that time. Like, I'll just say this because nobody was there, but I'll say this. I can say from the Chicago youth vote that like it was crazy how many people showed up for that fucking Obama inauguration speech, or no, not the inauguration speech, the victory speech,
and how that damaged the prospect.
That was in fucking
of getting to the finish line. Those policies,
but bigger than
holy
that,
shit,
it will
dude,
also be
that was insane.
To go back to your point,
My sister was dumb enough to go.
About Wile E. Coyote. The Republican media
she saw that
machine
video.
is going to throw everything. Already is at Mamdani.
By the way, so's the Democratic.
So is it, exactly.
Like,
So is the
they're
Democrat.
going after him too.
Let's not give Gillibrand a pass on
Right.
her horrifically Islamophobic comments about Mamdani. But my point is, the right-wing machine, including some right-wing Democrats, are throwing everything at Mamdani. If he wins, it will also be a reminder that you don't have to compromise, you don't have to bend the knee, you don't have to roll over, you don't have to triangulate to win. You can win authentically. And I think that will be a very scary message for the right.
Mehdi, just a pleasure talking to you. I really appreciate it. Mehdi Hasan, founder and editor-in-chief of Zeteo, now with, and I hate to throw this out there, 1 million YouTube subscribers, which is, I think, you get some, I don't know if they give you a platinum.
I want a plaque. I definitely want a plaque.
Oh,
YouTube, send me a plaque.
All right, we'll do.
They are sending you a plaque. I mean, they guarantee you already got one with 500K. You're gonna get another one. Hell, you get one with 100K there, man. Like, fuck. Don't get greedy. That was a really good interview, gotta say. Oh, fucking A. Oh, what do we got here? Nobody Radio Underhill. Hey, thanks for the follow, Underhill, over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Oh, dude, we are three followers away from 420 over on Twitch. That, I gotta say, that's crazy. Cool. Oh shit, when that happens, we're gonna have a nice little celebration. Actually, when that happens, what I will do is I will do a Twitch exclusive stream, and we will just it'll just be a smoke party. That'll be a good time. We'll watch some fun stuff that won't get me in trouble. Ooh, another streamer I watch just got invited to this space. Hell yeah. I hope they're taking the Wednesday slot. Fuck yeah. Nah, we're trying. Visora? Well, I'll look forward to talking to her. She will be in our we have a little creator space, so if you think I'm radical, hey, we'll see what happens. See, I'm a little worried because like me and AG, I can already see what's happening where we have already had some people kind of almost accusing us of being like almost centrist, and I was like, whoa. Okay. Once leftist infighting starts happening there, angry Ginger. I call him AG. So much better because I can't really say it quickly. The man, the myth, the legend, I hope I didn't weird him out where I'm like, yeah, kind of like an older brother to me on YouTube because like he essentially kind of mentored me through some of the shit after, you know, promoting my channel. You know, he's a real ass dude. Love him. Great content. I don't get what's so hard to understand. There's nothing to understand. I'm not saying that there's anything to understand. I'm saying what I'm more worried that there's going to be some, you know, disagreements. You're a lefty, but you don't just kick people out for being conservative. Yeah. I mean, that was happening. Like I had to get Kirk unbanned twice in his very first day of being in a chat. And this kind of sucked. He did it on another fucking show. I was like, it forced me to go and fucking moderate. I was like, you motherfucker. Yeah, that was fun. Because they don't get it. They like, the thing is, I had to explain that where I'm like, guys, this isn't like, this space isn't my channel. So like, you have to abide by different rules there. And, you know, also don't do the cheeky fucking, the Kirk shit. Gotta behave. Trust me, they pushed back against that a little bit where they were just like, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't know how the fuck this happened, but like now I have like big teacher energy, I guess, where I'm just like, now come on. Now, why would I think that? Explain, or I'm gonna call your parents. Fucking Kirk. Dude, my favorite one, Soul Life. Him and Soul Life. They started going at it in chat. And Soul Life is just like, I don't know what's happening. Just all of a sudden, somebody's just like, man, Kirk and Soul Life, one-on-one. And then Soul Life has mod power, so Soul Life banned him and was just like, I win. I have to admit, it was very funny. At the same time, he hit me up. He's just like, what the fuck, man? Sorry, I'm bringing up the more, like, silly... there's nothing serious about this. Like, I'm excited to have... I'm sorry, what'd your name... Say her name? Visora. I'm excited to see Visora over on this space. You know, we're more than likely going to be doing this space collaborations. We already got, like, creator spaces that we're doing all this kind of fun stuff with, but be professional. Well, I am. I'm more than professional over there. My very first show went very well. That's why the only thing that got me where I was just like, oh, my chat, right. Gotta explain this one. Shit. It's like, all right, so I'm a little more lenient with my chat than like some of you guys. I forget that's, you know, that's a thing. It's a thing. It really is a thing where like they hear the word conservative and they're just like, ban. It's just like, okay. Not my favorite thing, but hey, you know how it goes. Listen, I'm also not going to shame people for doing their own thing, like over on this space. What just sucked was where, there was the giant misunderstanding from one of the mods where I was like, oh, no. I don't think you were oh, shit. Weren't reading that right. Like I said, guys, Gotta behave. Gotta behave. And I appreciate it. Like, I appreciate everybody that, like, showed up and helped, or well, showed up, watched the first stream over on Tuesday, and interacted in chat. But, I mean, you don't kick them, but they aren't going to last long anyway. Yeah. Yeah, well, they gotta chill. Because the other thing is, I will put this out there. Do it for me. Like, I understand, like, sometimes you want to do the debate stuff and, like, you want to push it a little harder. But if it's a bad reflection on me, try to just kind of, like, tone it down and just be like, no, I'm going to do this for Pep. Like, I'm sorry. Like, because, guys, like, as I said, I like discourse, but I don't want to get in trouble. You know, like, I don't want, I like being part of, you know, this network, and I also enjoy the interactions I have over there, you know. So I think that's all I have to really say is just, you know, keep it cool, keep it chill, and honestly, do it for me. If it requires you to kind of just back out, just do it for me, please. But like I was saying, I'm just hoping that, like, this doesn't, because we're in the early days of it. I've just noticed that there are the more centrist contingent, which I've seen it, like, with the chat, where it's like it's kind of all over the place, where I'm like, okay. But that could be good, you know? I'm not going to look at this as, like, a something to worry about or anything like that, because realistically, this is kind of like the sandbox where it is like, yeah, you know, play nice. Play nice, even if you got some disagreements, you know? Hold on. Let me check this. Nice. All right. There's so much Epstein news, I can't keep up. I can. I'm saving it all for tomorrow, I'm being honest. Because I wanted to do a shorter stream tonight. I have no intention of going super, super late. So I'm going to kind of just hold off on, like, the rest of the Epstein stuff. I'm looking for something else that maybe you know, we can vibe with outside of the Epstein stuff. Israel's getting cooked. I might do that. Internet comic. Oh, internet comment etiquette did a Jubilee video. Oh my God, he's making fun of Jubilee. Oh. I wonder. Would this... Will this be covered? Is this okay?
There.
Sure. What's the plan?
First, I need you to.
Whoa.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can play this because this is hilarious. And internet comment etiquette is always a fun time. So this would be a good way to kind of balance the stream, go into 420, and then, yeah, this would be perfect. Let's take a look. I hope this works.
Whoa. That explains everything. and that is my 5-page dissertation on the Gaza conflict.
Hey, Eric, it's Obama. I'm probably going to jail, man. You think you can help me break out of there?
Already, I can tell her this is...
Sure, what's the plan?
First, I need you to tattoo the layout of the prison all over my body.
Okay, Obama, you got it. Hi, I'm Eric. I'm an etiquette teacher, and today's video has multiple opening sequences for no reason. All right, let's start the show. Jubilee. You may know it as a period of remission from the penal consequences of sin, granted by the Roman Catholic Church under certain conditions for a year, usually at intervals of 25 years. But what if I told you it was also a YouTube channel? That's right, today we're going to talk about Jubilee Media. If you use the internet at all, you're probably familiar with their work. They've got a ton of shows under the Jubilee Media umbrella.
I think we're
Shows
good.
like Versus One,
No orange yet.
Spectrum, Middle Ground, Odd One Out, Both Sides, Ranking, Mask Off, Split Decision, Sample Size, and of course the one that's getting the most attention right now, Surrounded.
So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Yeah, you
What
see,
do you mean by believe?
Jubilee Media has a very interesting mission statement. It's
What do you mean by mean?
one that ties all of
What do you mean by you?
their shows together with a common thread. In their own words, they are a digital media company that pushes boundaries, tackles taboos, and breaks the rules. We believe discomfort and conflict are pivotal forces in creating human connection. In short, we're not afraid to go there. Discomfort and conflict. Two things so rarely used to combat a
Cringe.
divide.
Oh,
But founder
God.
Jason Wiley has
Oh my God, is that really part of their actual like YouTube mission statement?
made his intentions quite clear. Sometimes it feels like the world is becoming more divided, chaotic, and cluttered. But if I've learned anything in my time growing Jubilee, it's this. We are all inextricably linked and want to live for something deeper. Living for empathy and human good is a resilient vision, and one that
Believing in belief is a belief in a belief.
is worthy of pursuit. Well,
It doesn't make sense.
so now that we know what Jubilee and its founders stand for, well, let's see the kind of progress
Dude,
they've
Jordan
made.
Peterson's-
Jubilee needs to be banned. Hanging out in the Jubilee green room with a bomb vest. If I was on a Jubilee, they wouldn't be able to use any of my footage. I'd just be telling people to kill themselves. If I was on
Dude,
Jubilee, I'd be
these comments are out of pocket.
running away after sabotaging their film gear and doxing their staff. The Jubilee channel's only purpose is finding the most extreme, violent people from the seediest corners of the internet and giving them an enormous platform they would never otherwise have. All for some AdSense dollars. Dog shit political slop content at its lowest and laziest. I do think Jubilee should be demonetized for knowingly spreading Nazi propaganda.
This is brilliant. How have I not figured out just to read comments just in a dumb voice?
Kinda done with these
Perfect.
Jubilee videos, to be honest. Jubilee should do a series called Firing Squad, where they line up all the participants and the producers and the CEO and shoot them. I have undeniable proof that Jubilee is
Fucking Jesus Christ, social media.
straight up State
So
Department
fucking
propaganda.
wild.
Video
People just go to they just go there. Like,
coming soon.
it's like, all right, in the short time I've been doing this, I have experienced two legitimate death threats. I can say that I still don't understand it. I don't understand people that have this weird thing where they're just like, oh, some weirdo on the internet insulted me. I'm going to dox him and try and figure out where he lives, where he works, where everything about him, and then I'm gonna make his life miserable because he said meanie bobini words about me because I'm a weird, insecure douchebag.
Studios, they're a PragerU psyop. Nuke Jubilee. Well, CIA
Jesus
stopped
Christ.
funding Adam 22 and started funding Jubilee. I'm not sure why I subject myself to these Jubilee videos. Jubilee should invite 100 fascists next time, but instead of debating, they blow up the room on a live stream. YouTube demonetized Jubilee with 49,000 signatures. Oh, well, you know, as far as divides go, I'm not really seeing anyone arguing in here, which is good. Unfortunately, I am seeing a lot of domestic terrorism threats, and that's
I literally was
bad etiquette. Hi,
That's
Jubilee fan art. Oh,
Yeah.
hold up, this might be positive. Ah, shit.
yeah, we call it. I mean, what'd you say, Anna? Fed posting?
I should have seen that coming. Great work. I was just about to blow myself up, but this brought me back down to earth. Keep using those talents and have a wonderful day. And heal the divide.
Feel the divide. This fucking guy rules.
Oh, bonjour. Welcome to the show. Now,
that was just the opening.
Believe it or not, I've never actually seen an entire Jubilee video before. I've only ever seen little bits and pieces clipped out and maybe even taken out of context. Because you know how people do it. They'll take the middle of an argument and they'll put that online, and it's just meant to look provocative so other people can start arguing about it below. But nobody ever
He did say there were multiple openings.
watches the whole thing. So today, I'm going to watch the whole thing. I've got a Jubilee video queued up right here.
I needed this. This is the way I needed to end the night, guys. Because honestly, this is.
It's called One Progressive versus.
I forgot how much I love this guy's channel. I have been watching this guy's channel for a long time.
20 far-right conservatives. Looks like brain food to me. And play.
My family lineage is settlers from the 15.
God damn it. All right, so I got to skip any of the actual Jubilee clips. Yeah, he plays like a minute of it. I hate to say. So we'll go to boom.
I have to stay calm. Okay, so.
Okay.
Woof! All right, it's definitely so cool. Hey, you guys want something? You want a drink? Can I get you a drink? Nope. No, you're good. You want to keep watching this? Okay.
Well, I mean.
There? With no fear?
Just checking who's clapping, just to get my set of where everyone is on this. Because you know that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever.
No, clearly you're not.
Department of Education is the first target. I just clicked
Okay, perfect cutaway to him just being like,
on this to get pissed off. America is doomed. If this motherfucker says, quite frankly, one more time, I'm gonna lose it. Every day, I am more surprised by the monsters that walk among us. This is genuinely turning my stomach. I'm tapping out 37 minutes, 12 seconds. The fate of the will is
37
on
minutes, 12 seconds.
People's thumb. We are doomed. This is so sad. These guys are so stupid. This is so hard to watch. Almost everyone here is despicable, including Hassan, terrible debater.
Oh, this guy needs to just narrate every internet comment. Oh, I need to send him like I wonder if he does like a cameo type of thing where I can just send him my mean YouTube comments and just have him read them.
Navajo and the rest of them are not real natives. They are migrants from Asia. The whites founded America. The whites are the true natives of America. Classic Democrat arguing strategy by not letting them get a word in so they can't prove them wrong. Deport! After watching this, it confirmed my decision.
Imagine him reading Kirk's chats.
To never live in the U.S. Oh, there's the divide.
See?
Yeah, I'd know that son of a bitch anywhere. And it's
Right
here
there.
in the Jubilee
Gold
comment section. So I guess now it's my turn. I'm gonna do what I can to heal the divide using some good comment etiquette. Check this out.
Oh, God.
I don't like that they have to run to the chair. You're letting all the natural athletes debate first, and in my experience, those guys are dumb as fucking rocks. It's only a matter of time before two meatheads touch the chair simultaneously and just start clobbering each other in the face while Sam Cedar hides under the table. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a reason Jeopardy gives you a fucking buzzer instead of making you rush the podium looking like a desperate weirdo. Also, this video was impossible to watch, and I now hate more people than before I clicked on it. I don't think that's part of your guys' mission statement, and I sure hope this wasn't your intention, because I feel like shit now. I kind of think God might be dead, and heaven has been consumed by ash. If you're reading this and you had anything to do with this production, please just know that any hope I had left hiding in my soul has been extinguished by your hand. You've somehow created division inside my body. My left side thinks my right side's a racist, and my right side keeps calling the left side the N-word. So congratulations on that, I guess. I'm gonna be honest, I think Mr. Beast has better ethics than you guys, and that's a pretty low bar to clear. Maybe get a normal guy into your writer's room so he can be like, no, that's stupid, don't do that. You should forever live with whatever.
my left side thinks my right side is racist. My right side keeps calling my left side the N-word.
For doubt could have prevented this from happening. And also a curse on you and all your future endeavors forevermore. Now, I'm sure the rest of your videos are cool, though, so I can't wait to check those out. Subbed and post. Okay, so I hate to do this, but we got to rewatch a portion of that video.
What can I say?
I think you can say.
Oh, fucking A. Oh, God. I got it. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, no. The thing happened to me. I have to pee now.
Proud fascist now begging for money after getting fired from job over viral debate video. Yeah, that guy's name is Connor Estelle, and he is another victim of the divide. A sneaky little divide, just sneaking up on you with a camera, filming you saying the craziest shit in the world. Well, luckily for Connor Estelle, there are good Samaritans out in the world, and as you can see, people have donated almost 40 grand to the poor kid.
Yeah.
Fired for my political beliefs. My name is Connor, and I was recently shown in the latest Jubilee episode. As a result, unfortunately, I was subsequently released from my job. Unfortunately, voicing fully legal traditional right-wing political views results in real consequences. And who is sending this poor little innocent boy money? Well, we get to see who they are. They're right here. We have to show people there's good money in fascism. Have you considered a full-time career in fascism? You're good at it. HH, brother. HH, total nice days ahead. Keep your chin up. Oh, man. Whole lot of Hulk Hogan fans in here. Proud of you, brother. Don't let the K's get you down. We are being invaded. Europeans and Americans need to cast out the brown plague by any means.
Oh, my God.
God bless.
What the fuck?
When white men need to stand together. Only white men get that.
Oh my God! How is he making this fucking much hate this funny? No fucking way! I wouldn't have thought about reading the comments on the donations. This is fucking brilliant.
And here's Israel did 9/11, donating $88. God bless you,
Oh
brother.
my
Please stop with the
God, he
vulgar
donated
language you post
$88.
sometimes, though, as it is unbecoming for a disciple.
Fucking
Great
God,
job,
dude.
Jubilee.
Oh,
Great work
fuck.
on the Jubilee. Hope this helps. You're a good lad.
This is oh my God, you don't know internet etiquette? Here. I will totally share his channel. Oh no, did I just fuck up here? Oh no. Here, give me a second. Let me share this and then I'll go back to the video in my history here.
You're a good lad, and what you did was righteous. But for God's sake, get a gym membership. People respect strength. Strength of conviction comes first, yes, but physical prowess is a close second. $15 because I can't donate $14.88. Yes, and thanks to Jubilee, I'm now learning to be more empathetic so as to share and understand these feelings I'm seeing.
Get away! That last one
here. Now with that in mind, I'm gonna donate
$15 because I can't donate
to this little boy, but I'm not gonna send him any money. No. Not when I can send him a prayer. I mean, those are better. That's what they send after a school shooting. Hey, buddy, I owe you an apology. I actually prayed for you to get fired last week, and God said okay from the sky. So that's pretty much confirmed it had nothing to do with Jubilee. I wanted your job, and I took it with the power of the
Stephanie
Lord.
Rogers.
Also,
Hey,
your last
how are
name's
ya?
Estelle? That's a woman's last name, bro. Not a good look. I hear the name Epstein is up for grabs, and it might fit you perfectly based on how you look and act. Praying you get addicted to heroin so this money disappears in a month. An email to heaven. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick ad break, but stay tuned because when we come back, Hulk Hogan's going to call into the show. See you then.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Usually I skip through ads. He does like little skits. They're brilliant.
Yeah, just throw it in the trash over there. Business is closed.
Hey, let me guess.
Another loser in a man bun who thinks he's interesting. Excuse me. My hair is down because I am exciting and adventurous because yeah.
You were a data broker.
Man bun.
Yeah.
Shaw.
How'd you know?
I could just tell, pal. It smells like people's personal information in here. You know, I used to be a data broker. Name's Jimmy. Nice to meet you. At least I was one until Incogni.com/bigmoney ran me out of business.
Me too.
So you don't want this? I'm throwing this out? Okay.
All I wanted to do was buy and sell people's personal information online.
Yeah, no, you got email addresses, phone numbers, medical history, work history. We were selling all that shit for top dollar to people search websites and the like.
It was the only thing I was good at.
Yeah, and then people started using Incogni.com/bigmoney to get all that information removed from the internet.
Plus, they ended up using coupon code BIGMONEY for 60% off.
It is a great deal for a service that gets to work right away. Plus, they got
It is a great deal for a service that gets right to work right away.
family plan for up to 5 members, you know? So, I mean, they're going to wipe out all the data brokers. Oh!
Actually, I'm thinking, what if I just started a new data broker company? I can get right back to selling people's data.
Oh, yeah, you're going to do that? You're going to sell it to, you're going to sell it to insurance companies, maybe employers, foreign governments, if you want to be a real creep. Yeah, that's not going to work, pal. Yeah, what happens is Incogni scans the web, they get new data brokers on their list, and then they send takedown requests to them. It's never gonna happen.
Oh my God, I hate them so much.
Even if you could slip through the cracks, Incogni.com/big money's got this unlimited and family unlimited plan. Have you heard of this?
Really trigger him.
Unlimited what?
Unlimited custom removals, amigo. Yeah, that's right. If you find your information anywhere on the web that Incogni hasn't gotten to yet, you can send that over to Incogni with your unlimited plan, and then they're gonna get that taken down too.
And it's 60% off?
Yeah, if you're smart enough to type big money into where it says coupon code.
I'm gonna just jump into traffic.
Oh, easy, Chief. I don't want to hear that. Anyway, I think this is yours.
Is that my personal information?
Yeah, I don't want to know more. I put that life behind me. There you go.
This one little loop.
I mean, they got you really good with that one. I think your dog's in there.
I didn't realize how much of my personal information was out there. Maybe I should sign up for Incogni.com/big money. Coupon code big money for 60% off.
Hey, look, I'm a mailman, not a fucking life coach. You do whatever you
I'm a mailman, not a fucking life coach.
want. Adios.
Adios.
Mailman, huh?
Oh, these fucking guys rule.
I could be a mailman. Or I could jump into traffic. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna do that.
Send data brokers into traffic with Incogni.
Send data brokers into traffic.
Incogni.com/big money.
This is a commercial for Incogni. Oh my God.
Coupon code big money.
Okay, Incogni might be a down-ass company if they allow this to be like what they felt.
For 60% off. All right. Well, I guess Hulk Hogan's not going to call in.
What the fuck? He literally ended that. Man, maybe I'll go just, maybe I'll just go walk into traffic. I'm gonna go walk into
So let's just watch another Jubilee video. The Jubilee Project, my 100 for Haiti.
Hey everyone, what's up? It's me, Jason, and I'm very excited because
Oh God. Okay. This is killing me. Give me 1 second. Oh, come on, Stan. You had to go off camera for this moment. I really have to pee.
we're about to head out and begin the Jubilee Project, my 100 for Haiti.
Oh wait, this must be Jubilee's first video ever. Oh, that's interesting. This might be the first Jubilee video I watched all the way through.
With this particular project, I'm going to be going to a New York subway station and playing while singing and trying to raise money for Haiti.
Hey, you know what? I kind of like the vibe of this video better than the other ones. It's like chill, nobody's saying hateful rhetoric for attention. I like that. Wow, would you look at that? From such humble beginnings, huh? Hey, yo, get the fuck off the platform. I'm trying to walk here, asshole. I'm late to my New York job of catcalling women outside the bodega. It's bad enough this fucking city smells like a bathroom for diabetics. I gotta hear Coldplay while I'm waiting for the A-line. Hey, pal, any more of my senses you wanna fuck up? Maybe force me to taste my mother-in-law's fucking braciole? Go Jets! And post. See, I knew there would be a good Jubilee video.
Oh, fucking A, man. No. Oh, fucking A. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck.
Diabetics. I gotta hear Coldplay while I'm waiting for the A-line. Hey, pal, any more of my senses you wanna fuck up? Maybe force me to taste my mother-in-law's fucking braciole?
Maybe force me to taste my mother-in-law's fucking braciole.
Oh, go Jets!
I'm sorry, that fucking line got me.
And post. See, I knew there would be a good Jubilee video, one that actually pursues empathy and humanity. And in 15 years, this video's gotten 55,000 views. Oh, okay. Not a lot of demand for this, I guess.
Oh,
Let's see what's getting the big numbers.
Damn.
Anorexia versus obese. Oh, okay, 400,000 views. That's a good amount of money.
So are the last 13 cards I need to finish my national Pokedex? Hell yeah.
Who committed the worst crime? Ex-cons ranked themselves.
Yeah, we got a Comic-Con coming up like in the next few weeks. I'm gonna probably buy some singles to finish up some stuff there.
3 million views. Nice. That's a...
I did just get the gift box from Magic with the collector's pack in it, so.
Good paycheck right there. Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. Damn.
My closing comic book store had a surprise for me. That was awesome.
7 million on that one. That's a lot of money. Is being fat a choice? Fit women versus fat women. 8.3 million views. Oh my God, that is so much
money.
6
Those collector packs are
grandpas
insane.
versus 1 fake. Oh, wait, hang on. I want to watch this one. And play.
I'm a grandpa.
I am a grandpa.
I am a grandpa.
I'm a grandpa.
I'm a grandpa. I'm a grandpa. And I'm not.
No. This kid's never going to fool a bunch of grandpas.
This is Martin. I have 1 grandson. He is going to be 4.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bill, and I have 3 incredible grandchildren.
So check this out. I found the best way to watch Jubilee videos is to just go down here and find where it says most replayed and just click on that, and it's over. All right, well, let's see what everybody learned in the comments. Got injured in an accident? You could be 1 click away from a claim worth millions. You can start your claim now with, oh, wait.
Morgan.
I'm just reading the pinned ad from Jubilee. That's okay. I do that too. No judgment there. I'm just didn't realize that those guys did sponsorships. Hey, hit me up, Morgan and Morgan. Grandmas were better. My grandpa is named Papa Bill. This has to be scripted.
Hey, hit me up, Morgan.
Because the mole was terrible.
Shameless, and I love
bad
it
for my
every second of
grandpa's
it, dude. My head actually like kind of hurts from laughing at this. I needed this, guys. I really did. This is
got him with
wonderful.
the empathy. Yeah, that's what it's all about, guys. Last time I took on 6 grandpas, my house smelled so bad I had to leave the windows open for a whole week. And post. All right, well, I've seen enough, everybody. And my conclusion is that it's incredibly easy to get on a Jubilee video. They even have sign-up pages on their website where you can pick the project you want to be on. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pick the one where they're looking for conspiracy theorists. I think I could do that one. Casting outspoken and passionate conspiracy theorists who aren't afraid to challenge the mainstream. Whether you believe the moon landing was faked, aliens walk among us, or the government is hiding the truth, we want to hear your theories. All right, here we go. I'm going to fill this out. Name, Jorm Gorson. Political affiliation, Trustafarian. Social media link. Oh, it's got to be at Nude Celebs for free on Twitter. Photo submission. Luckily, I've already got one. Pop. Occupation/industry? Meat. Please record 1 to 2 minute video showcasing your amazing personality. All right, I got one of those. And pop. Hey, how's it going? This is Jorm. Just wanted to say that I do believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. I try to keep an open mind though.
Hey, what up? This is Jorm.
I'm very respectful of people that have differing opinions. I'm good at listening. And I'm just a live and let live kind of guy, you know.
Jordan, when are you gonna finish these dishes?
Oh, I'm gonna finish the dishes when I fucking feel like it. How about that? You want to die? Do you want to die right now? No? Well, then shut up. I'm recording a job interview. Sorry, that was my roommate. But yeah, yeah, it's just a little bit about me. Thank you for checking this out. And has this been a minute yet? Yeah, whatever. I'm just going to post it. Yeah, that video is probably going to get me in, but I'll go ahead and answer the rest of these. What conspiracy theories are you passionate about? Oh, boy. Donald Trump is a liberal plant meant to split the party, and his wife was born a man. Snow is fake and doesn't melt when
snow is fake.
You hold a lighter to it. I've tested this. American cheese causes cancer. The lottery exists to catch time travelers. All those missing kids on milk cartons were sent to work camps on the moon mining for silicon. Every cell phone has a tiny bit of explosive in it that the government can detonate at any time. All of Nick Cannon's kids are clones. Alan Dershowitz is locked in a decades-old humiliation ritual pact with the Shadow Masters, where every few months he has to publicly argue the age of consent. I've got more, but I'm being respectful of your time. All right, nailed that. What was the moment or piece of evidence that first made you question the official narrative? When Elton John came out as gay? How do you decide what sources or information you trust when forming your beliefs?
Oh my god, dude. I'm fucking nuts.
First come, first serve. How did you hear about the casting? Have you spoken with anyone yet? Yeah, I talked to one of your staff in my dream last night, and it said this was my destiny and I'd be immediately approved. Sarah? Is there a Sarah? Have you appeared a digital series YouTube? If so, which one? Just a heads up, there is a grammatical error in your question there. It should be, have you appeared in a digital series? I'm assuming the people who come up with the show ideas are also writing these questions. Okay, and submit. Well, I can't wait to get on that episode. Go to Jubilee. Look, guys, I'm going to be honest. I don't think I can watch any more Jubilee content. I
can't seem to find anything wrong with these theories.
I feel it like calcifying my pineal gland.
I mean,
so instead,
that's my favorite part about him is occasionally he will sprinkle in his like actual opinion.
Let's switch over to some other patronizing, self-indulgent media organization that I can't stand. Here's the TEDx Talks channel, and what do you know? It's
another one that goes after you immediately.
Jubilee founder Jason Y. Lee.
Really? How much of this do you actually play? just enough to be a problem.
Yeah, he has to retell this story because nobody watched that video. And I'm just going to skip to the most replayed part.
Now, fast forward 5 years later. Jubilee Media now is a digital media startup.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of money.
I get to tell stories to inspire change. And we were able to create videos and films that not only bridge people together, but inspire young people to live for something much greater than themselves.
Gay or straight, gay men test their gaydar. Candace Owens versus 20 feminists.
And this idea that ordinary people can do extraordinary things. And this idea
Fucking
that
TED Talks.
if we live a life of love, of compassion, and of courage, that together we can change the world. Thank you.
I think I got one more like little teeny tiny comment left in me. Let's go. Hey, this is what you sound like. Why can't we all just get along? Listen, man, it's all good. Nobody's expecting you to solve any of that. My advice, however, would be to pivot away from making the world a better place. You're just not up to it.
What's up, butthead?
We need someone who hits the gym more. People respect strength. Strength of conviction comes first, yes, but physical prowess is a close second. Wait, where'd I learn that from? Those aren't my words. Anyway, pick something smaller maybe. I've got a couple pitches for you on that. Stuff you can promote to maybe change people's minds about certain things. Case in point, I'm willing to write a very large check if you were to showcase a topic such as 100 charismatic racists versus one lonely high schooler. Remember, we're just showing what happens. Total journalistic integrity. I will be happy to provide the racists to make it easier on your staff. Also, all of those racists have show ideas too. Here's a couple.
The fact that they're probably gonna do that is even
of them. One Hillary Clinton versus 100 Seth Riches. See who wins that one. 20 toddlers versus one Roblox creep. Roger Stone versus hiding your teeth when you talk. If that's no good, try one mortician versus 100 bloated river corpses. You're probably on the way to generating some river corpses yourself with all the careers Jubilee has ended by putting these idiots on camera and letting them speak their minds. I may not be the most altruistic man in the world, but I've also never hired Nazis, so I got you beat on that one, Jason. You might want to amend your company motto from "We're not afraid to go there" to "We go there all the time and it's now what we're known for." I know you came in here with all these noble intentions about love and friendship or whatever, but this is the internet where we want to see people get fucking demolished. We want to see people die, Jason. Truth be told, you're leaving money on the table by not making these things more dangerous. Electrify the debate chairs. Force the person getting debated to wear one of those butt plugs that makes you good at chess. You are living in a fantasy world if you think you're going to close any sort of divide using YouTube videos. You do know that YouTube is part of the divide, right? So unless you got plans to shut that shit down, I think it's best if you just continue to produce Jerry Springer for kids. Also, I'm physically stronger than you, so I'm right. And
so I'm right.
So what did we learn here today? Well, we learned that trying to make the world a better place almost always ends in the absolute corruption of even the purest of souls. And that's it. That's what we learned. Hey, whoa, Hulk Hogan's calling me.
Hey, Eric, it's me, the Hulkster. Sorry I'm calling you so late. Hope I didn't miss the show.
No, dude, we're still going. So what happened to you?
Turns out I died, brother. Hey, Eric, you want to snap into a Slim Jim?
You know I do.
All right, anyway, I love Hitler, brother.
Oh, whoa, dude. Nobody wants to hear that.
What the fuck?
Unless it's in a Jubilee video.
Hell yeah, I'm in heaven getting my dick sucked by Nancy Reagan right now. She's going Hulkamania on my steroid boner. Talk to you later, Rick.
All right, thanks, Hulk. And thank you for watching. I truly believe that this video is going to change the world for the better. And if it doesn't, oh well, at least I made money, so fuck you. Good night.
Big money, sell you a city. We're in big money, sell you a city. Big.
Fucking A. That was fun. We haven't had a video like that in a while, guys, so that was a real good time. All right, so we got the 420 coming up here, and then I'm probably going to be, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to turn the music back on. Hey. Not exactly like the best time. Hey, can I? Hey, excuse me. You need to earn your check. You alert. Ignore him. Excuse me. What are you doing? Dude, his eyebrow just literally twitched at me when I just asked, "Are you good?" Digging the reefer madness art on the wall. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh my god. All right. Well, I have to piss really bad. If he's doing this, my apologies. I will be right back. All right, that just needed. Oh my god. All right. He behaved, right? You're good? Oh, look at him. Duchamp's Rook. Chi-Chi's Door Fresh. Like Chi-Chi's, like the restaurant? Chi-Chi's was awesome. We don't have a Chi-Chi's anymore. Although I think they might be bringing it back. I saw something like that. Either. Welcome to the show. It's kind of funny. Fifth Hand's all like, this dude's a lib. There's stuff that I like about this guy. What's going on here? I don't know. Did you ever fix the timeline after you fucked it up so bad? That was some funny shit. Dude, for real. I laughed to the point where I was crying. I was like, as I said, I needed that. After all the stuff that's been going on this week and all the stuff that I dealt with today, you know, had some emotional stuff. You guys are new here. My mom recently passed away, so sometimes I have to you know, feel the things that come with that. So, but either way, welcome. I appreciate you guys stopping by. Hit that like button. If you haven't already, it really helps out my channel. And hit the subscribe button and join the community. Even if we have some political disagreements, I still welcome you here. That's my big thing is I welcome discourse, but it's all about being cool. And also, sorry about your mom, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's rough. Happened recently and suddenly, so it's yeah. But I'm also very open with my audience about this. They know, yeah. If I can help people kind of like grieve and also understand that, yeah, it's hard, but it's also, you know, it's kind of part of life, and yeah, you just have to support people. And that's where I say this has been a big part of that. And I'm not even trying to inflate this at all. We're doing the stream, being able to like hang with you guys and being able to do this has been, you know, very, very cathartic and healthy. funny enough. You think that covering like political content, that would be the thing where it's just like, you are putting yourself in a very bad situation for like no reason. No losers in chat. Hashtag cool zone. Like cool zone. We're cool. I mean, I think that most of us, well, most of us. Oh, speaking of, where the hell's Repentant Man been? Did he give up on me? I don't think that he wants to save my soul anymore. We have this chatter over in Twitch, Repentant Man, the Repentant Man, where he's all about shaming you for smoking the demon's lettuce. He hasn't been around for a while. Maybe that's what's going on. I'm starting to feel it all creep back where I'm just like, oh no, he's not here to save my soul. Fuck. Every time I smoke, the demons come and get me. Maybe you try to joint. Now that would be the ultimate. I have to say, that would be like the ultimate, like, karma right there. It's just like, Repentant Man decided to try some weed and decided that he kind of, hey Mikey, you like it? Alright, so I want to smoke with y'all, and then I'm probably gonna head on off because, yeah, maybe he is lurking and waiting. You know, as much as I'd like to think so, he usually can't hold his tongue and not join the chat, so I don't know what's going on there. Either way, I appreciate y'all being here tonight. You guys are, pot shamers are amongst the biggest dorks. We are in total agreement there. Dude, for real. Don't you love the ones where they're just like, because he actually says this shit, like, almost verbatim, where he's just like, pot smokers are they're slackers, and they don't produce they don't give any production to society. They just drain society, and now that it's legal, they just sit there and smoke all the pot. It's like, ugh, yeah. And I actually had the same initial reaction when I saw this guy, where I was like, you fucking dork. Like, really? Fred. Thank you. Yeah, I'll never understand that. See? You know what, Biff? I hope that you subscribe to the channel tonight, because even though you're doing, like, you seem like you're MAGA, I'm not sure if you're doing it ironically or not, even if you're not. This is one of those things where it's like, I've said this a lot about my channel. I'm trying to make this as like the stoner circle in the quad of your, community college, or just you find a cool random stoner circle. Well, here you are. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And the fact that Biff Tannen just fuck. I mean, one of my favorite movies. I think I can actually safely say that my favorite movie of like all time is Back to the Future. Followed closely by Back to the Future 2. And I will actually, can I just say Back to the Future trilogy, because I think the whole trilogy should get it, but it's fire. Like, legit. It's one of the best movies. Like, I can watch it anytime it's on. It's so goddamn good. Sorry, I'm gonna stop glazing about fucking Back to the Future. I will say this though. One of the coolest things that I ever had happen to me was so for some reason my uncle got a pass, but it was only one, where one of us could just get into the park and go on any ride, and it was like the ultimate VIP pass where we could just go to the front of the line. I got chosen out of the family because, there was a whole situation there. So I rode that fucking ride to the point where I like almost memorized the thing, and I got sick about it, where I'm like, all right, Biff, where are we going? And then he would answer, I voted for Trump, but I'm independent. I'm Can't be a Republican because I am pro-cannabis and I don't care about organized religion. Interesting. See, this is why I always try to keep the discourse open. Like, you'll probably disagree with me. I'm a pretty unabashed leftist. I'm a democratic socialist that, yeah, I mostly believe in trying to boost the working class right now to the point where we can have a lot of comfort and then kind of move into, you know, some kind of form of, you know, socialism. But right now I understand that we're going to have, like, when I ship off this world, it would be nice to kind of see us go towards more of a full socialist capital, like communist utopia. But I also try to be a realist and also try to have my expectations be realistic. So let's try and fund the fire department, medicine. You know, I do agree with conservatives on most other issues. Which ones? Like the like taxes? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? And if you do mind me asking, give me, if you don't mind giving your age range. I like to try and have a little more context. You're 48. Interesting. Okay, cool. No, I appreciate that. You are a full 10 years older than me. Let's see. Are you libertarian? So are you libertarian? You're 48 from Minnesota. What'd you think about Jesse Ventura as the governor? You were old enough to know, like, to live through it. I mean, let's see, you're 10 years older than me, yeah. So you were in your teens, right? Independent? Well, yeah. No, I know he was independent. I'm just saying, like, what'd you think about him and his policies? Because the thing is, even though he was independent, he had democratic socialist policies. Like, that's my man, Jesse Ventura, right there. I'm not sure if you see that awesome Governor Jesse Ventura fucking G.I. Joe back there, but yeah. I got the governor of Minnesota back there. He's not even Jesse the Body Ventura. That's Governor Jesse Ventura to you. I love Jesse Ventura. I really do. He's one of my favorite people. I mean, Jesse the Body was always, like, awesome. And he was part of, like, the Saturday night main events that I used to watch. But he was your first vote ever. That's fucking baller. I actually got to say. Well then, see? We can get along here, even though we got, again, some disagreements on Trump. I can see Trump. I think that I just see Trump for being the used car salesman that he is, you know, and I don't hate on people that thought that he was the outsider and, like, he was going to change things, man. I get it, but this second time around is kind of obvious if you don't, like, you know, especially the Epstein stuff. Hey, 420. I'm going to go smoke this. And then we will continue this conversation. See? The lines are... Cool. And now I get to chill. Yeah, sorry, Biff. We, on the hour, I like to kind of step off camera because YouTube TOS kind of forces me to. But I like to, enjoy a little smokage with you. So if you are, you know, a Benjamin or a dabber, you know, there you go. Welcome to the show, Biff. Everybody. See? So are you fiscally conservative or something? And I don't see how that would result in that vote. You vape THCA. Cool. I don't hate. The fiscal conservative thing. I mean, I was brought up on that where you're one day you're gonna be fiscally conservative. Oh yeah, right. X's black cherry gelato, nice. Got some Maui Wowie here, and it's legit too. This is a nice one. This puts me like in the nice zone. This is probably like the best like editing and like cutting up video vape that I've ever had. So, just gonna say that. So you're 48, independent. Jesse Ventura seems to be your guy, but you like yourself some Trump. Okay. Do you like him because he's he's the perceived outsider, and occasionally, because I can see where again, there's a reason that the Democrats have as low of an approval that they do, but this is also where I say that this is why I don't equate the DSA contingent of the Democratic Party to even be part of that anymore. Like, I think that DSA is going to really be its own, like, when people talk third party, that's it. I also grabbed some Godfather. Ooh, nice. Sour guava. Nice. Nice. Got the tiger's blood. I actually had some. I had some of that where I was like, It's funny. The people that don't know what we're talking about, they're just going to be like, what the fuck is he saying? Good old-fashioned AK. Man, if you're talking an OG strain, I actually got some Mountain Kush going right now. See, now this is the fun stuff. Indica and hybrid. Nice. Yeah, I can't do an indica while I'm on here. I'm one of those guys. It works on me. So I have to have a sativa leaning hybrid, or I have to just kind of keep it in like the 15 to like, 19% range, just to make sure that I stay lucid. Every modern high THC strain is some lineage of Northern Lights. This is true. That is 120% true. They just extended the air quality alert. God damn it. It's going to be like this tomorrow, too. Usually stick to the, nice. Well, glad that you could, do it in the company of a like-minded, well, like-minded in this regard. This is why I honestly do love my show. And I'm a rare corner of the internet here, man. I'm also high as shit. I gotta be honest. It just hit me. I don't think I have anything else I wanted to get to tonight. Everything else I wanted to get to, I wanted to save for tomorrow, so. The internet etiquette thing was... I needed that. Wait. Melania booted from White House as Trump loses his mind? What? Dude, what is going on with Keith Edwards, and why does he, like, keep using these AI things, and, like, I don't know, man. His coverage has been less and less reliable.
Alright, so in this video...
Oh, this can be monetized? Really?
Alright, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about some of the best moments in Howard Stern show history, which happen to be some of the biggest freakouts and meltdowns and fights during the show. And I've already made one video like this, so if you enjoy this one, make sure you go check that out at the end. And now I'll just get into it here. So the first moment I'm going to be talking about is the time Ronnie the
The reason you can't see the video right now is because I'm running it through a little check here to see if it's going to flag on my copyright thing.
limo driver flipped out at JD, and it started because Ronnie had his own car show on Sirius at one point, and Howard wanted JD to get some clips from it, but he said he had trouble sitting through it. It was that bad, and he said it was actually the most boringest show he's ever heard.
It's the most boringest show I've ever heard in my life.
How do you say most boringest if you went to college for 4 years?
Well, I didn't go to college for 4 years.
How many years did you go?
Fucking JD. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just looking at the clip is insane. No, I'm not even gonna play with that. Playing with stuff from Sirius XM is something that, yeah, not keen on doing. All right, so what I will do here is, give me 1 second. I have some music from Mr. Kirk that I wanted to play. Here, let me bring up the dog.
No. Breakthrough. She told me bad things never last. Called you. Told me you was having second thoughts about it. Said I gotta break this block before we split apart. My whole world gonna fall apart. Short of breath, short of knowing why you left. I broke myself, not much is left. But every time I think about it, I reject the things you said, the life I led, the times I spent, the hardest test. Keeping it close to the heart was the old me, but now I'm just lost with the new me. I thought you was right or die, baby, but I was just reading your body. You kept all this shit.
What the heck is pep talks?
From me wide open. Like what if it worked with
Hey, Jack.
I know I'm cooked, got me spun like a spiral. It felt like you let this flame die. Sad times, you just made me who I am.
By the way, guys, this is a unreleased track from Kirk, so
Sad times, gave my heart to you.
I would promote it, but
Much to say to you after what you would do. Help me forget about you taking a pill or two. Rock me like you was.
he's a perfectionist. He wants to get this right before he puts it out on YouTube. So I do appreciate that. I will link his channel.
I'm not here for you to take all your lonely and make me believe like we back to the old thing. Keeping it close to the heart was the old me, but now I'm just lost with the new me. I thought you was right or die, baby, but I was just running your body. You kept all this shit from me wide open. Like what if it worked? What do I know? I'm cooked, got me spun like a spiral. It felt like you let this flame die. Loved you like you was the last one. Get close, then you just end up leaving. Last chances was done around last season. Don't care cause you ain't had a reason. Called you, told me you was having second thoughts about it. Said I gotta break this block before we split apart. My whole world gonna fall apart. I'm short of breath, short of knowing why you left. I broke myself, not much is left. But every time I think about it, I reject the things you said, the life I led, the times I spent, the hardest test. Keeping it close to the heart was the old me, but now I'm just lost with the new me. I thought you was right or die, baby, but I was just renting your body. You kept all this shit from me wide open. Like what if it worked? What do I know? I'm cooked, got me spun like a spiral. It felt like you let this flame die. Sad times, you just made me who I am. Bad times, gave my heart to you.
I was gonna come in and troll a bit, but you seem too cool to troll. Thank you. I appreciate that, bro.
What you would do, help me forget about you taking a pill or two. Rock me.
You know what's funny? The guy who made this song that I am playing right now, that's exactly how he became a viewer of my channel. Where he's just like, wait, I want to troll you, but you're kind of rad.
But now I'm just lost with the new me. I
I appreciate that, bro.
But I was just renting your body. You kept all this shit from me wide. Like what if it were, what do I know? I'm cooked, got me spun like a spiral. It felt like you let this flame die on. Loved you like you was the last one. Get close, then you just end up leaving. Last chances was done around last season. Don't care cause you ain't had a reason.
Oh, I was about to say, is he gonna do a hard cutout? Because that's one thing I remember telling him. I was just like, man, the way that your song's just like hard, just out. I'm like, it is kind of, I don't know. I grew up in the era of the, 90s, early 2000s fade out. So I know that Biff knows what I'm talking about. God, you remember like when they would almost go into to like a new song, or like no, like it would almost not a new song, but like another verse. Every Step You Take by Sting is the one that does that, like, in my mind, immediately, where it's just like, you don't know when it's going to stop. It just keeps going, and you're just like, I'll be watching you. Oh, he's just going on. I'll be God damn it, he's still going. God fucking damn it. The good old days. Well, back in my day, I voted for a man named Ronald Reagan. He was an actor, you see. He said he was going to make the country great, but he only raised taxes. I was quite confounded by this. And then I ran Contra. And then, when I asked him what was going on, he said, well, Joe, I'm not sure if I actually have a very good answer for you. Nancy, you see, she was the one who was actually in control. I fucking knew it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. All right. I'm losing my shit. Doing little skits here. Whatever you do, don't let George in the office. He's gonna go through my shit, you see. I don't like it when he goes through the drawers. I've caught him doing it a few times. Dude, do you guys understand, just by the way, I think that a few of you might get this, how much Ronald Reagan was losing his shit at the end of his presidency? Like, that's some of like my first memories of politics, was just like the senile old dude. And they're talking about him like, well, like I remember my mom watching him on CNN with Nancy Reagan. And I think that was it. And everybody was like, oh, I don't think he's okay. Oh, because Larry King was just like, hey, Mr. President. Not my best Larry King, but hey, I'll go with it. What was your favorite memory of being in the White House? Well, one time I was playing cowboys and Indians. You see, I was once an actor. And then I started going after Charlie in the fields, 'cause we were ordered to go and get ice cream. Oh, we need to go to commercial break. Oh, God. You know what's really funny? Doing that impression made me realize how much nothing's changed in 2025. Because it's literally just like, and we're back from commercial break. And we have with us Joe Biden. Hey, Jack. Yo, Larry. We were in the same class together. You're dead, right? Weird. Hey, and by the way, I just gotta say, I went and got some ice cream. You want some? I touched some girls' hair. You want to smell some? I know Donald Trump wants to. Hey, why does everybody say that I'm weird? But then he goes up the escalator and he calls them and says, I'm going to be dating them in 10 years. Nobody talks about that. Yeah, Jack. All I know is I'm going to go. I'm gonna go get some more ice cream. I'm gonna see you guys later. Vroom, vroom. I'm driving my little Corvette. Yeah, she's an idiot. Ice cream Nancy's the worst. I'm losing my shit here. What the fuck was that? What? This guy, he's always talking about ice cream. Joe Biden, I gotta say, always had a thing for ice cream. Never been a big fan. Never been a big fan. Always spill on my pants. That's all he says. He's just like, why do you think I wear such a long tie? My long tie doubles as a little bit of a napkin. I always wear red ever since the ketchup rumor. The ketchup rumor, that's the one that stuck. You ever had a ketchup stain? God damn it. The ketchup stain, the hardest one to get out. That's why I told everybody, long ties, red ties, all the time. Oh, fuck. Joe Biden, I was talking about Joe Biden, but then I started talking about me. Weird. It's almost like I always do that. I do the bob and the weave, talking about Bob, and then I do the weave and I talk about me. Anybody want to say anything nice about me? Yeah, you do. Come on, let's go. Come on, who wants to say something nice? Anybody? You have a wonderful neck, pussy. Who the fuck said that? I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue you. To take a joke from South Park, I'm gonna sue everybody. Except I'm actually doing a voice. It's weird. Oh, fuck me. We live in a cartoonish era of everything, and it's, you know, at least South Park came back and just was like, yeah, this is ridiculous, isn't it? The one part I did love was how they didn't do the Trump voice because I was expecting it, and hey, guy. Although the most underrated joke of that episode was, Christ, bring it back, Christ. There's money in Christ. What the fuck? Christ makes the money. Christ makes the money. Christ makes the money. Christ makes the money. Oh, fuck, dude. And then he announces that he's building this, I'm building a great big ballroom. Great big ballroom because, you know, somebody said, you have small balls there, Trump. And I said, no, you know what? I'm going to build a room for them, and that's going to be how it goes. And you're just going to have to deal with it, America. And you're going to have to call it Trump's ballroom. And that's just how it's going to be forever and ever. Which, if he calls it not even the Trump ballroom, but he calls it Trump's ballroom, I will laugh my ass off for a long time. Just letting you guys know that one's going to be a thing. God. When Shane Gillis made that joke of like, can we just admit that Trump is funny? It's like, yes, we can, but sometimes, every once in a while, it's like, oh fuck, he's the president. And then he, like, people miss that other part of the joke where it's just like, oh yeah, but also he really should be the president. It's like, teens of 2060 watching this episode in their history class. Oh my god. Oh my god. Could you imagine AI Pep and this is what it is? It's just like, and we're going to be watching a episode from the it's the 1st of August now. Shit. I just realized it's past midnight. The 1st of August, 2025. Pep Talks. He made some pretty baller jokes, gotta say. Jokes. I almost want to punch myself in the nuts for that. A laugh to cry moment in the time. I mean, laugh to cry. Isn't that just like kind of how we all get to sleep and just how we're surviving is just like, I mean, inflation's going up. Oh, shit. You know what? The prices went up too. You're still going up, huh? Fuck. Cost of housing go down yet? No? Damn it. What else we got? Car loans? No, they went up too? Fuck. Like for real. Cost of food? That's down just a little bit. All right. Wait, beef's up? How much? 7.2%? What about eggs? Oh, they're down. To what? Oh, wait, there's still $1 over what they were before? Oh, fuck. So you're telling me that's the new normal price? They did it. They did the thing. They did the thing. Artificial inflation. Get you comfortable paying. Like, remember when when you were like $4 for a carton of eggs? Hell yeah, that's a good deal. Mental conditioning, people. Yeah. This segment requires this. Yeah, mental conditioning. Uh-huh. First, they take the eggs, they make them scarce. Uh-huh. Bird flu, yeah. Then they come in and say, $8 for a carton of eggs. You go, that's outrageous. Yeah, never gonna eat an egg again. Going no poultry, uh-huh. All of a sudden, they come down to $4 for the $4. Same carton of eggs 1 week later. Oh, yeah. Then you're going, yeah, boy. Oh, yeah. Gonna eat some eggs. Gonna make some scramble. Gonna make an omelet. Yeah. All of a sudden, it clicks that you just paid $4 for something that 3 weeks ago, yeah, you were paying $1. But it's a good deal now because it was $8 before. Yeah. Macho madness is what we call this, yeah. Dig it. Actually finished a bit. Look at that. And Trump is implementing more tariffs. Cool, cool, cool. Crashing. just literally fall back in your chair. Wait. Forgot to say, yeah. Notice how everything starts getting more expensive. Since one Hulk Hogan went the bucket. Wanna let you know, yeah. Waiting for him with our friend, the Iron Sheik, yeah. That one I should probably just do off camera. Hey, Baba. This is Dobroni Hulk Hogan. Going to put him in a camel crotch, make him humble. Let the Randy Savage drop the knee on him. Yeah. This has been my wrestling segment. Sorry, guys. Sandy Ravage. Oh, fuck. Bye-bye. You do not understand. 16th time. Roman Greco. Greco-Roman wrestling. I said it backwards. Greco-Roman Championship. Oh, dude, he actually did this thing where it was like they were like these big clubs. He brought them on to Piper's Pit and challenged every wrestler to do them, and nobody could lift him. He was like legit. One thing I will say about the Sheik is like he was like a legit fucking athlete. Just an aside. Sorry, guys. Like, I don't mean to go into like wrestling lore and I'm just kind of hanging out. Oh shit, I'm way in overtime. I always do this. See, I was just talking at the beginning of the show. And I'm just like, yeah, you know, I feel like I might do this for a little too long sometimes. Here I am. But it's vibing. I love vibing with y'all. Yeah, Trump is implementing more tariffs. No, so I didn't cover the story, but I will just kind of go over the fact that my friend, you know, Miss Import Export, that's her new nickname, fucking Kate Import Export. She did let me know this weekend that yeah, just to prepare for paper products was a big one that she said, like paper towels and anything that is produced offshore. So she gave me kind of like a list of the ones that are like produced here that will not be hit by the tariffs. But it seems like if you guys are buying like beauty products and stuff like that, anything that's bottled in China, yeah, you're gonna see a little bit of a hit there. Unless Trump does that thing that he always does, like the last time he did with Walmart, where he's like, don't do it, don't raise the prices. If you raise the prices, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be very, very mad. And then they raise the prices anyway. I talked about this yesterday, where I happened to have my previous grocery bill, and I had almost like the exact pickup. That's kind of what happens when you know, just kind of stick to a diet. But dude, you could see it. It was, let's see. So it was about $1 extra on my meat. Yeah, there was a few of them where it was like, you know, $5 to $6 extra. Cleaning products, that was a big one. The cleaning products were more expensive too. Taco. Burrito. I'm just looking at my Trump is in the Epstein files sign, and my Elon eats corn long ways, and I'm just thinking, funny. Why not? I heard companies were announcing price increases were cooked, chat. No, that's the thing. Like once the companies just out and out start like talking about this shit, and then Trump is not doing what are you doing? Don't do it. Yeah, we're cooked. That explains a few things, because I've had a few like contractors just being like, hey, can we come out and do this job that you were kind of thinking about? It's like, I did not solicit you for this any further than being like, hey, can you give me a quote for this? It's like, this seems like your business is drying up, and yeah, people are starting to, you know, tighten their wallets. Recession time. Stocked up on food and printer filament months ago. Wait, printer filament? What? Cool. Let's see. What's the first thing I'm gonna stock up on? Ooh, actually, I should probably order some plant nutrients, because I know that some of that comes from overseas. Oh, 3D printer filament. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Problem with a handful of companies owning everything is that they can fuck us during the really hard times. Yep. Wish you weren't kidding. I wish you were kidding. God damn it, I'm tired. I'm gonna hang for 10 minutes. I'm gonna call it at the 5-hour mark. because why not? It's that, you know me, I love my even number. The even numbers are the best numbers because they're easy for me to remember. I can just go on TV and be like, look, I streamed for 5 hours. Holy shit, Pep Talks streaming for 5 hours. That's a long time. Dude, I gotta stop. I've got to stop. Trump derangement syndrome, and I'm sitting here and it's just like I'm channeling Trump, and it's like this guy's way too far fucking gone. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just out here doing my thing, chilling. We're all here chilling with Pep Talks. Come on, the Pep Talks. We like to smoke. We also come on 420 all day. Jam Tune Nika 5 is an odd number. It is an odd number, isn't it? 5, it's an odd number. I don't understand the number 5. I don't like it. Looks like an S. Always confuses me when I'm looking at something, and all of a sudden I'm just like, oh, it's not the number. That's not an S. It's a number 5. Or I see the number 5, and it's a number, and it's a letter S. I don't like it at all. Reminds me of these newfangled screen names. Grandpa Trump. That's the only reason that he's not he's not getting the Biden treatment, because he always sounds like that. And people are just like, he's always sounded like that. It's like, yeah, that's not good. That's not good. But okay, I guess you guys just there's a whole level of acceptance that I don't have, but What do you mean? You want to know what I'm thinking at 3 a.m. when I'm taking my little Trumpy Dumpy? Okay, well, all right. How many fucking, tweets of his were sent and were, ended with a ploop? Oh no, South Park is gonna do it. I'm calling it. If South Park does it, they're copying me. You're copying Pep Talk, South Park. Stop stealing my content. You just got how many billions of dollars? Can you maybe donate to a brother? What's going on? Actually, speaking of donations, I'm going to segue here for real quick. You guys can get if you guys want to get a membership to the channel, my memberships are only $4, $3.99. So for $3.99, you can have a monthly membership to this wonderful channel where I do have some members-only content and mostly members-only shorts, and I'm also going to be doing some fun stuff like giving a little tour of the studio and my little area around here. It's going to be like a Pep Talks Cribs. I also have some Pep Talks traffic reports that are members only. So yeah, we are kind of moving into the era where the members only stuff is going to be more prioritized, because I finally got to that point where I was just like, oh shit, now I know what to do. Same thing with over on Twitch, where it's just like, yeah, when you guys do the redeems, you guys can redeem some impressions. I'm going to be setting that up. Not just Mr. Tim Pepper here, who, if you do not know, is the proxy. Don't you fucking dare. This is Tim Pool's biggest fan, who happens to also just be Tim Pepper. My forever locked in sidekick that hates me. He likes to channel the Tim Pool talk. You know, we have fun. That's kind of the big thing here. We have fun. Also, if you guys haven't already followed on Twitch, we are three members away, or followers away from being at 420. So check this out. I'm going to link this. If you guys have a Twitch account and you are enjoying my content, one of y'all could be the 420th follower on Pep Talks. Now, Usually, yeah, high school bullshit, whatever. Don't care. I like the culture. I like the joke. It's not even a joke. It's just part of what we do. If you guys truly want to be part of the, community and be the 420, and if you are the 420, let me know. You will get something special. I will, shit. You know what? I could cut a wrestling promo in your honor. There we go. Because I'm also thinking, like, what the 4,200 will be. Ooh. So the 4,200th subscriber to the channel, I'll do a special commission piece for. Yeah. There we go. Fuck. Kind of working this out in real time. But as I said, if you guys are enjoying the channel, hit that like button. Also, we are almost to 20 likes. I really appreciate you guys subscribing and hanging out tonight. This was a fun time. And also, Biff Tannen, like I said, man, like I love the fact that we can actually do this, like, and have cool. I partake of the 420. I actually got off of morphine and benzos to use 420 instead. So I don't gotta be nice. Jam Tomb. That is awesome. Oh wait. I just realized. How was everything over on this space today? I was able to watch Angry Ginger before I popped on here. Yeah, the whole zombie thing though. I just want to say that's why I like curating my highs. That, like, when people talk about like the legal stuff, that's what I love, is being able to just be like, I'm gonna go get a 15% just so I can smoke and just enjoy myself. I had a migraine and missed most of it today. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Also, I had some pretty good feedback from the community, so I'm sorry. I get a little bashful because it is kind of like, oh, thank you. It's awesome. I'm very happy. Our community rules, by the way. It's sleepy time for you, is it? Alrighty. Well, good night, Bloodstone. I'm gonna be hopping off here in a minute. Yeah. Close it out right in about 5 hours, but I don't like cutting conversation short. That's the Midwesterner in me, and also I really don't have much else going on. All good. I do too. I am a Twitch streamer and I get bashful too. So I'm not sure if you were watching my first show. I had a legit moment where after Letter introduced me, it hit me where I was like, oh fuck. Like, it wasn't just like my stream, and like it was the first time I've been nervous doing this in a long time, where and it hit me and it kind of like it washed away like really fast, but I was it was humbling because I was just like, holy crap. You mostly stream art in some games? Nice. What kind of art do you do? I do a little bit of art myself. If you check out my logo, that is hand drawn. I don't really dabble in digital art. I like doing just traditional sketch art and using my Copic markers. So I'm going on with Jay tomorrow. I'm nervous. I used to do panels and it's been a long time. Oh, I'm gonna watch that. Hell yeah. Jake is a cool guy. I let into his show. I know that we had a little bit of a situation where some of my chatters were not behaving the best in like during his show. Not behaving the best. Okay, that's not fair because they were doing their thing, and I had to explain to them where I'm like, hey guys, my show and my show on this space, two different things. We also have to remember, you know, the moderation team is a little different, so it's like chill the fuck out. So, just know that I did have a talk, and I tried to get involved because I was like, oh, just remember, do this for me. I don't want to cause any problems. That's the last thing I fucking want to do. I do not want to cause problems. I'm trying, like, when Letterhack was like, we are trying to build a leftist community, I'm like, okay, then the last thing I want to do is cause, you know, bullshit right off the bat. I like whimsy, dark whimsy in particular. I prefer, sculpting, really? No shit? Oh man, I wish I could, like, is it like clay sculpting or, God, I wish I could do that. Like, I mean, I can, like, I have the, like, I can do it, but I don't know how to use the oven. Yeah, stuff like that. You had a couple shit asses that were, they were all right. They were shit asses, all right. We have to get better at being intentional together, and if we can have shit asses engage honestly, we can kind of win. Yeah, I do. Paper mache, cool. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hey, I mean, paper mache is also something that, like, is, like, when you work with it, it's valuable. So, I don't know. I have always appreciated that. I do, like, miniature painting, and like, there's my little art table. I also do some, like I said, sketching and all that. I need to get back into it. Ever since I started doing this, I have not really done much. I should probably do a members-only art stream coming up here. Actually, that's what I'll do. Because I have a figure back there that I have been waiting to paint for a long time. Paper mache clay is a little different. It's just paper mache, more like porcelain when it dries. Oh, shit, really? Can you shave it? Like, when it dries, can you, like, shave it down and kind of, like, shape it so, but, like, also keep its form? That's interesting. Yeah, because I recently got into some videos where they're using, shit, what the fuck is it called? It's like fiberglass. Literally what my, like, goalie mask is made out of. You can shave it. You can sand it. Yes. Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that you could do with that. Then that's cool. You can decide how shaveable you want it to be based on your mesh. Oh, so really, so you can actually, like, control the consistency. That's good. That's useful. Huh, damn. I didn't know that. I might have to do a little project myself. I need to get back and doing art. I really do. It's kind of inspiring me. Nika, thank you for talking about this. This is cool. Also, yeah, like back to your point though. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And also, just so you know, Nika, if you, I think are you a mod over there? Because if you are, you can come to me with any of that. Actually, here, I'm going to link my Discord so you can do that. Because, yeah, I'm not looking to cause problems. I also do... I will go teacher mode on these MFers and just be like, no! Detention for all of you! Timed out for 5 minutes. And also, you must dono $2. God. Yeah. Oh, no. The evil capitalist. $2. Oh, no. That'll teach him, I'm telling you. Sorry, I'm trying to get into my YouTube chat here. While I am also... Oh, this doesn't work. Shit, hold on. You are a mod and your people weren't that bad. They engaged honestly, even if they were playing like they knew the people instead of just met them. Yeah, and that was the thing. Like, they got very comfortable, and I think that what happened is because I had a pretty decent contingent of my audience actually show up for that first show, and hopefully futures. They kind of carried that into the into Jake's show, which that's where I'm not okay with that. Like I don't mind if they watch Jake's show and interact and do their own thing, but like I also kind of did like tell them, I'm like, hey guys, you're kind of like representing me at that point if they know that you're a chatter, so please be cool. Like, fuck. Especially like the mods, like that's a big one. Like I don't tolerate people disrespecting mods anywhere, whether it be on my channel or, you know, Majority Report or in this space. It's not cool. That's not tolerable at all. Sorry, what the fuck is? It's the second time that I tried to post it. Hold on. Oh, that's why. Never mind. I'm so dumb. Here. You guys can join the Discord right now. It is a open invite to you who are hanging in chat. So it is only going to be open for the next, I think, 20 minutes. So get on in there while you can. Y'all have been cool. And also, like I said, Nika, for real, if you need to get a hold of me for any, you know, if there's any shenanigans going on, feel free. Like I said, I'm trying to, especially over on this space, I have a different vibe here where, like I said, I have more of a broader audience. I know what I'm trying to do here, and I'm very comfortable with it, but also, like, I don't want people who are a little too comfortable trolling me to come into this space and bring that energy. So also, if you do need to ban, yeah, I understand. Just the fact that it was Kirk and Soul Life going at it, I was just like, oh, god damn it. Immediately, I was just like, because I know Soul Life from MR chat, so I was like, oh, you two are gonna have fun. Oh, fun. Great. Sometimes people read me as if I'm modding them just when I chat too, so I try to be cognizant of people's differences in people. No, that's awesome, and I appreciate that style of modding. It's I do also have like this thing where I'm just like, oh, like context in text can be lost. Sorry, I was like, context in text. Yeah, the context in text can be lost so easily that it's like, yeah. Oh, the Kirk Soul thing was full on play. Yeah, no, yeah. That was, I mean, that was so, that was so fun because even I stoked that when I was just like, do it. And then Soul Life was just like, I win. Boop. I gotta say that was a boss ass move. But then it was just kind of funny because he's just like, again? He just hit me up privately like in our Discord. He's just like, it happened again. I'm like, I think they were playing. He's like, oh, I'm back. No, I kept calling him a goofy goober. He's a good dude. Like, he really is. He's a certifiably good dude. He plays games. He keeps saying that he's Republican and left, or he keeps saying that he's Republican and he's not. Like, he's not a Trumper. He is a conservative that believes in his capitalism, but he's also admittingly gone left, and for some reason he wants to play this character, which I'll let him to a degree. By the time Soul got in on it, I was playing and we were getting to know each other. Oh, okay. Yeah, because Soul did kind of come in and just be like, what's going on here? I was prepping for my show and I was just like, oh, I have to mod this chat now. Great. Although I got to watch Jake's show, so that was cool. I I watched him on. He was on the segment after mine, after Letter Hacks, and for I think Left Past 10. No, Andrea, like, I love like watching this space. Like, I've actually become just like a viewer of it, oddly enough, as much as a contributor too. I was watching AG today, although AG, you know, I always give my shout outs to AG. He was one of the first guys in the like all of this online space to be super cool to me and kind of give me like some pointers. Also do a little like we have a lot of I hate the term audience share because audience share implies like we're trying to take each other's audience in some way. At least the way that it's implied from competitive DJs. Jesus Christ, sorry, just showed my age there. Competitive streamers. Whereas, yeah, no, like they're like this is like the cool. I have glazed this whole thing enough to just say this is the coolest experiment in all of YouTube, and I truly am fucking happy to be part of it. When we got to know Kirk, we pit them against the shit ass competition. So proved he can be the bigger shit ass. So bad, and I banned him immediately. I win. Dude, the I win, I have to say, that little, like, the comic timing of dropping the I win, I legit lost my shit at that. It's just like, how the fuck? It was entertaining, I gotta say. It kept me going, so I'm excited for Tuesday. I really am. Also, shout out producer Nick, you know. He makes everything easy there, and I don't know. I hope that he doesn't mind, you know, chiming in with an opinion or two. I know that he kind of said, he's like, I'm not really trying to be on air. I'm like, AR, I can't wait to rub salt on my asshole tonight. You got me to read it. That's the win for you, I guess. Oh, wow. NCDB voting can help in local matters, and those that just don't engage are sitting silent on the side and watching fascism roll over us, in my opinion. We got opinions there. Well, yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, I more regret reading it out loud, but at the same time, really, because it is kind of funny, gotta admit. Why are we rubbing butt salt? I don't know. Is this like a thing with a snail where it's like you put some salt on your butt and it gives you like a little snail effect and just kind of closes your butt up? You know, this is getting vulgar. I should probably be a little more careful on that one. Even though, what am I talking about? This is a fucking pep talk show. I love how I'm trying to I have this thing where I'm like, no, I don't want to. Actually, Kirk called me out on this, where he's just like, oh, I don't want to swear, and then the next minute he was just like, oh, you fucking. I was like, yeah. All right. No, I think that we isn't that kind of like the whole thing with this space? I kind of feel as we're growing, like your panel tomorrow. I'm really excited to watch that. That needs to happen a lot. Like, we need to do like those types of panels and have, like, you know, different creators on and kind of talk through our ideas and kind of get like our political lines out there. And I am a little concerned just because of how, like, the little time that I've been on like here on YouTube and just doing this, I've already had so much of like the, not infighting necessarily, but it's just like having people give their like form of what they want out of leftism, whether it be, you know, PSL stuff or DSA, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, it's almost like beating a dead horse at this point. I'm not even gonna, that's why I don't even want to elaborate on it, but I just hope we don't get like, you know, lost in the sauce on that stuff, because realistically it should be about getting candidates elected to better our lives, right now. I don't know. All I do know is that Kat Abigazale is literally the candidate running for my district, so I have a little faith, and hopefully I can help get her into office if her people ever get back to me. I sculpt butts. Like, I clay butts on things. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. Nika, you actually would really like... Here, wait. I might actually have the... I do. Check it out. Butts on things. It's the Chicago flag. Hey. I have a pin on my backpack that is this, and they gave me this for free. So, you want to do something like that, I would totally feed. By the way, that's another thing. If anybody ever does any art and they want it, like, you know, featured on my channel, I do have a P.O. box, so. We'll always do that. Love me some fan art. Also, vice versa. I will do commission art for you guys, or, you know, the t-shirt thing. I'm doing the very limited t-shirts, so I'll be debuting the designs here in a little bit, specifically when my friend's back on vacation. He's on vacation for the next week, so timing, dick. I gotta take this time off, you know? Who needs PTO? Come on. Not sure if I can, it is a viable career, so to say I do. However, I enjoy it, and we have a whole ass theme about it. Oh, we tend to want to go into our echo chambers and get mad when we hear something that doesn't match the echo. We need to get better about hearing others' opinions when so this is why me and AG really got on, is because one of our first conversations was about how me and him come from an old school form of debate where we actually want to hear the other person's opinion and kind of see if we can change their minds and if they can change our minds, and go into it with a little bit of an open mind. Instead, online forum debate has ruined what debate actually is. So, I think that it's one of the benefits of growing up not online. Like, being an old head, if you will. My stream is a very silly place most of the time. Neurospicy, as am I a little bit. Have no respect for the English language. And very silly deliberately as often as possible. Host a decompression zone. That's sick. Hell yeah. I am looking forward to your appearance tomorrow. Here, do you have a YouTube channel as well? Here, let me get a little follow. Go to channel. Here we go. Subscribe. Nice. You know how I know that this was a thing that was meant to be, Nika, is the fact that I was your 23rd subscriber, and 23 as a Chicagoan is a God number. So, yeah. understand, but do you know the opinions of people with ideas nearest yours? The nuances that make their beliefs different. That is more the line of thinking I'm thinking of. I'm starting a YouTube. I'm doing a rebranding thing. I have a Twitch though. Oh, that's where you stream. Here. Also, is it the same name? Alright. Here, let me done. And let me check your channel, and I will follow. Oh, wow. Nice. All right. I am following. You are on my favorites, so I at some point can do collabs with you if you ever wanted to. Yeah. I haven't told many people this, but my YouTube will be a different name. I just wanted my JamTube space to remain my art culture decompression space. Well, either way, if you don't mind me being the 23rd subscriber, I will still keep that position because, again, MJ, baby. Certain age. It's cool that you host a little decompression zone, though. I always appreciate that because, yeah, art streams, that's something I frequent, are art streams. I like to watch Warhammer painting streams, so not so much. Thank you. Oh, hey, no, we gotta support, you know, everybody here. Let me link your channel. Here, I'll link your Twitch, since you are in between with your YouTubes. Yeah. You guys want to go and hang with Nika here? You can follow over on Twitch. If you don't mind me calling you Nika. Oh, anytime. Okay, I swear to God, if this doesn't actually break, what the fuck? Bothering me. Now, one thing that I gotta say is, like, AG has been big on this, and he inspired me with this, where, like, he had this, like, really good stream where he was talking about supporting each other, and this was right before he joined this space. I'm not sure if he already had the gig, but he made a really, like, conscious effort to push my channel and a few other leftist channels, and, you know, with the Aegis Discord, to the point where, like, it kind of floored me, where I was just like, holy shit, like, this is somebody that really puts his money where his mouth is, you know, like, he truly does believe in growing, you know, leftist media spaces. And again, I know that we're smaller creators. Like, I mean, I'm not sure if you know this, Nika, but I started in November. Like, I've only been doing this for like 9 months. So, yeah, like, I'm new. Also, why, like, I kind of am trying to figure out the finer, you know, nuances with the rules of certain things, and also keep the engagement to being as cool as possible. I don't know, like, as I said, I've had so many different times where I've tried to be like, can we just, I don't know, smoke and chill on this for a minute and then get back to, you know, the more serious stuff. That happened last night. I had a pretty contentious discussion with one of our members here that is a member of PSL, and I just, yeah, oh wow, I've been streaming for 5 years, and I am still very small niche channel on Twitch. I like small space though. Small streamers bring the most heart. No, I appreciate that. It's because I mean, maybe. See, this is why I'm bad at the capitalist part, is because I keep going out there and being like, yeah, I love doing this, and then people are just like, oh, you do, huh? Like, then I have to remind them, I'm like, yeah, that means support me. Like, I do need to eat. Also, small streamers still remember how to show their passion and heart, which is usually what brought people out to brought our people to us. Oh yeah. Well, that's why I like the whole like working class streamers for the working class people. It's a good message. Like, that's because it's very true. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys know how true in my case. Literally, every dono goes a long way, guys, and I mean like a long way. So don't just remember, like, if you guys want to get a membership, that $4 a month really helps me. And I appreciate that, because I've had a few other people kind of telling me like, oh shit, you've only been doing this for how long? I was like, yeah. That's why it's I mean, when I was talking about like when I started on Tuesday, I had a split second where, like, just looking at Letterhack and then realizing that I was about to start my show on this space, I was like, the fuck? Like, it hit me in a wave where I was like, a year ago, I was kind of like just putting, I hate the term vision board, but it kind of was a vision board, where it was like I was putting a list together of things I wanted to do, and literally Talk to Letterhack was on there, so I was like, huh, this is trippy. This is really trippy. Because yeah, the history of my channel, I started my channel a year ago, actually, like today or yesterday. And then I didn't make my first video until like the 10th of August, and it happened to be when Kamala announced her run. So I was like, why not? And then I started streaming in November. So, oh snap! Congrats! I only know Christina from this space, but oh, appreciate that. Yeah, check me out on Tuesdays. My little hour called Pepaganda. It's a different show than this. This is my show, High on Politics. This is where I really, this is where I cut my teeth. But this is, this is where I like to chill and just kind of vibe with you guys. Again, High on Politics is, I try to make it as obvious as possible. I've had a few people come in here and just be like, wait, so High on right-wing politics? I'm like, look at me. And then immediately they'll get shitty with me and just be like, what, are you trans? It's like, there we go. Gotta love those people. No, I really appreciate I do appreciate all the support, guys. Fuck. It's I'm getting bashful. I'm about to do the thing where I'm like, oh, you're stuck. Oh my god, I cannot tell you. I knew when I made it, and this is kind of stupid, but it's also hilarious. I was just talking about this yesterday. About how my first death threat was like, I think it was like maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks into me streaming, but I kind of felt the vibe where that was, oh shit, I kind of made it. And then my second death threat came in January, and I was like, I made it. That was the one that got me, where I was just like, oh, shit. Oh, great. Gotta take those seriously, people. By the way, yeah. Fortunately, if you're a content creator, you do have to take that shit seriously. But also, like I said, on the other side of that, I did kind of, after taking it seriously, go, looks like we made it. Oh, God. Yeah, I also happen to frequent the MR chat So I gotta say the timing was really, really good in with that too, because I don't know what happened, but recently they stopped kind of boosting other shows. I think they may have had a talking to from Sam or somebody else. I don't know. Seems, I don't know. They got a new producer all of a sudden. No more plugs, which I'm fine with. I grew from it though. Like, it was nice. Like, I had some people that were, oh, you know what I don't grow from is this bullshit. I only got a death threats and wait, you were going on land back panels and indigenous peoples panels? I got doxxed in 2021 and it made me pull into my shell for a bit. Ooh. Yeah, that kind of happened. Well, almost. The thing is, I had a little bit of media training before I started streaming, so having my channel be like in the vein of Kyle Kalinske, where I was just making like videos and watching like MR stuff and reacting to it, it kind of gave me a little time to do that, because like I had enough people trying to like fuck with me through comments that yeah, I am chicken saw. I'm sorry that you got doxxed. That sucks. That fuck. And also the every time I hear the land back stuff, I always go back to that stupid Professor Flowers discourse with fucking Vosh. It's just like, oh, that dominated the entire scene for way too long. Oy. That's cool. Wait, are you in the US then? Or are you in Canada? Because like I know that like that kind of stretches as far as I happen to know that I'm on the Algonquin lands, so that matters. I don't know, I'm super white, so US. Okay. I'm super white, and I'm pretty sure that my my family, whoever my like grand lineage who named us, I'm pretty sure that they were a criminal running from something in Europe, and they just like pointed to a pepper, and that's how we got our name. So I don't know. I try not to question it too much. My people are a sovereign nation within the U.S. border. We are one of the 5 nations that walk the tail. Oh shit. Damn. Yeah, we've done some shitty things. No, seriously, going to Mount Rushmore will make you like. That's what happened to me. It was so underwhelming that it made me literally mad, where I'm like, why did you do that? Why? And why here? What the fuck? Makes no sense. Ugh, Americans. The whole, this is all land. I still don't understand the blatant fucking, like, you know, fat white douchebag that's just like, oh, what do you mean I've ever right to be here? My big thing is, like, if I were to get deported, I'm like, where do I go? I don't know. Like, as far as I know, like, we were, you know, I had people that were on the Mayflower, so I'm like, oh, shit. You kick me back to England, I guess? Or, you know, I have to go be Dutch. I don't know. This is holy to us, and that's why it's there. point. Like what they're doing with Gaza was to destroy us and every memory of us. That makes sense. That does make sense. Also, like, why they fucking try to erase history, like, around every corner. Like, dude, I am scared for the next generation of American children because the shit that they are not being taught, and then they're just, like, lack of fucking interest is the word I was looking for. Sorry. In world history, or, native history, my bad. Is insane. They don't want to learn about the atrocities that we caused. They don't want to learn about any of that shit. Because their parents don't want them knowing about it. It sucks. It largely succeeded. I know. Ooh. The only reason I know what I know is because I've traveled so much. Most people think that we are a thing of history, and a shame because we don't look as they think we ought to. I mean, we don't have enough blood, right, to love our family members. Fuck them. I show culture and language on my channel. Nice. I wouldn't mind doing like a little crossover episode talking about like the Blackhawks, like the Chicago Blackhawks. I was a hockey player. I have my opinions on this one. Also, I know the history of the Blackhawks as far as a team, and how the reason we are still using Chief Blackhawk as our symbol is because we have had express permission from his tribe, and we actually have ceremonies every year to start the season, and they have a special place, like, it not just in like Blackhawks history, but they also like I do know that they have like funding, and also like there's a cultural center and everything, like, or not just cultural center, it's God damn it, what the fuck is it? It's an cultural outreach. Sorry, I could not think of the word. But I also do recognize, as a white hockey fan from Chicago, where it's just like, it come across as like a little bit of a white apologia. So, yeah, I am willing to have that conversation for sure. Also, do you know what Chicago means? Blackhawks are doing it right, and really that's all that is asked out of the culture you were taking from. Thank you. No, awesome. Oh shit, well, I guess that's a conversation I already had then. Fuck. All right, well, maybe we can elaborate how the Blackhawks did it right, whereas, you know, Chief Wahoo and the Cleveland Indians and the Redskins, this is the reason that they have been held to this. And even the Atlanta Braves, like, dude, this shit, fuck them. The fucking shop, ugh. Yeah, we don't do that shit. We stopped allowing headdresses into the United Center. Trust me, to much white fat dude chagrin with face paint. Picture Norm from fucking Cheers with a fucking headdress, and just him just being like, oh, what do you mean I can't wear a headdress? Come on, it's just a good fun. Let's go watch some hockey. Fucking assholes. Oh, God. Yeah, the chops are terrible. Headdresses can be mocked like that. Stuff like that. Yeah, no. I actively got mad at that shit. See, like, actually, hold on. Let's see if I can find it. Give me one second. I just realized I could fucking use instead of protest. But yeah, this was what I used to take with me to the Blackhawks game, and I would kind of copy Tommy Hawk. Let's go Hawks! But yeah, no, this would actually be really good to take to a protest. And I think I have a spider living in here. Back in my, buy Knave stuff from Knaves. That's where I got that. Oh, trust me, in my travels, I have learned to know the difference. Also, I tried, like, I don't know. My mom, okay, so one of the most embarrassing things ever. My mom bought a jacket from Arizona, and it was from a native jewelry stand, or jewelry, sorry, I just read your thing, clothing stand. But where she wore it was kind of like, oh my jeez, fucking Christ. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a little embarrassing sometimes. Because yeah, my mom does not have a did not, sorry, excuse me. Did not have a any native blood in her, so yeah. I don't know. I always felt embarrassed for that, but I have jewelry and art and things from other native cultures. I got those things from artists from those cultures. Yeah, it's the same with those. This was handmade, literally, by my friend's mom, but she's Scottish. So is a Scottish friendship. Well, not friendship. Clan ring. Gave it to everybody that was in the wedding. It's awesome. I love this thing. I also love me some jewelry, so. I make magic amulets with various themes, but some cultures are more sensitive to this kind of thing than others. What's your take on tarot? Also, our peoples, not people. Sorry, there are 2,500 nations of peoples here before the genocide. There are about 600 nations left. Okay, my bad. I can revise that. I think tarot is good for self-reflection, but it's essentially a pseudo-random result. I mean, it's 73 cards, or 73 or 78. God damn it, dyslexia. Why do you always do this to me? 3s and 8s. 78. Either way, it's a set amount of cards that, yeah, obviously you're gonna have some form of pattern, but at the same time, like you said, self-reflection. This is why I like it, and I've said this before. I think Underhill. I don't know if you've heard this, where I like it for its therapeutic value, where it's like if you're going through some shit and hearing the things that they mean could make you go, oh yeah, that's that. So it's not like fortune telling necessarily, where they're just like if somebody's trying to do a fortune telling thing, that's a whole different story. But from the people that I've talked to and had a few of these readings with, I gotta say, it's like, I didn't ditch MAGA. MAGA abandoned me, Joe. Lovely Abyssinian cat. How are you? MAGA abandoned you. I'm sorry. Well, you got a place here with us. Come join the democratic socialists that actually want to do things for the working class, and don't be scared of the big, scary S-word. I'll go. My ex-wife read tarot on the sidewalk for extra money, so I've seen a lot of ratings. Yeah, I had one. My first, I had my first reading on a different podcast. Smoke a Tide Pod. Shout out Smoke a Tide Pod. He has been on family vacation for a little bit, but he is a Twitch streamer that does a very fun show. I have to say, it was interesting because I kind of changed my mind on that. I used to be very skeptical about it, and then because of everything I'm going through with my mom's death and just in general with my channel and things, it kind of did, it almost read, I got the Ace of Pentacles, which immediately I was like, yeah, this. And then they were just like, oh, but you're going through something. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, you got the Tower. I'm like, oh, fuck. And then they're like, oh, shit, you got the Devil. I'm like, okay. And the Devil's not as bad, but they just said, yeah, that just means change is coming. I'm like, oh, okay. Not wrong. Not wrong. Great working for a corporation who pays me enough to breathe another week. Thanks. Well, I live in Chicago. It's hard to breathe right now. We got the poor air quality, and yes, I do not work for a corporation, nor have I for quite some time. Glad that you're making money, though. I don't know, you want to donate $2 to a up-and-coming streamer, and Jesus, I really am homeless. Okay, that's not that was insensitive. My first tattoo out that I ever got was the Ace of Swords to protect wisdom, strength, and survivorship into my... Oh, nice. Nice. That's cool. I'm not homeless, by the way. I do need, money to eat, though, so I will say that much. If you guys want to help support the stream and help me keep this going to the point where I can do this for the full time, yeah, definitely consider that. This is the shitty part about being a socialist. I'm not good at marketing myself. I can market the movement, but I can't market my fucking self. Yeah, unfortunately, oh shit, here we go. Oh, my music is on. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I just realized that my fucking volume. Oh, that's why. There we go. Now I can hear it. Yeah, I'll say this much. I use tarot for specifically therapeutic reasons, and also self-reflection. Because yeah, I'm definitely at a point, like I keep saying, lots been going on, so. But I also try to encourage people to be more open-minded about it, because I myself was very closed-minded about it, because I had a very hippy-dippy aunt who wasn't the fun kind of hippy-dippy. I never smoked with her. She was very into energy crystals and Reiki, and I don't mind people that are I don't mind people that are into that at all. But she was trying to approach me at a time where I was just leaving a religion, and it kind of struck me like she was trying to get me to not necessarily believe in a religion or but to follow what she was I don't know. She almost seemed like it was an opportunity, or opportunistic is what I meant to say. And kind of turned me off from that for a little bit. Which now, I honestly, Reiki seems all right. It's harmless. Sometimes I do feel like it works. Sometimes I don't. I'll just be honest about it. Crystal ones does kind of make me go like, explain that one to me. But as I said, I'm open-minded. I'm a very open-minded person. But not open-minded to the point where I will just start blindly following things. That's also where, yeah, I come from. You know, I was part of a cult-like evangelical sect. So I'm very, very skeptical. Almost to a point that pisses people off. You know, I put an image of one in the Discord. Oh, here we go. Oh, awesome. Welcome. Here we go. Thank you for joining. Oh, man. Yeah. Your trippy ass images, dude. That's crazy that this is how you kind of see things. The cat. I like the cat. Damn, dude. There's a few of these I would like actually hang up. I gotta be real. Yeah, if you ever want to send prints over, let me know. I should probably just post the PO box in the Discord and just like have it there as a permalink. Where would I put that though? Would I put them in the rules? Huh. I don't know. I'm definitely, like I said, I'm interested in having people send me, you know, more art. Because I want to feature some of your stuff here. Like, also, I got a whole wall back here that, it could have some space on here. Oh, not a whole wall. 1, 2, 3. I got room for 4. I voted for Trump and definitely not happy with how things are going. And the Epstein list pisses me off. Brandon, okay. God damn it, man. You guys are hitting me at the points where I'm trying, like, I tried to end stream like an hour ago, and like, I appreciate you popping in here because I'm interested in your. Okay, so you're not happy about the Epstein list. Also, what got you to vote for Trump? Was it primarily the way that he was approaching the economy, immigration, his promise with the Epstein list? Also, do you have a particular aversion to democratic socialism and Zoran Mamdani and that kind of thing? Kind of want to know where you're at on that. I didn't say a tree. Because he might not have known that. Nika, you have to understand that because they're in an echo chamber themselves, sometimes they actually don't get the news that we do. So, like, seriously, I have seen people be shit shocked when they're just like, seeing Donald Trump talking about, like, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. They had never seen that. Like, that has been circulating on MSNBCs and, like, the CNNs or the fake news. Fake news. Come on. Why would you? It's only the fake news that's playing it. Come on, guys. Like, I put it in the pep talks general. Oh. You did. What? No, you didn't. It didn't work. Yeah, dude, there's so many videos they had from MAGA. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there are. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so ignoring things they didn't want to be true, got it? No, not ignoring things. The fact that they weren't being told. It's not ignorance if you're not being told these things. You have to understand that their algorithm is different. Like, so the algorithm that you get, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, whatever the fuck, it's pushing you something entirely different. So think of it this way. If you're getting outraged over something that you've seen on your algorithm at the beginning of your day, and you're going, oh, you didn't see this? Why are you not angry about this? Because it literally means that they did not see it, because their algorithm is not showing them it. Like, that's, you know, just don't want to take credit for someone else's stuff. I am radio. I thought you meant that they were being told to ignore it. I misunderstood. No. Sorry. No, they're not being told to ignore it. It's the fact that they're not being shown it at all. Like, there is no fucking information past this. That's the problem. Grew up hating politics and was taught politicians are horrible people. That's most Americans. Basically was in the middle. Okay. Didn't vote for anyone in Trump's first term. Fair. When Joe Biden won, I couldn't believe it. You know, I was part of the same. Hope you understand that, like, there's a large contingent of people that did vote for Biden that didn't want to. He wasn't my choice, but it was the lesser of two evils in my, you know, assessment. Which, yes, as much as I don't like doing the lesser of two evils fucking politics shit, after, you know, there was no hope of anyone else. I do listen to both sides. I don't hate anyone. See, that's the thing. You're a little, like, and I appreciate you, Brandon. I hope you sub to the channel and kind of hang out with the community a little bit, because, yeah, man, I appreciate that. Again, I'm very open with my biases. I am a democratic socialist that wants to see things improve for the working class, and, like, now. This isn't something that, like, we can wait on, so this is, like, and I understand, like, how a lot of people talk about this, because I talked about this yesterday, where it's like, yes, you could argue that, like, we need, you need to switch to communism, and you need to switch to this system. It's like, it's baby steps. It's the way that I see it, especially for 2026, where I'm just trying to get candidates into fucking office. But, not that I don't appreciate the energy behind that, by the way. Like, I keep having to reiterate that. I am the rare CNN independent 2020 or 2016, 2020, and 2024 Trump supporter. That's interesting. So you're a 3-time independent Trump supporter. Interesting. That really... And you're not happy with him? Fair, and our system is jacked because it has always voted for the evil. Well, you do understand that in any democracy, you're going to get people that are inherently not the best. Like, look at the history of American democracy, and then you can also go to the, like, history of other democracies. There have always been issues. You know, people definitely are flawed. Did you like Andrew Yang at all? He was all right. I don't mind the idea of a UBI, especially with corporations coming out and literally saying, like, taking the mask off and just saying, oh, no, we can't wait to have AI replace these people. It's like, okay, so you're trying to criminalize homelessness, but then you're saying that you can't wait to make these people who have college degrees homeless. Like, what are we doing? Somehow we're making the economy better? I don't think that, you know, killing jobs en masse, which we're not going to see in the first 6 months. Like, these idiots that are going out on Fox News and talking about the jobs reports, the fucking stock market, any of this shit, they are literally doing that to fool like any Republicans that are just like, yeah, maybe Trump is being given, maybe they're attacking Trump, they're being unfair. No. It was a joke CNN in 24 would get independent takes, but it was nothing but Trump supporters LARPing as independents. That is true. I'm very open with my biases and very, very direct. I'm neurospice. It's the neurospice. It doesn't like candy coating poop. No, I'm very much in the same vein there, but I have a, I guess I'm not as the neurospicy. Just a little bit of neuro pepper. Come on, you gotta give me that one. Wasn't a great joke, but it was at least on brand. America is a big what the F. Our grandparents had it made. Grandma stayed home raising kids. No, they didn't. My grandma worked on a fucking farm. My grandpa was an abusive alcoholic and she couldn't divorce him. What are you fucking talking about? No, this is the problem. It sounds like people like you have this thing where you don't actually have a connection with the lives that were lived during that fucking time. Like, I was partially raised by my grandmother, and I can tell you that she was very open about the fact that, this is why she was a strong, independent woman who built a business. It's because she didn't want to be in that position. Because she was a child of the Depression. She never wanted to be in that position again. And then on top of it, after she was beat by my fucking grandfather, she never wanted to be, held to a fucking man ever again. Like, no. I have to say, man, this idea that the fucking trad wives of the 50s were these fucking, submissive chicks that made everything that much better. Yeah, that's why your fucking grandparents seem that real. Like, are your grandparents that happy? Did your grandparents die married, happy? I can tell you also that my grandparents that did die married, my grandpa had a fucking mistress that we liked better than my grandmother. So our grandmother fucking hated our grandfathers. They were victims, not equals. Why do you feel it is that you can't afford groceries? Serious question. Yeah, exactly. If you can't afford groceries in the Trump era, then what exactly is happening? Where it's like, how is this like the product of Democratic fucking policies? As much as I do not like the Democrats as much, I can say I'm really not a big fan. Trust me, the corporatist Democrats fucking suck. There is a reason that they are perceived as being more corrupt than Donald Trump. They have worse numbers than him, and they have to reconcile with that. And it is because of people like yourself and myself that were raised to just inherently think that these people suck and are corrupt. But that's also like Russian fucking Fed, like that's Fed posting propaganda bullshit. I've been using that a little bit too openly, but it is. Because think about it. Who's the one that benefits from us not trusting our government? Our enemies, right? Why do our enemies always believe in their governments just fucking full throat? But for the Americans, but I'm not saying we should believe in them full throatedly, by the way. I am saying that there should be a little mixture here. But this idea just where all of them are blanketly going to be fucking corrupt from the get-go, just from the merit of being a politician. That is literally what I've been taught. And that's where I'm kind of like, oh shit, well, then there's no hope there, George. They're all just going to be lawyers, and they're all just going to fucking work their way into the system and fuck us. Women didn't choose that shit. Men decided that they should be allowed to control us and made laws that meant we have no rights. I hate the Dems almost as much as I hate the Republicans. They effing lie to our faces and people believe that they actually want better. Yeah, except the thing is, those ass wipes are... Side note, AEW jacket, especially after today, Triple H was besides Trump during the press conference. Woo! I knew I took the right one. Fucking CM Punk over there fucking just... God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. First the Saudi thing and now this. He cannot be happy. Whatever, he got all that money. I feel like we can't just panic vote Dems anymore. It isn't working. I agree with that. I agree with that statement 100%. Panic voting for Dems, especially panic voting for the incumbents, because like panic voting for incumbency is something that our grandparents have almost like have been trained and trained us to do. Like my fucking dad is one of those fucking guys where he's just like, yeah, you know, I wanted change, but at least this guy, he's been there, so maybe we just need to give him some more time. He'll do that for like a local official, but a governor or a president, fuck no. They're essentially making us feel like the slow decline into fascism is our fault. Yep. But Dems never do anything, and MAGAs just make it constantly worse. Well, this is also where I've been pushing back and saying that we just need to kind of MAGA the left wing. Because like we're already doing it. We are following the trajectory of the Tea Party, because now we are the resistance party that is gaining momentum with the independents. And now, like, you could call it the fucking blue tea party. Fine, I don't care. But realistically, it's what's happening. So, like, I think that we're, yeah. I hate how right y'all are. Yeah, it sucks. This is one of those ones where it's like, I don't want to be right. I do not want to be right here, but it sucks. Like, we live in a political system where I had to describe this to somebody that was being a little too ideological with the fact that Americans do not follow politics the way that, like, we wish they would. People are not engaged the way that we wish they would be. You know, so no matter how much education you give people, they're not always going to do what you want them to fucking do. That's honestly why, like, they do try to keep it as dumb as possible. Yeah, getting past both confirmation bias and the wish for a better world is tough. It is. Two different lives mean two different perceptions on how life works. I didn't say I agreed. I just don't understand why shit is so expensive now. Most things doubled in price. Because Trump's tariffs made it so they could do that. Like, there was already the inherent understanding that the tariffs were going to increase prices because that's how these things work, you know. And I'm not like, to kind of steal a line from Crystal Ball, I was not against tariffs blanketly. I understand the need for tariffs. Tariffs weren't invented by fucking Trump, by the way. Like, this idea that, like, Trump, I invented this word tariff, and I was just like, you know what? Let's fucking do it. Like, dude, like, look at what happened pre the stock collapse of 1930, and you'll understand why tariffs are not exactly the best thing. This is the difference between me and some other people, is it seems that I had a pretty decent education on the cause of the Great Depression. Like, the Smoot-Hawley Act was the direct cause of the Great Depression, and it was because they wanted to put blanket tariffs and do a national fucking, like, separation. And what happened? We can look at it and go, oh, within 4 fucking years, they tanked the economy to a degree that literally caused mass starvation. Like, you want to talk about what, like's going on in Gaza? That's what was happening in America. Generational starvation and generational trauma is literally caused by that. That's why my grandma did not want to ever live like that, is because she had generational trauma like that. Corruption has been present since the dawn of time everywhere in the world. Yeah. Well, tariffs and inflation, and both of those are both used as an excuse to permanently raise prices. Yes. Rich people want more money, and Schittler put a tax-tariff on all goods coming into this country, which is near all goods. And because he is a shit businessman, here we go. Yes. A little reductive, but yes. You cannot run a country like a business. And further, the last time we nearly had a budget balance was Clinton. How much did you like Clinton at Brandon Workman? Exactly. Well, again, you're assuming that they're all gunning for budgeting the debt. But oh my god, I did an extra hour. Very. I have either spoons or. All right, fair. Well said. Running a country like a business is literally a allegorical warning about kings loving gold. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, look at the way that they're... Listen, the best allegory for fucking what they're doing with the wealth is they're becoming smog. What happened there? Just hoping Archer fucking shows up. What'd I say? I didn't say nothing. I can admit when I'm being a bit of an ass, part of my charm. I'm mostly nice and I mostly try, but when I don't, I'll tell you. I think we'll get along just fine, Nika. Because you kind of just describe what happens with me occasionally, so. I do have the ability to turn it off. I also have the ability to be a complete sweetheart. But I also have the ability to turn on a dime and then, yeah, get a little shouty sometimes. Oh my god, guys, we are 3 fucking followers away from 420. That's crazy. Is it bad that after I reach that point, it's just like, no! I must start a different channel. Leave it. But no, I'm kidding. Gotta grow. I wish I could, like, control it. I said this before where I'm like, I wish I could, like, cap where it's like, you know, if I start making just, like, enough. And, like, I get comfortable to a point where it's like, all right, I can eat, feed my dogs, can get a few, you know, hobby stuff, and then just, like, support stream. Fuck yeah. Oh, I should probably say take the wife out. Before she pops on here and is just like, hey! I am mentally ill. I have CPTSD. And I had and have to do a lot of work to not be an asshole. I appreciate your honesty. Ugh. What's going to happen in 2026? I don't know. Fred, I don't know. I really don't know. I hope that the gerrymander doesn't take, and I hope that they, like, I hope Gavin Newsom has the balls to actually stand up for his convictions and fucking, you know, challenge Trump on this bullshit. Because, like, realistically, what happened with the Texas thing is being underreported, in my opinion. Because if Texas wants to gerrymander their state the way that they're talking about, California could easily just take every fucking red seat in California, which that's a game that they do not want to play. I'm telling you, like, because once that Band-Aid comes off, like, that wound is just going to fucking completely just take over, fester, and you're going to lose limbs. 150 days is a long ass time in this world. Yeah, be happy that you're here. Like, dude, the world sucks, but at the same time, we're all in it together, and just be happy you're here. Like, the fact that, like, you were the one who made it, You understand the statistics of, like, when your dad shot a load and then you were the one who made it? Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm not even religious, but maybe, just maybe, show some fucking gratitude. Call your dad and give him a high five. Hopefully other countries will start taking refugees from here. It's not going to be that bad. Stop it. I don't like Doomer. I don't like Doomer. Don't do Doomer. Check your Doomer. If you need help with that, I will be here for you. Check your Doomer. Doesn't necessarily help. Having a plan is fine. Okay, I'll perform a seance or something. Oh, sorry guys, I'm actually, Dude, I do know those statistics though. Also, I wasn't just, dad in the moment. Give mom her due. She did the real work. I mean, like Gavin Newsom? No. No, but he has the chance to actually do a boss-ass move and fucking stand up against this fucking Greg Abbott bullshit. Which, again, would require him to actually do that. No, I do not like Gavin Newsom. I don't like him in the slightest. He's a weaselly little fucker that's just a fucking another corporate elite. Don't do the thing where just because I'm online and I say somebody's name automatically means that I like that person or don't like that person. I appreciate you asking me. I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know where that came from. The odds of any of us being born were 1 in 8 billion. Each of us is just... That's what I mean! Maybe have some fucking gratitude. And like I said, go give your dad a nice little fucking high... You know, up top. What up, Pops? Cheers. Wait, are we at cheers point yet? Nope. Yeah, 1 minute. I'm gonna cheers y'all, and then I'm going to load up the outro and probably head on off. 6:20 seems like a pretty good place to call it. God, I gotta stop doing this with arbitrary, like, hours. Although, guys, I hope you understand that this wasn't me, like, just trying to fucking fill, like, any time or shit like that. You guys, this is all organic. Wanted to hang with y'all and have a good time. We were having a good conversation here. So. Wasps have a hive. It's a miracle until they have... Or until it takes over our yard. Huh? Happy fun time forever. Happy fun time? Wait, did we finally rebrand? Don't tell them it's communism. I'll be right back. He's literally popping bubbles. No bubbles for you. We don't have fun here. This is Trump's America. Oh my God, do it as Donald Trump. Pop, pop, pop. No bubbles for you. Only bubbles for me. Look, look. I make the best bubbles. Meanwhile, it's somebody else with a fucking bubble gun on the other side of him. See? I have the best bubbles. I blow the best bubbles of them all. Shit ass nation. Why South Park left out the diaper. Yeah, that was actually kind of funny. I did wonder that. I was like, oh, that was an opportunity missed. I kind of get it. Yeah, gross. But here. I like how stream. Wait, why did my chat box just like stop? There we go. And like the first time you watch, you're wondering, like, is there going to be a diaper involved? Yeah. I don't know. The people that were just like, oh, I thought it was lowbrow comedy. I'm like, oh, shut up. This was fun. Thanks for having me hang out with y'all. No, thanks for chilling, Nika. I really appreciate having you here. I hope to see you on my stream tomorrow, possibly. I will be in chat during your appearance. What time are you on? Want to make sure that I'm there. If I'm streaming, I'll make sure that I at least give the like and the view. But I would like to at least catch a few minutes of it. Oh, excuse me. Oh. I know. Also, like I said, yeah. I'll catch you on the stream tomorrow. Awesome. If I don't, then I will at least very worst case see you on Tuesday. I also will be on Monday. Also, Brandon Workman, all my shit ass aside, it is going to be hard to unpack all the fuckery that has and will keep happening. Do self-care, and remember, you can't help anyone else until you help yourself. Oh, you put your oxygen mask on first. Sorry. This is true. Because we are all going down, and, you know, Trump is our pilot. Everybody buckle up. We're having a little bit of a bumpy ride. I never learned how to fly a plane, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Here we go. We're making flying great again. We're going right into the ocean. Trust me, this is the best way to do it. Did you know that the ocean technically has chop, just like it does in the air? So we're going to experience some chop. Maybe last time I checked, it is a vacuum, so we can go. It's like a submarine. It's like a giant submarine. Let's go test this theory. Fuck. Okay, this is what happens when I'm on too late. All right, I should probably load up the outro. Load it up, load it up, load it up. Here we go. Outro. Going to have nightmares now. Welcome to TWA or TRWA Trump. I don't even know. Fucking A. USA TWA. Here we go. We're going down. Everybody buckle up. All right, now that's actually a good way to show fucking Trump there. I like that little emote collab you got going on. Oh, fuck. Oh. Come on. Sorry, my fucking outro's taking a minute. There it is. All right, y'all. I'm gonna call it. I gotta go. I love you guys. I had a fun time tonight. Also, like I said, Nika, appreciate it. Underhill, thank you for hanging all night. You guys were the stragglers, so I appreciate that. Because what time is it? Damn, dude, it's almost 3 a.m. where I'm at, so I do appreciate that. But like I said, I'll be on it. I'll be on at 4 tomorrow, so come join the fun. Close out the week, and namaste or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Namaste or whatever. But yeah, come close out the week, and it's going to be fun. got some stuff lined up, so come check it out. And then, not sure about Saturday stream because I still want to do this Jubilee thing, so I'm almost toying with, do I start early tomorrow, do a little bit on Twitter, keep doing that, on Twitch, and then move over to YouTube. We'll figure it out. Very professional of me. All right, guys. Good night. I love you. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.